claiming what the person is doing. You know, the elevation of this whole thing. Recently, we heard Kojas Meyin now coming in with argument that he supported the district chief executive for the elevation of this what do you call metropolitan status, for which is a bloody lie. We have documents, we have records.
He's not the one who started it.
Who?
Is he not the one?
Kojas Meyin never started anything. If you need evidence, let me show you so that it will be telecast on this thing. A question that was raised by Honorable Desmond Petu on the floor of the House. I have the document here. The very first day he raised this question, which was answered by Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. The very first day this question was raised by Honorable Desmond Petu. And I'm surprised Kojas Meyin claiming ownership of this whole thing.
So he's not the one who started it?
He never started anything. Kojas Meyin has no idea about the elevation of this district to what? To metropolitan. And I repeat and say it emphatically, Kojas Meyin has no idea about this elevation. You know, just yes, it was elevated during NPP's time, and then he contesting as a member of parliament on the ticket of the NPP. He will claim ownership to that. We are not going out and then telling people different stories here and there, but everyone who lives in Gumbwa East knows what Honorable Desmond Petu did, as well as can testify to the fact that Honorable Desmond Petu was the very first person to raise that argument at the floor of parliament, and then later was answered by the Minister of Local Government. Definitely we are going to maintain the seat. There's no doubt about that. You know, there has been a series of arguments here and there about Kojas Meyin sharing false information about Honorable Desmond Petu. We, the NDC, and that of the Gumbwa East constituency, don't believe in what he's sharing. We have advised him a series of times that the money he has accumulated so far is rather save it elsewhere and then use it for things in the near future, because Gumbwa East constituency, there is no way Kojas Meyin is going to take the seat from Honorable Desmond Petu. You know, sometimes they believe in going around hearing what people are saying. Equally, as they are gathering the information, we are also gathering the information, and then we only wait and then pray. When the time comes, or D-Day, I think you yourself, the media house, will come and testify where we've gotten to so far. But in an assurance, I am telling you for a fact that Honorable Dr. Desmond Petu is maintaining the seat. No matter what happens, we are going to maintain the seat. We are targeting about somewhere 60 to 70%. Look at the economic hardship. Look at what we are experiencing now. We are not to bent on monetary issue. We are not to be moved by what we are giving in fiscal matter. It is taxpayers' money. So at the end of the day, whatever you take and you decide to go back and then vote for the NPP, as well as Kojas Meyin, equally do not think later on you're not going to pay that money. You will still pay. So it is my utmost decision as well as advice to Gumbwa East constituency that nobody, under no circumstance, should somebody reconsider his decision that he's going to vote for Kojas Meyin as well as the NPP. When they bring the money belongs to us. It is the taxpayers' money. As I said earlier, we should take the money and then still make the right decision, as they have already decided to maintain Honorable Desmond Petu to still be the member of parliament to ensure the development we need in Gumbwa East.
This has been the Community Forum segment here on Channel 1 TV.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Trending Africa with me, Akokum. Trending Africa is a show that brings you news, making headlines across countries in Africa. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we get to visit some countries and bring you topical issues there. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere.
Get ready! The Harvest Chapel International Overcomers Convention is here! It's a week of the word and demonstrations of God's love and power. Theme: Wisdom for Building the Church. And God's servants ministering are Prophet Eric Oklu Parsley, Living Fountain Baptist Church, Bishop Ewusi Brookman, Rhema Calvary Center, and Dr. Michael Bwedi Nyamiche, Makers House Chapel International. And it's hosted by Reverend Fitzgerald Donko. Prepare your heart, soul, and mind, and let's meet at Tehillah Temple, Harvest Chapel International, South Tesano, from Tuesday 26th November to Sunday 1st December, 6 p.m. each night from Tuesday to Friday, and 9 a.m. on Sunday. Song ministrations will be by the Harvest Gospel Choir, and Wonyam and Calvis Hammond. Make time to be at the life transforming Overcomers Convention 2024.
Welcome back to Trending Africa. Now, Nigerians have been warned over consuming of bitter cola. Despite its health benefits, it can also pose grave danger to their body. Abdulaziz of Trust TV News visited some markets to assess the implication of bitter cola.
Scientifically known as Garcinia cola, bitter cola is rich in nutrients and has properties that help boost immunity and protect the body from cell damage. Sold at major junctions and hold-ups, the nut is bought mainly by men. Several people buy the nut and even eat it with dates. It's known as a performance enhancer for people that are married, and it can help one maintain overall wellness. Though it's beneficial for many, Kano-based nutritionist Awal Musa says the nut also contains substances that require caution when consumed.
We are advocating for people to eat the fruits of bitter cola, maybe moderately, maybe once a while, maybe 3 times a week is okay. It's not necessarily for somebody to take it every day, in the sense of it boosts the ejaculation or the erectile dysfunction. It can prevent all this. These are some fallacy. It's not realistic. Before to accept this, we have to, bring an evidence-based references.
This is Mariri Kola Nut Market in Kano, where bitter cola has become a sought-after commodity amongst the variety of cola nuts sold here.
Cola it don't reach now. It don't scarce at Yoruba land. But now the price of cola is high.
Despite not being traditionally grown in northern Nigeria, bitter cola's medicinal benefits has created a massive demand here. Its price has soared from 20 naira to as much as 200 naira per nut, as its value increases both locally and internationally to the delight of bitter cola merchants.
Alhamdulillah, shi namijin goro da gan shi gaskiya abu ne kuma Allah ya ɗaukaka shi yanzu ba kama can shekarun baya ba, yanzu ya samu ci gaba sosai.
The demand now is very high. This is because it's not only for local buyers, but for export as well. Countries all over are requesting bitter cola in both dried form and the powdered form. So we are seeing its price rise because of this new global interest. As demand continues to grow, it's clear that bitter cola holds a unique place in both local tradition and the international market. Abdulaziz Ibrahim, Trust TV News.
And still in Nigeria, the Federal Executive Council on Thursday approved the medium-term expenditures framework for 2025 to 2027 ahead of the submission of the 2025 budget. The framework actually proposes a national budget of 47.9 trillion naira for the fiscal year. Kpone-Dawhenya of Trust TV News reports.
The submission of the MTEF is required to precede the presentation of the annual national budget to the National Assembly by provisions of the 2007 Fiscal Responsibility Act. Parameters for this cycle of the MTEF are a GDP growth rate of 4.6%, a crude oil price of $75, and crude oil production set at 2.06 million barrels per day.
Federal Executive Council approved a memorandum by the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, which was presented by the Director General of the Budget Office on the medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper for 2025 to 2027. And the memo seeks Council's approval for the medium-term expenditure framework for submission to the National Assembly, and the Federal Executive Council graciously, upon listening to the Director General Tanimu Yakubu, approved the 2025-2027 medium-term expenditure framework, which, as required by the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2007.
The Cabinet also approved the request to complete the external borrowing program of the federal government by approving $2.2 billion in external financing.
With the approval of a US dollars 2.2 billion financing program made up of access to the international capital market for some combination of a Euro bond offer and a Sukuk bond offer. Perhaps a Euro bond of about $1.7 billion and Sukuk financing of another $500 million. The actual makeup of the financing, which will be done as soon as the National Assembly has considered and seen fit to hopefully approve of the borrowing plan, and the external borrowing approval is given, it will be done this year as soon as possible after approval.
Federal Executive Council also approved on Thursday a Ministry of Finance Incorporated Real Estate Investment Fund. The fund is expected to lay the foundations for the revival and return of long-term mortgage financing to the Nigerian economy. The Real Estate Investment Fund is expected to raise about 250 billion naira that will provide low-cost long-term mortgages to Nigerians that want to acquire houses. Ultimately, it is projected to fill part of the gaping 22 million unit housing deficit while providing and creating jobs. From State House, Abuja, Kpone-Dawhenya, Trust TV News.
Now, residents of Lagos State have expressed frustration over the constant failure of the power grid, saying it's severely impacting their lives and businesses. Trust TV News follows report.
The frequent national power grid collapse always leaves millions of Nigerians across the country without electricity and further intensified public dissatisfaction with the country's failing power infrastructure. The ongoing power crisis has sparked a wave of complaints on social media, with Nigerians expressing anger over the persistent blackout that disrupts their daily lives. In Lagos, many citizens are now openly questioning the government's ability to address the country's long-standing energy problems.
It's a disgrace to the Nigerian Republic. It's a very big disgrace to the who are rulers, our politicians, and every person. How can you tell us for the first time in the history of Nigeria the national grid is collapsing? What is it collapsing? Where is it collapsing? Why is it collapsing? Since the history of Nigeria from 1960 to get any better, we have never had such a wrong. And you are telling us that we are investigating. We are investigating that this and that. It's completely rubbish.
The problem the blackout is bringing is
most of the businesses, most of our business has collapsed, and it's even affecting security. You know, if there is light, there will be the security will be enhanced, and most of the businesses will function well, like the wedders, the hairdressers, the barber salons, even those that are doing this computer and every other stuff. So it's really affecting. It's really affecting.
So help us to beg NEPA. They should give us light. We can't charge our phone. We can't do anything. So help us to beg NEPA. They say the pole affects. So they should do anything about it. Please, so we don't have lights in 8 days now. They should find something and do about our children too. They can't sleep because of the heat is too much. There's no breeze. Please, so.
Room, all their fish is spoiled. Water, no water. To buy water is too hard. Those truck people, they are selling it 1-2. It's affecting us too much. Our business is going down because those people they are on there. They didn't allow we us to charge phone for their things. The petrol costs, everything costs.
As Nigeria continues to experience occasional blackouts due to poor power supply, the frustration of ordinary citizens is mounting. With each blackout, the country moves closer to a state of total power failure, leaving Nigerians to wonder if there is any hope of stability in the energy sector.
You're still watching Trending Africa with me, Akokum, so we'll go for a quick break and return. We're here to other parts of Africa to bring you topical issues there. Stick and stay, don't go anywhere.
We all have that one friend, always by your side for the big moments and ready to assist. He's always got his eyes on the prize and his heart in the right place. Where would we be without our BFFs? This season, enjoy all 380 Premier League games with your BFF GoTV. Upgrade or reconnect to GoTV Super Plus for the discounted price of just 265 cedis today. GoTV, love it.
Welcome back to Trending Africa with me, Akol Kunz. Now let's head over to Ghana, where the Supreme Court, in a 5-2 decision, has ruled that a Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana Bagwe's declaration of 4 seats vacant in Parliament is unconstitutional. At a brief session on November 12, 2024, the Chief Justice, Geto Tokonu, states that the Speaker's ruling cannot stand. Jude Mensah Duncan of Channel 1 News was in court and actually filed this report.
The Supreme Court today ruled against Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagwe's decision to declare 4 parliamentary seats vacant, siding with the challenge brought forward by plaintiff Alexander Kpone-Dawhenya for interpretation on Article 97, Clause 1, G and H. In Tuesday's ruling, the 7-member panel presided over by Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu delivered a 5-2 majority decision in favor of the plaintiff Alexander Kpone-Dawhenya. Justice Avro Lovelace Johnson and Justice Ibrahim Amadou Tanko were the 2 dissenters on the judgment delivered by Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu.
By court, in a majority decision of 5-2, Lovelace Johnson JSC and Amadou Tanko JSC dissenting on the issue of jurisdiction, the plaintiff's action succeeds. The full reasons and orders of the court shall be filed with the registrar by close of day tomorrow, 13th November 2024. This is the judgment of the court.
The dispute revolves around Speaker Bagwe's interpretation of Article 97, Clause 1G and H of the Ghanaian Constitution, which he cited as the basis for declaring the seats vacant. The move was met with legal and political pushback, with Kpone-Dawhenya arguing that the Speaker of Parliament had exceeded his authority. Counsel for the Speaker of Parliament, Thaddeus Sori, today did not also show up in court. Lead counsel for the plaintiff, Joe Gatti, expressed his satisfaction with the decision of the court to overrule the orders of the Speaker of Parliament.
Well, I mean, I think I've been in law for too long. I accept decisions as they come. I mean, if they had ruled against it, I would have accepted it. I've come to realize that in this matter of law, you must accept decisions as they come. you go to court and a judge is engaging you, questioning you, you may think that the judge doesn't like you, so to speak. But you'll be surprised that that judge will rule in your favor. Maybe you needed some clarification. Some of the judges too will heckle you, and then they will go the way you expected them to go. I don't want to comment on that, but I think that what I'm saying, people understand. If you listen to what happened yesterday, you see today, you understand what I'm saying.
Majority Leader Alexander Kpone-Dawhenya, in an exclusive interview with Channel One News, explained the next line of action for the NPP caucus.
Several efforts were made by my good self and leading members of our party to engage Mr. Speaker, behind the scenes to avoid this. But he decided to express his opinion. We don't hold anything against him. We believe that he's expressed his view and we disagreed. We've come here. Even the court itself, 7 of them, 5 agreed with us. 2 of the view that, yes, though the matter has substance, but it should have gone to another forum. So that's the beauty of it. And lead counsel, former Attorney General, and a senior colleague at the bar and senior member of Parliament, Honorable Jogati, expressed that in his interview, which is what has become the law. So today, all reliefs have been granted. What we expect is that our friends would respect the ruling of the court so that we move on. And then also, you as a media house, you have a responsibility to educate the public and explain issues to them. And then also, I think we take this opportunity to let go what happened yesterday, the disagreement we had, because
Honorable, finally, Honorable, so finally, Order 53 of your standing orders gives you the power to trigger a recall of Parliament. When should we expect that?
We have just completed this process here. I am sure we would engage. It's time to engage. It's time to allow deeper reflection.
The Majority Chief Whip Frank Anodompreh later addressed journalists, emphasizing the importance of respecting the Supreme Court's decision on the vacated parliamentary seats, calling for adherence from both the Speaker of Parliament and the NDC caucus.
What we expect our colleagues to do, I don't expect anything different from they complying to the judgment. Of course, when a case involving the minority leader and the court ruled, not necessarily the Supreme Court, but it was a court ruling, they were celebrating it. I expect them to celebrate with us. They must be seen to be celebrating this victory, which gives a definition to true parliamentary jurisprudence. That we expect them to do. I hope you are listening. Yeah, so our colleagues, we expect them to celebrate with us, and also to celebrate not with us, with the Ghanaian people, that this is democracy. And for the Speaker, with his caliber in wake, I don't expect anything different. So those who say that, what about if he doesn't respect the judgment? I don't think it's an option at all. It cannot be an option for the Speaker to say that.
The Supreme Court today has ruled against the Speaker of Parliament's decision to declare 4 seats vacant. The Apex Court, in a 5-2 majority decision with Justice Avril Lovelace Johnson and Ibrahim Tanko's dissenters, explaining in the ruling that the full judgment would be put out later. In the aftermath of the judgment by the Supreme Court, the Majority Leader Alexander Kpone-Dawhenya called on his colleagues in the NDC caucus to abide by the decision of the Apex Court. Reporting for Channel One News, my name is Jude Duncan.
And still in Ghana, the Electoral Commission has disqualified the presidential nominee for the Ghana Freedom Party over what the EC described as illegalities in his submissions. Fred Duho was actually at the Electoral Commission and filed this report.
At an emergency IPAC meeting held at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission today, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jean Mensah, noted that the replacement that was brought by the Ghana Freedom Party to replace the dead Madam Ekria-Donkor has since been disqualified. But the ballot papers, as we have the presidential candidates from 1 to 13, would still be maintained, and the face and logo of the GFP and its flag bearer would be maintained on the ballot paper, but any vote cast in her favor would be annulled. In that case, only 12 people would have valid vote cast on the ballot paper, in as much as there are 13 people represented on the ballot paper. The EC chair has been addressing the party representatives as well as the media.
At the end of the process, they detected a number of errors and some illegalities with the form. The candidate's attention was drawn to these errors, and the party was provided an opportunity to correct them. They did that. In the view of the commission, it was not in our bosom to provide the political party the opportunity to correct some of the illegalities that we found on the form. In that respect, the party did not draw their attention to it because the commission does not feel that it is in its bosom to allow any political party to correct illegalities with the form. The commission, therefore, as at yesterday, wrote to the party and to the candidate disqualifying him from contesting the 2024 presidential election.
She's been explaining what really informed their decision and the laws backing their action.
The commission would like to inform you that the printing would proceed on the current ballot as is, in the interest of time and to save this country millions of cedis. And so our task here this morning is very simple. We are not here to change positions. We are not here to reballot. We are simply here to inform you that the commission intends to notify our printing houses to proceed with the presidential ballot as is.
Richard Boutre, he described himself as the organizer of the GFP, which has since been disqualified by the Electoral Commission. And according to him, they are happy because this is the time to honor the memory of Madame Ekweadonko.
We need to honor our late mother, the leader and the founder of Anti-Ekweadonko. So the decision from the commissioner is the best.
So who is leading your party now?
We will just arrange and do the Congress after the burial and the final funeral rites when you get to the grave. So the 2027 is our decision now.
On the request of the National Democratic Congress to have a breakdown of all the eligible voters on the certified register for the 2024 general elections, the chairperson indicated that has been done despite there are no laws compelling them to do so. We've been engaging Dr. Tanko Computer, who also expressed satisfaction about the fact that the EC has taken the pain to give them a breakdown of the register, and so they will be picking up the full certified register with their hard drive from the Electoral Commission.
I was grateful to thank them for bringing that one, but it fell short of the original summaries, and then that's why we asked for. And clearly they know it. That's their job. That's why they were silent about it. It doesn't take the mouth of a political party, which will not even make a 0.001% in an election, to ask me that. They don't need to have that. We will follow it through. We've taken notice of it, especially the issue about the polling stations, which do not exist again. I mean, this is the first time they are announcing it, and I'm sure you, the media, have taken notice of that.
At this juncture, it seems that all the political parties and major stakeholders in the lead up to the 2024 general elections are on the same page with the Electoral Commission, which is the referee in this game. And so the road is clear for the EC to carry out with its printing of ballot papers and also ensure that the election is conducted in a free and fair manner. My name is Fred Duho, reporting from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission for Channel 1 News.
And that'll be it for today's episode of Trending Africa with me, Akol Kums. Make a day to me next week as we bring you topical issues across countries in Africa. Stick and stay and continue watching.
Is this thing on now? I've been working long like a marathon now. Tying upwards, making them a bomb now. Tell me, we turn on the alarm now. I got a message when they put it in a song now.
Tank 300, where power meets elegance. Call us on 0501 772222 or 0501 773333.
The Situation All White Christmas Party is back! This Christmas Eve, forget the usual and step into a celebration like none other. The Situation All White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue The Underbridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All-White Christmas Party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party! It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All-White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. This is your election bureau. My name is Hawaii Drisu Mustafa. Coming up, President Kpone-Dawhenya to inaugurate Tema Impakadan Rail Line today. Also coming up, Ghana Highways Authority workers threaten yet another strike beginning December 2. Coming up in business, National Insurance Company formulating risk-based capital framework for companies. And later in sport, Kotoko and Adriana Stars headline Ghana Premier League match with 12. Details of our stories now. Now, President Kpone-Dawhenya will today inaugurate the Tema Impakadan Railway Line. The event will take place at the Tema Harbour here in the Greater Accra region. We also understand he will be inaugurating the newly acquired trains. Let's go live to Tema, where my colleague Philip Nilat is on ground and joins us live via Zoom for more on this event. Philip, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time. Now, has the event started? We are trying to work the lines to get my colleague Philip Nilat, who is at the inaugural ceremony, as President Kpone-Dawhenya is today expected to inaugurate the newly acquired trains and the Tema Impakadan Rail Line. We'll try and reconnect the lines and speak to my colleague Philip Latte. But away from that, workers at the Ghana Highway Authority have issued a week ultimatum to government to halt the implementation of the National Roads Authority Act 2024, that is Act 1118, warning of potential industrial action if their demands are not met. In a formal petition to the president, the highway workers requested broader stakeholder consultations before implementation. In a press release, the group notified the National Labour Commission that if their demands are not met by November 29, they will lay down their tools indefinitely beginning December 2. Now, the Kpone-Dawhenya Road project is a 17-kilometer expansion project and is a vital part of the Trans-African Highway to connect other West African nations through Togo. However, 4 years after the president broke ground, the project has stalled, compounding the traffic situation. Motorists are forced to spend productive hours in traffic on a daily basis, which is negatively impacting their lives. Let's move away from that and do some politics now. It's 15 days to the elections. We'll bring you some politics shortly. Please stay. Let's start from the camp of the NDC, and its flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama, has promised to establish an agricultural university in the Afram Plains. Addressing a gathering of party supporters in the constituency, John Mahama disclosed that his administration secured a loan from Korea to undertake the project. However, the governing New Patriotic Party government used the fund for a different purpose.
Yako Korea koje Bosnia se Afram Plains ye bebie university wa ha na fofia ntoata a NDC form no ye nuanom baya sa sika no omo de akọ bebi foforo I just say university anka ye besi wa ha no omo de ko enti mamon paba ye ba sa university a ye ka se ye besi no Yebe pesika ni abesi sa agriculture university. Na university no ebe wo ni headquarters ewo Somanya Eastern University ni esi ye no. Na ni campus bieno baako be wo Afram Plains South na baako nso awo Afram Plains North. Enti school for ni bi beba ha. Enti ye wo hihye bebre ema Afram Plains. Yebesi polyclinics amamo. Senebeya mapomudin ebeko inim.
Now, the NPP's Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Enchibuisiakon, popularly known as Chairman Wontimi, has criticized response by leader of the Movement for Change to former President Kufuor's endorsement of NPP's presidential candidate. He called on members of the NPP and other political parties to rise against the politics of insult and rather concentrate on efforts that will bring development to Ghanaians. Mr. Enchibuisiakon, addressing a news conference in Kumasi, called on NPP supporters to remain focused in ensuring victory for the party's presidential candidate ahead of the elections.
Or no NPP da. Na said the Judas, or ye yesu no. And no be an alancha matia ye NPP and that's where you go for one. A ye kufu and no whom walancha matino. So we are president, what now go to me some appointments. And no ma ambassador.
Oh, you are coming straight.
Oma ambassador wiye odobeye minister of trade Akufo-Addo bae osade minister of trade in Saudi ma Akufo-Addo ma etosumi no osade minister of trade in ma bio o alansha matin wa woti apaka bukura wo se kase wo na ye ne namfom yen na board so that the yen appointment that oh Allah enti wo so Muhammad timi akasa kirawo ama utimi di Kufuor. This is a shame. It's a big shame. Shame on you.
Let's go back to one of our headline stories where President Kpone-Dawhenya is expected to inaugurate the Tema-Impact rail line today. My colleague Philip Nilate is at the Tema port and joins us live. Philip, good to have you again. Now, what has the event started?
So, Howard, the program will start soon. What we are waiting for is that the president arrives here. And before that, other dignitaries are here. That is the railway minister himself, Peter Ameu. He's already here. The former railway minister is also here. That is Jogate is also here, and also other dignitaries. Mind you, this is connecting the Greater Accra region, Eastern region, and also the Volta region. The inaugural ceremony that railway line and also the diesel multiple unit trains. And interesting, you can see one of the diesel multiple trains behind me there, which is being parked there, let me put it that way, expecting that after today's inaugural ceremony is going to be open to the public, and this is going to connect Tema to Impact. This is a 97 stretch. But I have with me here one of the regional ministers. This particular railway line goes through his jurisdiction. That is the Eastern Regional Minister, Honorable Seth Echampon. Honorable, if you can just get close to me here so that we have a conversation. What do you make of today's inaugural ceremony? This is a very significant moment for all of us as Ghanaians. What do you make of this event today?
Thank you very much. I think it is something that we should all celebrate. Reasons are that we've been looking at transportation and we've been looking at infrastructure to transportation, to our road network usage. So we use the typical road constructions as commuting and for cutting goods and other services. However, another useful alternative to using the roads is the railway line. And so this birth of having a railway line connect the Greater Accra region and the Eastern region, terminating and ending at Impact, which is the Esujaman district of the Eastern region, is a welcoming news to us. To us, this is going to help boost the economy, local economy, and also help with tourism. For us in the Lower Manya and the Esujaman assemblies are beautiful hospitality scenes and areas for tourism, and to us it is going to open up the economy in the region for us. So it's a great day to us and we are celebrating it.
So after today, you're expecting that this trains will be on the rail line and people will be commuting to and from Accra on this rail trains?
Very well. This rail, it's going to serve several purposes. It's going to help passengers who are living in the world becoming a global village. Most people live in the Eastern region and work in the Greater Accra region, and vice versa. People live in the Greater Accra region and work in the Eastern region, and all of them are going to get the opportunity of having a very comfortable rail travel in these coaches, and it's going to ease their travel time and their comfort as well. So we're really gladdened that the administration of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and his Vice President, the leader of our political party, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. I will not stop talking until I mention the names of my colleagues. The Honorable John Peter Amewu, who is now in the saddle, and Kweku Asante-Boateng, his deputy. And not to forget of the man who started it all, the Honorable Joe Gate, and his two deputies, and the Apia Kupi and Kweku Ejenim-Boateng. These are colleagues of mine that I have to mention because they've been part of this genesis. I mean, they've been part of the genesis of this program. And today, if it's being commissioned, I need to mention them. It's very so.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And that is the Eastern Regional Minister for you, Echampon, who has spoken extensively about this project. This is just the first phase of, or part of the connection between Ghana and Burkina Faso and neighboring countries in the north. How?
Very well. Grateful for your time. Philip Nilate is our correspondent covering the inaugural ceremony where the president will later inaugurate the Tema Impakadan rail line and also inaugurate the newly acquired trains. You are still watching Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. My name is Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Still to come, we hear from Able Kuma West MP, who is demanding the continuation of the sea defense in Dansuman. Details coming up shortly. Please don't go away.
Attention, my Ghana people. Election day is almost here. This December 7th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. sharp. Each of us has the power to shape the future of our nation. Your vote in the presidential and parliamentary elections can make a real difference. Now, this is how to ensure that your vote counts. When you arrive at the polling station, verify your identity. Even if your voter ID card is missing, go to your polling station. You will be allowed to vote. Now, receive a ballot paper. Take a moment to check that it has a validating stamp at the back. This is very important, and make sure that it is clean and undamaged. Step up to the voting screen. Place your thumb on the ink pad and carefully place it in the box next to your chosen candidate's name, photo, and symbol. Be very careful to keep your thumbprint within the box. Remember to wipe your thumb with the tissue provided in the voting screen before you touch the ballot paper again. Then fold the ballot lengthwise and place it in the ballot box. Be very, very mindful. Your vote will be rejected if you thumbprint for more than one candidate, leave it blank, or if it's missing a validating stamp at the back. So take note. After voting, officials would conduct a transparent count. Ballots will be verified, sorted, and counted, with party agents carefully observing every step of the process. And yes, remember, this election is your opportunity to choose leaders who represent you. So step out on December 7th to vote and let your voice be heard. Your vote is your future. Remember, we vote with our thumbs, not guns. Weapons have no place at the police station.
Facility Pro Management Services Limited, the most outstanding facility management company in Africa. We have over 12 years experience in professional facility management services, such as cleaning, fumigation, and pest control to landscaping, post-construction cleanings, and electronic security installations. With highly trained personnel, exceptional customer service, and operations in all 16 regions of Ghana, we offer you value for money always. Facility Pro, trusted by top brands like Scania West Africa, Orca Deco, Robert Bosch Ghana, National Communications Authority, First National Bank, Consolidated Bank Ghana, Zenith Bank, Brain Hill International School, Villac International School, just to mention a few. Let us maintain the value of your property. Facility Pro, maintaining the value of your property.
No pressure.
Another morning, another day filled with possibilities. My old car reflects my journey, and today could be the day I take a big step forward. Anything is possible. Just think about it.
My shelves are ready to be filled, and soon the flat rate will open up exciting new opportunities. I can already envision a vibrant shop bustling with customers, all eager to discover what I have to offer.
I feel optimistic about import costs. Why? Because with DMB flat duty rates, my expenses will be more manageable. I can see my business thriving.
Every moment spent with my son brings back wonderful memories.
I tell you, my son, with my digital skills, the one can create games in a website.
Esuro, boot #1 on the ballot.
Yeah, welcome back. This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Let's do more stories now. And the Kpone-Dawhenya Road project is a 17-kilometer expansion project. It's one of the vital parts of the Trans-African Highway to connect other West African nations through Togo. However, 4 years after the president broke ground, the project has stalled, compounding traffic situation on a daily basis. Now, motorists are forced to spend productive hours in traffic, which is negatively impacting their lives. Our reporter Charles Osukume joins us live from Dawhenya. Charles, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time. What's the current situation in Dawhenya?
Thank you very much, Hawa. Well, you're right. The Dawhenya-Kpone Road is part of an international road that goes all the way to Aflao, to Togo, and some neighboring African countries. Government had intended to expand the road. So in 2020, the president broke grounds for an expansion project. But unfortunately, we're told that because of the debt restructuring, that progress on the expansion project has stalled. Now, that has compounded the woes of commuters and residents in communities like Dawhenya, Kpone, Pram, who use this road on a daily basis to areas like Tema and then also to Accra. Now, the traffic this morning is not as intense as it was earlier at about between 5:30 to 7 a.m. When we got here. It was very intense in the morning, even though you can still see behind me a long queue of vehicles going all the way up there. I see like about a kilometer or two of traffic all the way up there into Dawhenya. And, you know, I've spoken to a few of the commuters who tell me how frustrating it is to be plying this on a daily basis. Averagely, they're doing about 2 hours in this traffic every day, and then 2 hours back home. So that's like between 4 to 5 hours of productive hours on a daily basis they are wasting in traffic. Now, I just spoke to a certain gentleman who says, well, yeah, they understand that there's no money to immediately complete the expansion works, but they expect that some potholes, you know, some rehabilitation works would be done on some stretches to allow for it to be easily motorable. That would enhance the traffic situation here. We know that the roads minister, Sensubuachi, during the commissioning of the Flowerpot flyover, mentioned, he actually directed that some works be done here. So in the next few weeks, we're expecting that some works will begin on some portions of the road to allow for easy access and to become a bit more trouble for the commuters who have expressed a lot of frustration using it on a daily basis.
Very well, grateful for your time, Charles. A colleague here at Channel 1 TV and City FM. Now, the Member of Parliament for Ablekuma West, Esla Osuekofo, has called on the Finance Minister, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, to issue a commencement certificate for the construction of Phase 2 of the Dansuma Sea Defence Project. She warned that failure to act promptly could result in many residents of Shiambu losing their homes and properties to tidal waves and coastal erosion. This appeal follows complaints from residents about the devastating impact of the sea, which has already claimed some houses and threatens to encroach upon a major road in the area. Speaking to journalists, Madam Osuekofo urged the Finance Minister to take immediate action to address the situation and mitigate further losses.
Everything we have to do for the Finance Minister to empower the Ministry of Works and Housing to engage a contractor to do that. The contractor has done the feasibility studies. Everything is ready. They have approved it at the Finance Ministry. All that is left is for them to issue a commencement certificate for the contractor. He's not even asking for money now. The work will take some time, but for him to do the emergency work that will protect the rest of the beach and reclaim some of the land that has already been lost, he has to start now. And so we are appealing to the Finance Ministry to issue the commencement certificate as a matter of urgency.
This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Up next is Business with Nashika Caesar. Hello, Shika. Good to see you.
Hi, Hawa. Nice to see you too. You look lovely in red.
Thank you. What do we have in the world of business?
Right. In business, the National Insurance Company has disclosed that it is formulating a risk-based capital framework as a regulatory measure to ensure that insurance companies maintain capital levels to commensurate with their risk profiles. This, the regulator believes, will foster financial stability within the sector by requiring insurers to assess and manage risk effectively. Commissioner of Insurance at the National Insurance Commission, Michael Kofi made the revelation, and he's been speaking on the benefits of the framework.
The NIC also pursues other initiatives to encourage and promote growth in the industry. Currently going through the implementation of IFRS 17, the NIC is also developing a risk-based capital framework which largely will align the risk profiles of insurance companies with their capital levels. There are also efforts to improve actuarial capacity development in the industry to ensure more actuarial input to improve efficiency and profitability. There's the construction of a Ghanaian mortality table to enable life insurance companies to apply Ghanaian indicators in developing and pricing products. Finally, there are still efforts ongoing to develop an annuities market. The above, if diligently pursued to logical conclusions, should lead to a strategic improvement in operations, growth, and financial viability of the market.
Now, the Dutch government has expressed its readiness to collaborate with Ghanaian government to strengthen Ghana's seed industry. While the country's seed industry has made significant progress in recent years with the development of improved and locally adapted seed varieties, adoption remains low, with only 30% of farmers using these improved varieties. Speaking at an event hosted by the Embassy of the Netherlands, the Ghana Food Movement and the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, the Netherlands ambassador to Ghana, Jerome Verhul, announced that the arrival of a team of agricultural researchers will assess Ghana's seed system.
We're at the beginning of this journey with Ghana. So what we have right now in Ghana is an expert mission that is from the university, the Agricultural University in the Netherlands, the Wageningen University. Those are the experts, and they are making an assessment of the seed sector. So what are the issues, what are the problems, what are the bottlenecks, and what is the potential? What can we develop from there? And based on that, we will work with the Ghana stakeholders, private sector, public sector, to help develop the seed sector further. One of the biggest challenges in the seed sector is that the formal seed sector is quite small. So most seeds are protected within the informal seed sector. And that has all kinds of challenges with regard to protecting diversity, but also protecting productivity. So we want to help develop the formal seed sector further so that production and productivity can increase.
And that's it for business. My name is Nashika Caesar.
Up next, we have sports with Bernard Abeyu-Ochiri. Hello, Abeku.
Hi, how?
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
My team is playing Aduana Stars. Locally, I support Kumasi.
Is it why you wore red today?
Not necessarily. Maybe it was just a coincidence that they are playing Aduana over the weekend, even though they have performed poorly.
Absolutely.
I don't have any hopes tomorrow because Aduana Stars plays really well. And looking at in the last 4 weeks, Kotoko hasn't played much of a good football. That they have lost all their 4 matches in the last Ghana Premier League, right? I nearly said EPL. Because EPL is also back this weekend after the international break.
You'll be hearing from the Manchester United manager, so let's get into it, shall we?
Please do.
Let's talk about the League of Our Roots, the Ghana Premier League. And head coach of Edu Anastasia, our champion, says his side have to play with character in their 3 p.m. Ghana Premier League clash against the Porcupines on Sunday. Kotoko's form has dipped lately with the Kumasi base club losing 4 Premier League games on the bounce, leaving them 8 on the table, and will be looking to get their season back on track this weekend. Edu, on the other hand, sits at 12th place and are unbeaten in their last 4 fixtures.
I think playing against Kotoko, you need players with character, because it won't be an easy game at all. So we have to play with character, and then it's not a game that you come in to joke or something like. We all know the tax ahead of that particular match, which result is very, very important. So we are trying our best. Trying to psych the boys very well, and then encourage them, motivate them that last season we were able to beat them here, and this season too we have to beat.
Now, away from the League of Our Roots, let's now focus on the greatest league on earth, the English Premier League. And new Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim says it was challenging a decision to leave Sporting CP. Despite initially wanting to complete the season with Sporting, he ultimately chose to move mid-season after helping Sporting achieve great success, including an 11-match winning streak and a significant Champions League victory over Manchester City. Amorim admitted it was tough to part ways with Sporting. However, he felt the timing was right to embrace the challenge at Manchester United.
I already had conversation with clubs, so it was quite normal. But what I felt at the time, I felt that this is my place. I think it was the right club in the right moment for me. It was very tough to leave Sporting, because in the middle of the season, you can say everything. It's Manchester United, it's everything, it's the moment, it's the club that I want, but you are leaving your guys in the middle of the season. Yeah. So it was really hard, but I had to do it, and I was like so happy. Of course, you can see it in every intervention that I have, but
We'll tell you more about the greatest league on earth later in our subsequent bulletin. I am Bernard Abekwatri, and that's your sport.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV, the Election Bureau. Kindly join the conversation with the hashtag #GhanaPolls2024. My name is Hawa Idris Mustafa. Many thanks for your company.
Today we celebrate the rich diversity of African fashion and innovative designers, blending tradition with a modern flair to create captivating styles that resonate worldwide. Join me as we explore 5 outstanding designers in Africa to look out for. I'm Palisa Dembe and you're watching Afrimax. Get ready, fashionistas worldwide. McBride's Kavari is bringing a new voice and style with his Namibian Herrera dresses, shaking up the fashion scene.
Ching ching. Cheers. Hi, my name is McBride Kavari, a Namibian fashion designer. My dream and passion is to take our beautiful hero dress to international catwalk.
It is wedding season in Namibia, but it wouldn't be a proper Namibian wedding without McBride Kavari. He is the icon of Herero fashion, putting his unique spin on the traditional dress known as the horokova. The floor-sweeping hemlines, puffy sleeves and petticoats are unmistakably Victorian. It was German missionaries who first ordered Herero women to wear these styles. But these bold dresses soon became a point of pride for the Herero people. They added their own special touches like colorful printed fabrics and headgear resembling the horns of cattle. And so, they turned the humiliation into a triumph. Kavari continues this tradition with a modern twist.
The sleeves are a bit modern, just to make the young lady feel comfortable and also free. So, and also coming to the skirt underneath, it's flare, just to give a beautiful young lady a flexibility of movement, you know.
The Herero woman used to wear these dresses every day, but now the horokova is saved for special occasions like weddings and funerals. So it's no surprise that Herero gatherings double as a fashion show of sorts.
It gives you this connection to culture, but at the same time, he modernizes it, and then you really feel like you own your culture.
Kavari's fashion is on trend. His modern Herero dresses have graced catwalks across the continent and Europe. He even dressed Miss Namibia for the Miss Universe competition. But Kavari is no stranger to controversy. From gowns which are too revealing to colors that are too bright, some people think his designs are insensitive to the history of the Herero people.
Later on, they got to appreciate it, and both parties, the elders and the youth, also decided to. They came to a point of realizing that no, this person is trying to keep the culture alive.
Kavari grew up in Windhoek and has always been a fashionista. When he was 13, his mom bought him his first sewing machine. By 16, he had already booked his first international fashion show featuring Herero dresses.
So it tells more about me. It's like it has been my mark now as a Herero young designer. Yeah.
Now, more and more designers are taking inspiration from Kavari's lookbook, but only self-respecting Namibians wear an original Kavari. A single dress costs around 200 euros, depending on the fabrics.
Oh wow, beautiful. Let me take a picture.
The traditional Herero horokova tells a tale of 100 years of oppression, but also one of resilience, redemption, self-determination and identity. And passionate young designers like McBride Kavari are making sure that these stories will be passed down to future generations.
Absolutely stunning. I wonder if those Herero dresses would fit me. The House of Zandria's All Shades of Beautiful initiative was launched in 2021 in Malawi. It invites everyone to feel included and beautiful on the runway, regardless of their background.
Malawian fashion house, House of Zandria, is breaking an unspoken rule that still pervades the fashion industry today. Differently abled and beautiful cannot coexist.
So the gap that has always been there in the fashion industry was people wouldn't trust a person that has a disability to be able to produce something. They wouldn't feel or think they're beautiful enough to become a model. We have a fashion designer that used to say back then she would make something nice and make it maybe for a relative, and when that relative goes somewhere and people compliment her and she says, well, I have this designer, and when people come and see her and see that she has a disability, they will change their mind and think, there's no way this one can produce something right. But because of having All Shades of Beautiful and showcasing the work that those people have done, it has built a trust and a belief that even persons with disabilities can be in fashion, they can be trusted as fashion designers, and they can work also as models and parade on the runway.
To be differently abled remains a blind spot in fashion's diversity agenda. Even globally, the absence of differently abled models or designers is so stark that inclusivity reports do not even feature a disability category. So how was it that in Malawi, an inclusive fashion initiative was born?
House of Zandria, apart from making high-end clothes, we also focus on bringing about social changes in fashion. So one of the ways we came up with to bring about social changes in fashion is All Shades of Beautiful initiative. So basically, All Shades of Beautiful is an initiative that is there to give a platform to fashion designers with and without disabilities to showcase their work and talents through the fashion show that we host annually.
To design for people who are differently abled, it has given me a lot of new ideas to work with them, like to know how to make designs that would perfectly fit them without the need of help from other people, because some people prefer privacy.
Malawi, like much of Africa, isn't a very inclusive society. People who are differently abled are often marginalized, either viewed with fear or hidden by their families. This makes this House of Zandria initiative all the more important.
For people to know me, it's all because of All Shades. I'm able to be known to people. One time I was able to showcase outside, that was in Portugal. And also after that, I was nominated for Shining Stars Africa Awards 2023. So lucky enough, I've won as Best Female Fashion Designer of the Year.
Creativity has no physical limitations, and initiatives like All Shades of Beautiful help to promote inclusive access and opportunities.
All Shades of Beautiful isn't a profit-making initiative. We just want to ensure that people in Malawi and also outside Malawi are able to ensure that we include people with disability in the fashion industry. Considering how most of the times whenever there's a runway show, we never see people with disabilities there.
Through All Shades of Beautiful, that's when House of Zandria started adaptive fashion. But if it wasn't for Shades of Beautiful, I don't think I would have even known what adaptive fashion was. So I think with the experience of All Shades of Beautiful, it's helped us to grow in a sense of how to run things, how to do things.
The whole idea of All Shades of Beautiful is that we should be able to work with foundations that take care of people with disability as well in Malawi, just to ensure that we put designers out there who have the talent, but they don't have the platform to showcase their talent. So there are times whenever we have sponsors that might sponsor us with fabrics, we do provide fabrics to the designers. Last year, we were able to provide machines to people with disabilities that were able to participate in All Shades. And on top of that, we have introduced a business incubation program where we're going to be in camps, training people with disabilities and also all designers who are able to participate in All Shades. The main aim of the business incubation program is that fashion designing shouldn't just be a passion, but we should be able to make money out of it.
The aim of All Shades of Beautiful is to build brands. We are helping fashion designers become entrepreneurs. So what we have been doing is finding markets for them, finding a way they can make money through their own ideas.
All Shades of Beautiful is putting a finger in the wound. Inclusion requires us to expand our philosophy of beauty and to radically redefine what it means to be beautiful.
What a beautiful initiative, both celebrating beautiful people and beautiful fashion. Bonono Merchants, an urban clothing brand from Lesotho, weaves tradition and modernity in every item, reclaiming its cultural heritage with its innovative designs.
This fashion collective is taking control of their cultural heritage by designing modern streetwear while reclaiming ownership of cultural items like the traditional Basotho blanket.
How can we call them Basotho blankets when they are not made in this beautiful mountains of Lesotho. We have to be able to own the narrative from design to production to the raw material, use cases, as well as the economic opportunities that comes with it.
The beautiful blanket wearers, is a term that has often been used in reference to Basotho. The humble blanket made its transition from bed covering to fashion item when King Moshoeshoe first received one as a gift from the first British missionaries who settled in the country that was then Basotho land. The popular Moshoeshoe fabric was first printed and exported from Germany.
Bonono in Sesotho is a sort of an umbrella term for the arts. Bonono Machines is a platform that we want to use to communicate stories from Lesotho told by Basotho. This we are doing using art through the medium of fashion. We have fairly a thriving textile and garment industry in Lesotho, but we can't say the same about the fashion industry, especially local participation. So we identify that as a void that needs to be tackled.
Initially, Chere Mongangane and his partners set up a huge factory from where they managed their entire production chain. However, in 2017, they realized they needed a drastic change.
That's when we started developing a model that can work, something sort of a mix of a lean and agile model. And this is totally based on our traditional or cultural values. We have a model called Letsema. This is more like a crowdfunding where people come together, they contribute towards a task and accomplish it together.
Decentralization of their production has meant that Chere Mongangane was able to focus on styling and logistics while spreading skills and giving opportunities to a greater number of smaller local artisans and crafters.
We took the same model and said, okay, now we want to develop, for instance, a blanket. There's someone who specializes in design, textile, and printing. There's someone who's a professional in graphic design, where we develop the patterns. There's someone who is a professional in stitching together. So we take these three professionals and put them together to develop a blanket.
We can print for any use a client wants to use. We currently work very closely with Bonono, printing mainly what we call all over or large format print for them. They bring patterns, they bring designs, we bring the technical skills of printing.
We produce many different types of garments. We work like brothers, partners, I don't know what to call, but I think we've got that thing. Working with them has helped us a lot. You know, those guys, they've got something that I needed. Working with them have improved my work.
So it means if we sell 10 blankets, we sell 20 blankets. Each one of these professionals is able to benefit from that. And that way, I mean, there's no limit to what we can do. Who is out there telling Basotho stories? This we do through some of the products that we develop. We have, for instance, something like this. This is a scarf. We call it Legacies of Mantsoba. She was a prophet, rainmaker, I would say also a fighter. So we say she was able to wear many crowns. So when we sell you this product, which is a scarf, it goes along with the story.
As more Africans across the diaspora engage on issues around their identity, the efforts of creatives like Chere Mongangane towards reappropriating their culture is going to have an indelible mark on future generations.
African fashion is mainly rooted in our cultures. And that's something that cannot be copied. Of course, there's been a lot of appropriation of our cultural identities, but these are some of the things that can only be told by Africans.
Absolutely stunning, coming straight out of Lesotho. Head wrapping, known as gili in Nigeria, involves skillfully tying colorful fabrics to the head in elaborate fashions. It's more than just a fashion statement, but it symbolizes cultural pride and femininity. Let's take a look.
Gili tying is an art. Every pleat, every fold, and every mold is a style. Just like when you sing, you dance, and you write, you are limitless when it comes to expressing your art and yourself. And that's the same way it is for me.
The history and art of head wraps is an ancient old tradition. In West Africa, head wraps known as gili are worn for various special occasions, from weddings to burials and any other type of celebration. Gili are traditionally made from heavy or stiff fabric that is molded and pleated into stylish shape and size. Recently, gili has had a facelift. Types of gili are made from various fabrics including ashoke, some hand-painted, beaded with Swarovskis and beautiful sequins. Tolu Ademola is one of the beauty professionals taking this art to another level.
When it comes to gili tying, there are two major materials to consider, and one is the paper material. It makes noise. Whenever you're holding it, it's always making noise. And the other one is the ashoke material. This is like a cloth-like material, right? It makes less noise. However, the similarity is that they both share the same length, right? The length you find here is the same length you'll find with this material. The difference is in the form or the variation of the style that you can create with them. My first encounter with gili tying, I would say it was a few years after secondary school, waiting for admission into university, and I learned how to make hair first. You know, my zeal for the beauty industry, for beautifying a woman made me delve into makeup. You know, so while doing makeup, I also saw that, oh, there's more to this. Then I decided to take a trip to Warri, Delta State, to learn how to make gili, how to tie gili. You know, it was a 1 or 2 day trip, but it was like the biggest decision of my life, you know, and here I am. So right here with me is a 72 inches length. Now, how do I know this is 72 inches without using a tape rule? There are two ways to know. The first way is to use your arm length. So this, extending my hand forward from the center of my chest all the way, this is a 1 yard length, right? Now, 1 yard is 36 inches. Now, the two together is 72 inches. So this is how I know 2 yards length. While growing up, there was no design. It was just a one way, anyone could do anything. So right now, there are different forms, you know, variations to gili tying now. So this is a round pleated auto gili. So this is another variation. This has a knot in the middle. So this is very easy to tie. So what happens is you're just going to wear it on your head, and then there's a Velcro here to help you work on the stiffness on the head. So it's very simple. You're just going to wear it on the head. The definition of consistency, looking at me, looking at my story, where I've been and what I've been through, will tell you that regardless of how people mock you, persistence pays, consistency pays. For me, tying is beyond just tying just a regular hair wrap. It's beyond just wrapping something around your head. It is more like creating an art. And the way you walk into a store to buy an art piece, is the same way you should walk into a gele center to get your gele crafted on your head, and I am an example that you can be a normal and a regular person and still create a masterpiece.
I would love to learn the art of head wrapping, so precise and so elegant. Now let's embrace a new style and groove as we dive into the vibrant beats of Congo's Liputa Swaga band. Enjoy.
My brand is called Liputa Swaga because my brand is based on the loincloth. I am 100% Afrofuturist. Liputa in Lingala means loincloth and Swaga means fashion. I chose this name because in 2012 I wore a very fashionable dress that made a buzz on Facebook. I didn't have Instagram back then. I wrote Liputa Swaga and everyone liked the name. So I knew I'd give the same name to my brand. I was born and raised in Congo, in Brazzaville, in Mukondo. I left Congo when I was 17 and lived in France for 15 years.
Mais en tout cas, mes créations principalement ne sont campagne. Donc c'était une façon pour moi de rester.
My creations are usually made of loincloth. It connects me to my continent and really supports my African identity. At first, there were stage outfits because I am a singer. I say to myself, I want to make something that no one else will wear and then display it in a museum. I want to redefine the La Sap culture, the society of elegant and well-dressed people. Today, my dream is coming true, little by little.
Liputa
Swaga was born, I always make this clear, in the spirit of rebellion. I didn't want to be boxed in and was psychologically ready for people to reject my ideas. I consider myself an Afrofuturist designer. If we are talking about Africa, then it's Africa which ultimately inspires me. Bazin cloth inspires me. Senegal, Mali, I love the way they dress. Liputa Swaga is worn for the world. I hope to take it as far as possible and become a showcase for Africa. There are several definitions of success. My definition isn't the same as others. Everyone has their own limits and objectives, but it's necessary to work and persevere. Don't be afraid of obstacles, don't be afraid of difficulties, because there's no shortage of those. But you need to have faith in what you do. That's super important.
Mais il faut que les gens aient déjà la foi en plus en ce qu'ils font. Ça, c'est super important.
I hope you enjoyed our fashionable show today. Please do hit us up on our social media platforms for more information. But until next time, goodbye.
This festive season, it's time to go big and go loud, because with GoTV, Bronya City. From match days and movie days to local stories, big little adventures.
Really?
It's unmatched entertainment for the whole family.
Yes.
GoTV brings the joy anytime, anywhere. Get your festive season sorted. Get GoTV.
Hello again, and thank you for staying with us here on Channel 1 TV. Shortly, we're taking you to the Tema Harbor, where the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is expected to inaugurate the Tema Impakadan High Rail Line. Now, he would also commission the newly acquired trains for that particular rail line. Now, let's go live to the Tema Harbor, where my colleague Philip Nilate is standing by.
Yeah, Howard, so thank you. So, short, you can see the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who just arrived at the railhead located close to the Tema Harbor to commission or inaugurate the Tema Impakadan Standard Gauge Railway Line and the diesel multiple unit trains. This particular project is from the Greater Accra region to the Eastern region as part of the Ghana-Burkina Faso connectivity to easy and motorists or individuals who are commuting from the Greater Accra region to the Eastern region. This is first session of the Ghana-Burkina Faso interconnectivity project, like I stated earlier. So the president just arrived not long ago, and he's taking his position, all geared up for this particular project to be inaugurated. National anthem that everyone is observing right now. On the days, you can see the regional, that is the Railways Minister, Peter Amewu. You can see the Eastern Regional Minister also there, Seth Champon. Also, the former Railways Minister is also on the days, Joe Garte. Again, the Tema Mayor, Johan Ashite, is also on the days, among other dignitaries, all poised for the inaugural ceremony or to inaugurate the Tema Impakadan railway line and the two diesel motor Tema Impakadan Road, rather the Tema Impakadan railway line, and this is expected to ease mobility in the Greater Accra region, specifically from the to Impakadan to the Eastern region, and it tells you that this is what the government is trying to put in place to go and ensure that things work properly in country. However, this is what's at the railway or the railhead. The harbor where the Greater the has arrived. This the or ground this particular project in Impakadan railway line, and also
to Colony, Ashanti, and the Northern Territory. They entered with a sole ambition to further their economies. In doing so, they started with the construction of the Gold Coast and government seat of Accra, which Kumasi was commenced and completed in 1923, making the railway 362 miles in 1923. The Takoradi Harbour was opened with enabling exploitation of manganese, cocoa, gold, timber, and other natural resources, which was privately contracted. The whole Gold Coast Railway was built by the government department. The company headquarters were in Sekondi initially, but then moved to Takoradi in 1928 after the construction of the harbour. The railway was built using 16,000 native Africans, 12,000 of whom were Nigerians. After the Gold Coast government appealed to neighboring colonies for labor, in addition, they added locomotives and rolling stock at the time. The main stations were Accra, Manguase, Sekondi, Takwa Obuasi, Takoradi, and Kumasi. Since independence, very little or close to nothing has been done to advance the cause of the railway sector. In 2017, when he took the high office of Ghana, he made a promise to invest hugely in the railway sector to change the Georgesburg economy into a more industrialized economy. Today, we have gathered here in fulfillment of the president's promise to inject a lot of capital into the railway sector to facilitate trade and build Ghana's economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the grand commissioning of the Tema in Pakadan standard gauge railway line and the diesel multiple unit train here in Tema. Without wasting much time, we'll go straight to the program and invite to the podium the very Reverend Holalikpo from the Full Gospel Church International in Tema to usher us into a prayer as we begin this program. Let's welcome Reverend Holalikpo.
Thank you. Today I will say, let all come and see what the Lord has done through our president and his able team for this wonderful project we are seeing today. Amen. Let's rise on our feet and share a word of prayer. When you read Proverbs chapter 16 verse 3, he said, commit whatever you do into God's hands and you will see success at the end of the day. Father, this day we want to say thank you for the wisdom, the strength, and the health you have given unto the president, his able team, and the men who worked on this beautiful project. As we gathered here to commission this project, we ask for your presence, your peace, and your protection. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend, for the opening prayer. As tradition demands, we will do a pouring of libation, and it's going to be done by the Tema Sakumo Wulomo Numo Ashiboy Kofi II. Pouring of libation by Numo Ashiboy Kofi II.
Ago chama kenyame. Ago chama kenyame. Nume ba shosha woy.
Ago chama kenyame. Akago twa manyaba ofon be afa ekomi twa manyaba mene soa ni masoa na masoa e ata na nyi choja mbokwa mge ngasase afia ata won chombo dan yi shiwa bodan shone na wona ko kan chombo kenken nojo no nojo hwe nojo ma ata mro chombo je fon na yi shi mene ji gbedi mbo jo simo nojo ko jo mene gbene so be ne numo ne ne won ne fe mu shi nojo ewo won unu e cannot niya o o rado ko mene fta ofen o la be lai on pa fa o chamega wonye me ameti bia obe mi ameka de bia awon be mene sani abatun ne keketeke ne ga wo me ni ga ba tun ni ndi ni je mo
this election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies. So
the many get about you to our way there. Again, Ghana. Oh, no, no, about you. I get you, ni Ghana. Ketawa mamu kejile mife anaise ejaka tuna anaise pe beba na keba benja kese no kwakwa ebai agwele mafia mode ba bi egende komeba wakani jenwa ilile meni bana ma sheke unwe akama fita woyi konu otu ne defefo obona imbeso ba nu ekowe
ambition to seek the face of the gods of our land, to tighten our seat belts and buckle up for the start of the program. President, I will take the opportunity to introduce Nime and Name gathered here. I will introduce to you some dignitaries from our partners and dignitaries from government, and then we shall proceed accordingly. Present in our midst is the Chief of Afenya, who is the president of the Afenya Traditional Council and his entourage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge Nene Tete Afutu III, Chief of Afenya, and his entourage. The Menya Kuno of Menya Krobo is represented by Jasiche Babite Kwao II. He came with his entourage. Let's acknowledge them. Can do it better. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst the Amankrado and acting president of the Tema Traditional Council, Ni Adote Agbu II. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me take the opportunity to also introduce to you the manager of this beautiful edifice that we are here to commission. Mr. Divine Okutu is the general manager for the Tema in Pakadan Railway. I introduce to you the Deputy Managing Director, Administration and Operations, Ghana Railway Company Limited, Mr. Roger Anipa. Engineer Dr. Michael Eje Anyete is the Managing Director of the Ghana Railway Company Limited. I introduce to you Mrs. Susan Delali Akosia Kuju, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Railway Development Authority. Messiah Owusu is the Chief Executive. Give it out to them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Director, Ministry of Railway Development, is Mr. Desmond Boatin. He's been instrumental in the organization of this program. Let's welcome him. I introduce to you once again the Deputy Minister and MP for Asante Achim South constituency in the Ashanti region. Is the Deputy Minister for Ministry of Railway Development, the Honorable Kwekwa Asante Boatin. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, The Tema in Pakadan rail line passes through some other region apart from the Greater Accra region. We have representatives of the region as the present representatives in those regions. I introduce to you the Volta Regional Minister, Honorable Archibald Yaolecha. My regional minister and a brother, the Eastern Regional Minister, the Honorable Seth Kwame Champon, is also here with us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to introduce to you people, high-ranking officers on the high table. Let me proceed and introduce to you the Honorable Oboshisai Kofi, Presidential Advisor on Media and Communication. You're welcome, madam. I introduce to you Mr. Kupus Wani, Director of Finance, SP Group. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you once again the Vice President of AFCON's Infrastructure Limited, UV Singh. We are honored to have in our midst the India High Commissioner to Ghana, His Excellency Manish Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railway Ministry has seen a lot of improvement under the presidency of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. A former minister in charge of the railway development and a member of parliament for Esikado constituency, Esikado Keten constituency, the Honorable Joe Gate is also here with us. Let's welcome him. He's been very instrumental in the development of the railway and where we have come so far. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the dynamic member of parliament and the minister in charge of railway development, under whose leadership we are all gathered here, is the Honorable John Peter Amewu. Let's welcome him. Thank you. Since 2008, from 2007 when he showed up to take the mantle of the High Office of Ghana, he has been consistent in whatever he says. He's been talking about the fact that Ghana, since independence, has run the Georgesburg economy, and he promised to change the fortunes of the Ghanaian economy, focusing on industrialization. And a key role or a key facilitator of industrialization is the transport system that we use in commuting to the various industrial hubs and the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Welcome, sir. God bless you. Thank you. Niman, at this juncture, I'll crave your indulgence. We shall receive a welcome statement by our host mayor, the mayor. Let's welcome to the podium the mayor of Tema, the Honorable Yohani Ama Ashiti.
Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana, the Minister of Railway Development, and MP for Hohoi constituency, Honorable John Peter Amewu, and Ministers of State, the Indian High Commissioner to Ghana, His Excellency Manish Gupta, the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, Honorable Seth Achampon, Eastern Regional Minister, Mr. Kupus Wani, Director, Mr. Yove Sang, Executive Vice President of Afcons Infrastructure Limited, Mr. Yawowusu, CEO of Ghana Railway Development Authority, Ne Ajete Agbo II, the Tama Mankralo, and the Acting President of the Tama Traditional Council, and all my river chiefs here today. The Janse Chekabute Kwao III, representing Nesagete II, the Kono of the Manya Krobo, the President of the Eastern Regional House of Chiefs, Nime Name, Engineer Dr. Michael Ajay Anyetai, the MD, and then all ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I bring you warm greetings from the Honorable Regional Minister of Greater Accra, the Honorable Daniel Kwatetatos Glover, who could not be with us today, and I've asked his speech to be delivered by myself. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on this momentous occasion as we officially commission the Tema Impakadang Standard Gauge Railway Line and diesel multiple unit trains. Today marks a significant milestone in Ghana's journey towards infrastructure and economic transformation. This project therefore represents the government's unwavering commitment to revitalizing the railway sector, which has long been a vital backbone of industrial growth and national development. It is without doubt that this administration, under the able leadership of His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, has witnessed empowered investment in railway infrastructure more than any other administration since independence. The Tema Impakadang Standard Gauge Railway Line is the first of its kind in the country and forms part of the broader vision to enhance our transport sector, making it more efficient and interconnected. By linking Tema Harbour to the northern regions, the project would ease the movement of goods, promote trade, and significantly reduce the cost of doing business. As you all may be aware, this project is not just a standalone project, but an integral component of a larger initiative, the Ghana-Burkina Faso Railway Interconnectivity Project. As part of a 1,000-kilometer rail network, it will connect the port of Tema to Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso, fostering stronger ties with our neighbors and enhancing regional economic integration. His Excellency, this railway project reflects the strategic intent of the government to develop multimodal transport systems that improve connectivity, efficiency, and sustainability. The introduction of diesel multiple unit trains add another layer of convenience, ensuring safer and faster passenger services. As we inaugurate this transformational project, we also acknowledge the hard work and dedication of all stakeholders, government agencies, contractors, financiers, development partners, and the communities along the route whose collective efforts have made this day possible. Your Excellency, as I continue to reiterate, at all the projects I have joined you to commission in the Greater Accra region, we, the people of the region, are most grateful for the numerous infrastructure projects you have delivered. As an indigene of Tema, I know how dear this project is to my people, given the economic benefits associated with it. In conclusion, let us all embrace these opportunities this railway offers. It is a gateway to economic empowerment, regional trade expansion, and enhanced mobility for our people. Together we can ensure that this investment yields long-term benefits for Ghana and beyond. On this note, I once again welcome you all to this historic event. Thank you for your presence, and may this commissioning mark the beginning of even greater achievement in our railway sector. Thank you, and may the good Lord bless us all. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mayor of Tema, the Honorable Yohani Ama Ashite. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as tradition demands, once we've been welcomed by the government representative, we shall take a remark from the Tema Traditional Council, and this remarks is going to be delivered by the spokesperson of the Traditional Council, Ni Shipi Ama. Let's welcome the spokesperson of the Tema Traditional Council, Ni Shipi Ama. Please, we can do it better in welcome as we welcome Ni.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Honorable Minister for Railways Development, Honorable Peter Amewu, Honorable Greater Accra Regional Minister, who is not here with us, other Ministers for State, Tema Metropolitan Chief Executive, Honorable Ni Amashite, Director General GPHA, Mr. Michael Luguje, Management and Board of the Railways Ministry, Name, Name, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the chiefs and people of Tema and other Nime here present, I wish to express our sincerest gratitude for the opportunity granted us to be part of this memorable occasion. Indeed, we are full of praises to government in their vision to create the enabling environment that will guarantee free flow of people, goods, and services to and through the harbour. We don't know that lately, Tema Harbour is not serving Ghana alone, but a few neighboring countries in the sub-region. With the harbour expansion, which has increased the volume of cargo handling in the harbour, one could imagine how chaotic the situation would have been if transportation, a very vital tool in this regard, is not given the needed attention it deserves. To the extent that government has been able to read through this and seen the need and wisdom to develop the railway sector, is an indication of a preparedness to make the best out of the harbour. More so when it has become a facility in use by sister countries in the sub-region. Your Excellency, we wish to seize this opportunity to renew our appeal once more to you to consider our plea for a sea defense at Awudun in Tema Newtown to forestall any serious catastrophe. We do recall that prior to the commencement of the harbour expansion program, we had cause to warn that by experience, one of the negative effects of the existing harbour is that the increase in tidal waves has consumed over 40 houses, and that the likelihood of a further increase in these waves leading to a submerging of more houses was imminent. A lot of theories were propounded to allay our fears, but what do we see today? We have been vindicated. More houses are on the verge of collapse or being submerged in the sea. A major road cannot survive the ensuing year if nothing is done as a matter of urgency. Your Excellency, it will be recalled that in an earlier plea as regards the negative impact on the indigenes as a result of the intended transformation of Tema from a small fishing village to an industrial hub of Ghana, its negative impact on the people vis-a-vis the loss of our stolen lands, which resulted in our resettlement, in which case we painfully had to lose our ancestral home. Your Excellency, our greatest worry is that dwelling places for our children is becoming imminently impossible because we are caged between the sea and the industries to the extent that currently plots meant for residential homes are being turned into industrial plots. Further, a chunk of our land that has not been yet utilized for the benefit of all are being sold instead of reverting same to the store. Our fear is that in the not too distant future, we have no choice than to park ourselves in the small corner in the whole of Tema enclave. These are the social effects on the indigenes of Tema. Your Excellency, economically, the people of Tema used to be farmers and fishermen. Our farmlands our farmers were thrown out of business to make way for industries. One would have thought that to atone for this, at least, measures would have been taken in place to ensure that a quota of job opportunities so created will have been reserved for the stool. Nothing of such happened. In the circumstance, a greater percentage of our youth are jobless. Your Excellency, in any case, if our farmlands were available, we would have gone into farming, but that is not the case. Your Excellency, this has been brought to the notice of successive governments. It is therefore regrettable that this plight of ours has not touched the hearts of any government. Therefore, we continue to be hoping against hope. Your Excellency, we hope that despite your limited days in office, we can confidently say that you can do something about this before you leave office, if you so desire. This is our humble prayer, Your Excellency. As we close in on the elections, it is our belief that all the necessary measures have been put in place to ensure a peaceful and fair elections. We implore on all political actors to conduct themselves in a manner that will not jeopardize the peace being enjoyed in the country since Ghana attained independence. Your Excellency, may you live long, may NPP live longer, and may Ghana live forever. Thank you very much.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Your Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Honorable Minister of States, Your Excellency High Commissioner of India to Ghana, Honorable Member of Parliament, Chief Directors, Chief Executives and Heads of Ministries, Department and Agencies present here, Traditional Authorities, all stakeholders present here, our friends from media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my heartiest thanks to everybody present here and giving me an opportunity to share my memories associated with the project. This mega project we started in 2017, and right from the day one, as Afghanians, we were determined to complete this project not by default but by design. So we were fully involved wholeheartedly, and this dream became success not only because of our efforts which we put, but certainly love, affection and support we received from everybody, from every community, from every person here in Ghana. And over a time, this place became our home away from home. Thank you very much, everybody, for giving us such a tremendous support so that we could complete and turn our dream into reality today. Just taking few minutes, I will tell the brief details and quantum involved in this project so that everybody can appreciate. It was not a small job. Total cuttings we did were about 2.8 million cubic meter, out of which 2 million cubic meter were in the hard rock. Filling we did about to the tune of 5 million cubic meter. We have built total 176 structures along the track, out of which 137 were the culverts. We built 11 road overpasses, 24 road underpasses, 3 big bridges and 1 very fantastic and memorable structure, that is bridge across Volta. Total track length 112 km. For laying this track, we produced all the required concrete sleeper here only, and we feel proud to claim that we are the first one to produce concrete sleeper in Ghana. We laid 45 turnouts, and for your information, the turnout sleepers are very precise, and we took this challenge on hand, and the turnout sleepers which were required for 45 turnouts were also produced here only in Ghana. Total concrete which we consumed in completion of project is 165,000 cubic meter. Total steel which gone into concrete is to the tune of 11,000 metric ton. We built 6 new stations. We refurbished existing 2 stations, and in addition to that, seeing the requirement of the people, although was not in our original scope, we built 2 more passenger platforms recently so that more people can avail the facility. We have built 2 railheads, one here at Tema where we are holding the function, other one is at Pakadam for loading and unloading of containers which are bound to go to the northern area, landlocked countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, etc. We have built up a beautiful maintenance facility in Tema which equips everything right from wheel lathe to paint shop, all kind of a gantries and jack to lift the coaches and do its maintenance, fueling station, and all kind of a maintenance equipments are also available there to keep the maintenance healthy and easy going process. Total 8 number of level crossings are also constructed to facilitate the people who are staying by the side of the track and connecting the communities. So it was a great job, and certainly the bridge which we built across River Volta is one of the iconic bridge. You would like to hear that the piles which we installed there for making the bridge are the raker piles. Its dia is 1.6 meter and length is about 78 meter. This is the globally largest raker pile which ever done over the globe, and we are going to record it in the Guinness Book. Once again, thank you each and everyone for your tremendous. I really have heartfelt gratitude to everybody, including His Excellency, for giving their support at every time so that this project is seeing the day of light today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, UV Singh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are far behind time, so we'll run through accordingly. Let me introduce to you the board chairman of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, Dr. Martin Amogri Ayanore. I introduce to you once again Madame Elizabeth Ohene, former Minister of State. She's also here with us. At this juncture, dear men and women, I shall invite to the podium the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, Mr. Yao Owusu, to address us. Let's welcome the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Nananom traditional leaders, Your Excellency, the High Commission of India to Ghana, Honorable Minister of Railway Development, Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, the clergy, the Chief Imam, Chief Executives, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Today is the dawning of good things to come to the railway sector in Ghana. courtesy of Your Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. It is therefore only befitting to celebrate this day not only to commission the new railway line and the 2 diesel multiple units, but to honor His Excellency's visionary and transformational legacy of revamping the railway sector in Ghana since 2017. It is well known that no nation can industrialize without railway system. The 97-kilometer Tema-Mpakadan railway line was an engineering, procurement, and construction project, EPC project. The project broke ground for construction in July of 2018, and if not for COVID-19 and other unforeseen challenges, the project would have completed a couple of years earlier. The government agency responsible for the oversight of the project was the Ghana Railway Development Authority, GRDA, under the auspices of the Ministry of Railway Development. The contractor, Afcons Infrastructure of India, in conjunction with the Indian Exim Bank, who provided approximately $447 million credit facility, has done a tremendous job to get us to where we are today, to adore this brand new, magnificent railway line. I also like to acknowledge Team Engineering of Italy, who provided consulting services in the form of contractors, design vetting, and the construction supervision on behalf of the client. One of the highlights of the project, as has been mentioned before, is the beautiful historic 300-meter century bridge over the Volta Lake. Other facilities have already been mentioned, including the 8 stations at Adome, Pong, Donyumu Kodiabe, Shai Hills, Afienya, Ashaman, Tema Industrial Area, and Tema Port, as well as 2 rail heads at Mpakadan and the Tema Harbor. This is where we are now. All stations have sufficient parking space to accommodate park and ride. Additionally, an operating control center to monitor the movement of trains on the line and the maintenance facility have been constructed. The 2 DMUs were manufactured by PESA Corporation of Poland and were procured by VOB Corporation for the government of Ghana. Each of the ultra-modern trains is fully air-conditioned with 2-tier comfortable seating arrangement for first class and economy class. The trains are also fitted with other amenities such as toilets, Wi-Fi on demand, and passengers will also be able to purchase tickets online in due course. As part of the project execution, a 70-kilometer stretch of land and properties were acquired through the executive instrument modalities. In collaboration with the Lands Commission, project-affected persons and owners of the land and properties have received compensation with few outstanding claims. One of the key strategies of the Tema-Mpakadan line project was to build intermodal transport system to link Tema Port to the Mpakadan port, transport so that imported goods in containers will be loaded onto trains and transferred from the trains onto barges at the Mpakadan port to be ferried to the ports in the northern part of Ghana and subsequently transported on train and by road to neighboring countries of Burkina Faso and Niger. One might ask, what are the other benefits to the immediate communities and the country as a whole? Traditionally, railway lines are built in anticipation of demographic and economic growth. I would therefore invite business communities to take advantage of this incredible and viable project. For example, real estate developers can build residential properties to decongest other parts of Greater Accra. Other business opportunities include, but not limited to, the construction of factories for manufacturing activities and bonded warehouse along the line to decongest the Tema Port. The development of the railway network throughout the world is extremely capital intensive, and the NPP administration, under the able leadership of Your Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and Your Excellency, his Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, have committed stupendous amount of resources and efforts to ensure Ghana joins other nations in Africa with modernized railway system. Typically, railway track has a lifespan of 100 years if it is well maintained and protected. I'm therefore making a clarion call to citizens, security agents, and especially the community in the proximity of the Tema-Mpakadan line to be vigilant to protect such a huge investment and valuable asset for the future generations. In my closing remarks, the Tema-Mpakadan line is part of the government's bigger plan to construct approximately 4,000 railway lines across the country, touching all the 16 regions, per the latest master plan. To fulfill this agenda and sustain the progress made so far, I humbly plead with the good people of Ghana to vote massively for Your Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, on December 7th. To ensure and guarantee that the visionary flames of Your Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, will continue to burn unabatedly to make Ghana a significant industry leader in the railway sector in West Africa and beyond. Yes, it is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive Officer, Ghana Railway Development Authority. The take-home point is that government has invested hugely in the railway sector, and if you want a continuation of what has been done, it has been said to you. Ensure that the Vice President takes over from the President. Let's give it up to the Chief Executive once again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll run through the program quickly. We don't have time. I introduce you once again. Let's acknowledge Mr. Daniel Ajogle, Board Chairman of the Ghana Railway Company Limited, is here with us. At this juncture, I will invite here the Indian High Commissioner to Ghana, His Excellency Manish Gupta, to address us. Welcome, Your Excellency. Namaste.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar and Akwaba. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Honorable Minister for Railway Development, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Regional Minister for Eastern Region, distinguished members of Parliament, Mayor of Tema, senior officials, traditional authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and privilege for me to join you on this momentous occasion. Today, we all witness a historic moment, the commissioning of the Tema-Mpakadan railway line and the launch of diesel multiple units. It's an important milestone in the history of Ghana since independence, and also a proud symbol of India-Ghana development partnership. On this occasion, I convey the warm wishes and congratulations to Your Excellency and people of Ghana on behalf of the government and people of India. Your Excellency, you are a great visionary who have strived hard in rapidly advancing the infrastructure of Ghana that will place the country on road to rapid economic progress. I express my deep appreciation to you, to your government, for realization of this flagship project. India has been a long-standing partner in Ghana's developmental journey. We remain steadfast in our commitment towards the country's economic development. To put in perspective, Indian companies have invested nearly $2 billion US, about $1 billion in lines of credit, buyer's credit, during the last 2 decades. India is among the leading trade partners and source of foreign direct investment in this country. The commissioning of this important railway line, in fact, is the single largest project implemented under the government-to-government development partnership in Ghana. We are proud of it. It is also a testament of India's commitment for close cooperation within the Global South. It is facilitated under the aegis of the Exim Bank of India and implemented by Messrs. Afcons Infrastructure Limited, the parent company Shapoorji Pallonji Limited, These companies have a sterling proven track record in India in rolling out world-class road and rail infrastructure and around the world. I'm really happy that very senior representation from these companies, from AFCONS, from Shapurji Palanji, from Exim Bank is today represented over here. The 97-kilometer long railway line has several unique features that we all have heard. I must say, this is a marvelous feat for rail engineering, especially the Sanchi River Bridge. It brings modern rail technology and has a unique combination also. We have a project consultant from Italy. The implementing agency, the executing agency is from India, and the rolling stock that has come from Poland. And that too under the overall direction of the Ministry of Railways. Ladies and gentlemen, the commissioning of the railway line today and the launch of DMUs, I am confident, will reshape Ghana's transportation landscape. It will enhance economic integration and regional connectivity and make the country a transportation hub for the sub-region. And rail projects, by their very nature, are energy efficient and environment friendly. This project will contribute towards reduction in carbon emissions and eventually an end-to-end sustainable transportation system in Ghana. The multimodal connectivity system that is envisaged to build upon this infrastructure will have a transformational impact also in the wider region too. It will play a catalytic role in realization of region's full economic potential and job creation opportunities. With swift and expedited access to neighboring Burkina Faso and beyond, it will bring higher efficiencies in transportation of goods and services. As I conclude, I extend my warmest felicitations to everyone who is present here today, and especially to those who have been very closely associated with this project since 2017. My best wishes to everyone here on this occasion. Long live Ghana, long live India-Ghana friendship and partnership. Thank you. Namaskar.
Please, you can do it better for the High Commissioner, Your Excellency. Namaste. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, established in February 2017, the Ministry of Railway Development is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring the rapid development of a modern rail network and associated infrastructure in Ghana. The ministry is also mandated to ensure the formulation of policies, plans, and programs to guide the development of the rail transport sector for movement of passengers and goods, facilitate trade, and stimulate economic growth. Nime Name, the gentleman who is in charge of the Ministry of Railway Development, is a go-getter. He runs at where people walk and crawl and fall. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next person to address us is a member of Parliament for Hohoi and the Minister for Railway Development, Honorable John Peter Amewu. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Mr. President and the Commander-in-Chief of Ghana Armed Forces, the Regional Minister for Eastern Region, my very good friend, working for you, the Honorable Minister for Volta Region, Dr. Yao Lecha, my humble Deputy Minister, the Indian Ambassador High Commissioner to Ghana, the CEO of Ghana Railway Development Authority, the Managing Director of the Ghana Railway Company Limited, members of the construction company, AFCON Construction, Team Engineering, our consultant, Togbio, Nananum, Nime, Name, the clergy here present, all stakeholders, our friends in the media, it is my greatest pleasure and on this pleasant moment to welcome you all to this very completion of this historic infrastructure project in our dear nation, Ghana. the Tema Mpakadan standard gauge line is a landmark project that you have instituted. It gave birth by the government of the new Patriotic Party some 16 years ago under the leadership of His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor. And as pledged by you, Mr. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, this is one of the many legacy projects in the rail sector that you will be leaving behind as you complete your successful tenure of office and in readiness to hand over to the next president of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I know Ghanaians will give it to us for all this good thing we are doing. Thank you, thank you. Mr. President, the Tema Mpakadan rail line commenced in 20 Construction Limited with an amount of 447 million funding under the Exim Bank Credit Facility, secure and approved by the government of Ghana. Team Engineering, Mr. President, is our consultant from Italy. They supervise these projects on behalf of government and on behalf of the owners. The scope of the project involved the design and construction of over 97 kilometers of single standard gauge line from Tema to Mpakadan, consisting of formation in cutting and embankment, culverts, bridges for drainage, ballast beds, tracks, works, grade separation, road over bridge, road under bridge, passenger stations, buildings, and many ancillary facilities. Mr. President, other components of the project include railhead facility at Tema and Mpakadan, the maintenance yard equipment, freight yard, signaling and telecommunication, as well as 300 meters rail bridge over the Volta, the first of its kind in Africa. Mr. President, the magnificent rail bridge, which is the first of its kind in the sub-region and measures about 300 meters in length, located between Senchi and Old Accra, has been completed as part of this project. It is important to mention that as a result of the construction of the Senchi Bridge, a significant engineering achievement is being awarded from the Guinness Book of Records to give recognition to the world's deepest Reka Pile Bridge, which goes as deep as 76 meters below water level and further embedded in rock of length of greater than 10 meters. What this means is that this is the first of its kind in the world. And Mr. President, your infrastructure project for the first time is going into the Guinness Book of Records. We, the people of Ghana, are extremely excited for having been able to achieve this. Mr. President, a new road over bridge at Kpone-Dawhenya on the Tema-Akosombo Highway was also completed under the rail project in collaboration with the Ministry of Roads and Highways and Ghana Highway Authority. The road over bridge was commissioned by Mr. President and opened to traffic on 6 December 2022 during his tour of the Greater Accra region. Mr. President, the bridge has been designed and constructed as a 4-lane dual carriage road to accommodate the expansion of the Tema-Akosombo Highway, whose construction is currently underway by the government of Ghana. And these are your vision. The 6 new rail stations have also been completed as part of the project to facilitate the passenger movement along the corridor. The stations being fitted with modern facilities to enhance passenger comfort. Mr. President, the stations are located at the following points: Ashama Station, Kpone-Dawhenya Station, Shah Hill Station, Doyumo Kodiabo Station, Bo Station, and finally, Adomi Station. Mr. President, the current stations named along the line are in excess of 8, if we take into consideration the rehabilitations of the 2 stations here in Ashama. In addition 2 existing stations at Tema and the industrial area have also been retrofitted to make it as a modern station. Mr. President, it's interesting to note that this is the longest single rail project you have completed since independence. Other similar rail activities and infrastructure undertaken during your term, Mr. President, have also been implemented by your government since coming into office in 2017, include the Western Rail Line Development Project, which is being developed in sections and with connections of about 22 kilometer sections from Kojo-Krom, Manso, nearing completion of almost about 96%. The continuation of work on the section between the port of Tema and Takoradi and the Huni Valley, which is about 78 kilometers, Mr. President, is also on course. Furthermore, government is also financing the development of a new 6-kilometer standard gauge line in Kumasi between Edum and Kase as part of Western Line Development Project. Government, Mr. President, has since 2017 been investing in development of local capacity to maintain and sustain the rail system for the benefit of future generations. Following the upgrade of the old railway training school in Sekondi in 2020, the facility has since 2021 begun the academic year, providing training to over 1,000 youthful Ghanaians and other nations from and within the sub-region. The school now awards degrees and certificates to successful graduates through collaborative effort by the Ministry of Railway Development and the Ministry of Mines and Technology in Takwa. Mr. President, government has completed the upgrade of the old railway workshop complex at secondary Takoradi to strengthen the local capacity and repair and maintenance of the locomotives, wagon, coaches, and other ancillary rail equipment to efficiently operate in and within the area. The vision is to modernize and equip the facility for it to become a one-stop workshop to service the rail, mining, petroleum, agriculture, and other ancillary industry within Ghana. All the 7 workshops at the facility, including the storehouses, have been refurbished with the funding provided by government and currently being used for the maintenance and fabrication work by the Ghana Railway Company. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I bring my statement to end, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the various stakeholders whose support throughout the implementation of this phase of the project have contributed successfully to the first ever standard gauge rail line in this country under the leadership of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. As for the first time in the history of this country, government has procured 2 brand new modern diesel multiple units known as DMU units, trains which are going to be used to commence passenger rail operation, which will lead to a significant reduction in the travel time from currently about 3 hours to under 1 hour from Akosombo through Afienya to Tema. Our appreciation also goes to our traditional authorities, project affected persons, the Land Commission, the district and municipal assemblies, the Volta River Authority, the Ghana Ports and Harbour Authority, the Ministry of Transport, among other stakeholders who we have worked closely with to address the difficulties and challenges we encountered during the project implementation. Permit me once again, Mr. President, to particularly express my sincere gratitude to my predecessor, Honorable Jogate, for his excellent leadership role prior to the commencement of the flagship project in 2018 and during the construction phase of the project before I took the mantle of leadership of the railway sector in 2021. Jogate, thank you so much. And it's also interesting to know that Jogate hailed from Hohwe. Mr. President, I also wish to commend the contractor, the Afcon Infrastructure Limited of India, and our supervising consultant, Team Engineering of Italy, for their effort that have ensured the timely completion of the project, despite all challenges that we initially encountered. Mr. Makili, the consultants from India, I wish to say our constant interaction and challenges today is coming to an end. Most often the time when I mention you and ask the condition of the project, you always say, no problem. I'm happy today, there is no problem. Mr. UV, our challenges and my constant talk with you sometimes lead to a lot of misunderstanding, but for the good of the project, you managed to take the shock, and today we are here. My very good friend, the Chief Executive of the Ghana Railway Authority, Yao, our fight, it's no more. And I think today we're going to share a bottle of champagne. And to my humble Chief Director, it is your efforts and your humbleness that has brought us to where we are today. Mr. President, I want to mention one particular person who calls me every day and says, Johnny, if you don't commission and leave this project for His Excellency to see before he leaves office, I'm not going to be happy with you. She called me almost every week. When it was becoming very difficult that we may not be able to commission the project, he said, Johnny, if you do that, I'll be disappointed. Madam Auntie Lizzie, this is the project for you to witness today. And for Dr. Okutu, you have done what others cannot. When we train first had an accident, and that accident makes people believe that nothing can happen within the train sector again, I brought you and I told you, please make sure the second train is brought and make sure the commission is done before His Excellency leaves office. Dr. Okutu, Ejagbagba, Akpegade now. Let us all as citizens of this great nation take ownership of the infrastructure, keep, protect, and use it to facilitate a passenger freight movement as well as other trade activities to enhance growth. We have to assure the acting president of the Tema Traditional Council that along the trade corridor, the line corridor that we are witnessing, there is going to be a lot of employment opportunities. And I'm using this medium on behalf of His Excellency to give him the assurance that his youth within the corridor will definitely have the opportunity for employment. The train industry, as rightly spelled out by my predecessor, is an industry that will trigger growth. And it's only president that have vision. It is only president that can see what happened in future. It is only president that want to leave a legacy that can leave this type of infrastructure. This is no longer the time for us to start rearing small poultry beds during Christmas and sell it. If they are not able to buy it, we eat it. That time or that era is gone. This is an agenda and an era for dedicated people who can see deep in the future. And then once again, I want to use this opportunity that come December 7, with all that this government have done, with all that the NPP government have done, I am pleading, and I know Ghanaians for once, will give the NPP another resounding victory, and then we will come back to reconnect the train line to every region. In our master plan, His Excellency has directed in cabinet that the rail line must go to every regional capital. We can only do that when the NPP is brought back to power. And Mr. President, I'm assuring you today, we will come back to power and do as you directed. Thank you so much. Akpenami, Novinyo, Akpenami, Yaweva Dope, Akpenami Lo. It is possible. Akpenami.
We can do it better for the minister. Pacho brofo no kan tintin on in summary ni twenya ne say abanya ye adwuma pa baby o man ye dui ye mpa nkokon ketenketen ye pa industry akase a ye betimi a export your product e dia kwa amono ne akopeska abegu ye futu. At this juncture, the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, Mr. Yawusu, says he omitted some acknowledgement. Respectfully, he requests that I acknowledge the board chair and board members of the Ghana Railway Company Limited who are very supportive for this cause, and then also acknowledge the presence of the board members and chair of the Ghana Railway Development Authority. Please let's acknowledge them with a resounding round. They have done well. pretty soon we'll be out of here. We'll get the keynote address. But before we get the keynote address, let us welcome a performance by the Ghana Dance Ensemble. Ghana Dance Ensemble, if you are ready, we'll take a 3 minutes performance. 3 minutes performance from the Ghana Dance Ensemble. Please, let's clap and welcome them as it. Thank you very much. Consistency is very key. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman I'm just about to introduce to you is somebody whose record in Ghana and Africa politics and almost all his time fighting for the rights of humanity. Since 2007, 2008, when he showed up to run for the high office of this country, all his messages has been one that centers on the well-being of the people. Majority of the things that he's done centers on the social rights of the people of Ghana. He's led a big initiative that has ensured that many vulnerable people have the opportunity for basic education. He talked about the fact that Ghana needs to move from what they refer to as a Georgesburg economy to a more industrialized economy where Ghana can be acknowledged in the League of Nations. He introduced several initiatives, including the Agenda 111 that seeks to bring healthcare to the district level and ensure that people have quality healthcare. He's introduced a lot of initiatives in almost every sector of the economy, and he's been seen working day in and day out. Just this week, the president, this gentleman I'm talking about, has commissioned several projects, including the Flower Pot Road, including the Bank Square, and today we are here going to commission this very monumental initiative and projects. Just this week, he led the commission of over 80 educational programs in the country that seeks to better the lot of the people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's, with a resounding round of applause and a standing ovation, welcome the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Welcome, sir.
The board chairman of SNET, media advisor to the president and officials of the presidency, the Minister for Railway, Eastern Regional Minister, Deputy Minister for Railway Development, a Member of Parliament for Asante Achim South, Metropolitan Chief Executive of Tema Metropolitan Assembly and other MMDCEs, the board chair of the Ghana Revenue Authority, the former Minister for Railway Development, and Member of Parliament for Sikado Kitang, Chairperson and members of the Board of Directors and Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, the Chief Director of the Ministry of Railway Development, the Managing Director, Management and Staff of the Ghana Railway Company, representatives of the contractors, the Tema Mankralo, the acting president of the Tema Traditional Council, Ria Jiti Agbo, the chief of Afenya, Meme Tete, Afutu III, and the representative of the Kola of Manya Krobo and other traditional rulers, the Indian High Commissioner and members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a long time coming, but I'm very happy to be here today to commission a project of transformative significance to our homeland Ghana, the Tema Mpakadan Railway Line. This historic achievement, the first ever standard gauge railway line in Ghana, symbolizes the bold strides we're making to modernize our transport infrastructure and drive the economic growth of our nation. This project is proof, if proof anymore were needed, of what is possible when vision, commitment, and hard work align. As President, I pledge to prioritize the revival and expansion of Ghana's railway sector, and today we take another giant leap forward in fulfilling that promise. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2017, the Akufo-Addo government has placed railway development at the forefront of its agenda, recognizing it as a powerful catalyst for industrialization, trade facilitation, and socio-economic transformation. Railways are acknowledged globally as the most efficient mode for transporting bulk goods and large numbers of people. They are a linchpin for reducing the cost of doing business and fostering regional integration. This conviction led to the establishment of the Ministry of Railways Development in 2017, tasked with the singular mission of designing and executing policies and programs to build a modern railway system. The ministry has worked assiduously to develop an integrated rail network that enhances the movement of goods and people, facilitates trade, and accelerates industrial and economic growth. Over the past 7.5 years, we've made substantial progress in reviving Ghana's railway infrastructure. Let me highlight some key achievements. 1, the Western Line rehabilitation. In 2017, we successfully rehabilitated the 66-kilometer narrow gauge from Takwa to enhance manganese haul development. In 2018, we initiated the construction of a 22 room and Mansour. This marked the beginning of our transition to a modern railway system. 3, further extensions. In 2020, we secured funding to extend the Western Rail line from Mansour to Huni Valley, covering 78 kilometers and linking directly to the port of Takoradi. This will provide seamless connectivity for the transportations of minerals, bulk cargo, and other goods. And 4, the Kumasi Rail Network. We're financing the development of a 6-kilometer standard gauge line in Kumasi from Edum to Kasi, expanding further the Western Line's capacity. Today, however, we gather to celebrate the completion of the Tema Mpakadan Railway Line, a vital component of Ghana's first multimodal transport system. Ladies and gentlemen, this 100-kilometer railway line complements a visionary transport system that integrates rail, road, and inland water transport, connecting Tema Port to Buipe Port via the Volta Lake. This project, conceived under the administration of His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor, is a good example of continuity in governance for national development. By reducing our reliance on road transport for long-distance freight and passenger movement, this railway line will address several critical challenges that have hindered Ghana's development. It will decongest significantly our roads, alleviating the heavy burden that has led to severe traffic congestion, the rapid deterioration of road infrastructure, and an alarming increase in road accidents. Furthermore, they will enhance the efficiency of port operations at Tema, minimizing vessel waiting times and container dwelling times, thereby boosting the competitiveness of our ports. The integration of rail and inland water transport will also transform trade and agriculture by lowering freight costs, increasing the viability of agricultural enterprises along the Volta Lake, and facilitating the seamless movement of goods and produce to and from northern Ghana and neighboring landlocked countries. This railway line, therefore, stands as a transformative intervention to address these pressing issues comprehensively. When fully operational, the multimodal network will link the Tema Port to the north-south transport corridor, spanning some 400 kilometers. It will open new opportunities for the movement of fuel, cement, containerized cargo, and agricultural produce. The economic and social benefits of this project are far-reaching and transformative. By alleviating the pressure on our road network, it will extend the lifeline of critical routes, including those along the Eastern Corridor, while simultaneously lowering the cost of transporting bulk goods, agricultural produce, and containers, thereby enhancing business competitiveness. It will offer a reliable and cost-effective transportation alternative for passengers in areas currently underserved by road networks, ensuring greater accessibility and convenience. Moreover, the construction, operation, and maintenance of this railway line will generate significant direct and indirect employment opportunities, uplifting countless Ghanaian households. This project is far more than just a railway line. It is a lifeline that will empower communities, invigorate businesses, and strengthen industries, ultimately making Ghana more resilient and prosperous. Ladies and gentlemen, this ambitious endeavor, financed through an India Exim Bank credit facility at a cost of some $447 million United States dollars, is a proud achievement for all Ghanaians. However, its success depends not just on its construction, but also on our collective commitment to safeguard and maintain this critical national asset. I extend the sincere appreciation of the government and people of Ghana to the Indian government and her people for her contribution to the realization of this project. The relations between India and Ghana are excellent, and long may they continue. I extend my deepest gratitude to the chiefs and people of the communities affected by this project. Your patience, cooperation, and sacrifices have been invaluable. As the ultimate beneficiaries of this infrastructure, I urge you to take pride in it and protect it for generations to come. The Tema-Mpakadan railway line is just one piece of a larger puzzle. Guided by our 2020 revised railway master plan, we'll continue to expand the reach of Ghana's railway network to unlock the full potential of our economy. This is a vision that will require sustained investment, partnerships, and unwavering national will. As I commission this landmark project today, I'm filled with hope for the brighter future that lies ahead for our future. Together, let us continue to build an efficient, interconnected, and prosperous Ghana. Accordingly, ladies and gentlemen, Nime, Nananum, it is my singular honor and pleasure to declare the Tema Mpakadan Railway Line duly commissioned. May God bless us all in our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. God bless you for your Kuju.
Deputy Minister, residents, our esteemed contractor, project consultants, diligent staff of the Ghana Railway Development Authority and the Ministry of Railway Development, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we stand together to celebrate a landmark achievement, the commissioning of the 97-kilometer Tema Mpakadan Railway Line. This project symbolizes Ghana's determination to advance our infrastructure, to connect communities, and to foster economic empowerment for all. Firstly, I extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Your Excellency, this milestone is a testament to your visionary leadership and commitment to a modern, connected Ghana. Your steadfast support for the railway development has provided us with the direction and the resources to drive this ambitious project forward. We are inspired by your dedication to making Ghana a leader in West Africa's transport sector. And today's commissioning is a step closer to realizing that dream. To the Honorable Minister for Railways Development and your able deputy, we are immensely grateful for your tireless efforts and dedication to seeing this project succeed. Your guidance and perseverance through the many complexities of this project have been crucial. You have shown exemplary leadership in championing this sector. We are fortunate to have your support. Special appreciation to Honorable Joe Gatti, who kick-started this project and is as well here to witness its commissioning. Thank you, Honorable, for coming. Our profound appreciation also goes to the traditional leaders, the chiefs and elders of communities along the railway line. Your wisdom, patience, and support have been invaluable, and your cooperation was essential in ensuring this project's success. We are excited to see the impact this railway line will have on your communities, bringing enhanced connectivity and opportunities for all. To the assembly members and opinion leaders, thank you all for your vital roles in facilitating understanding and unity. You helped ensure that this project proceeded smoothly, and your work to address the concerns and the needs of the communities along the railway route has been deeply appreciated. To the residents of these communities, thank you for your patience and support. We recognize that the construction phase brought some temporary inconveniences, and we are grateful for the sacrifices you made. Today, as we celebrate the commissioning of this railway, we hope you will feel the rewards of your patience and the positive impact this line will bring to your communities. Special recognition and sincere gratitude go to our contractor and the team of workers who brought this ambitious vision to life. Your commitment, expertise, and hard work have turned this project from blueprints into reality. You work tirelessly, often under challenging conditions, to ensure that we met our goals. We thank each and every member of your team for their contribution to making this railway line a remarkable success. To the project consultants, your technical expertise and guidance provided a foundation of excellence for this project. You ensure that we adhere to the highest standards of quality and safety to every phase, and your input has been invaluable in bringing this project to a successful conclusion. We thank you and your teams for your dedication and support. Finally, I want to recognize the extraordinary staff of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, led by our able, indefatigable CEO, Mr. Yao Owusu, and our colleagues at the Ministry of Railways Development. You have shown unmatched dedication, resilience, and hard work to make this day possible. Every challenge was met with resolve. Every setback turned into an opportunity to excel. This project is a testament to your efforts, and you should all be incredibly proud. As we commission the Tema-Impact Railway Line, we remember that this is more than infrastructure. It is a promise to connect our people, foster growth, and create new pathways to prosperity. We have laid the foundation for a brighter future, and I look forward to celebrating more achievements with all of you as we work together for the development of Ghana. Thank you all for your invaluable contributions to this historical project, and may this railway line bring prosperity and blessings to our beloved country, Ghana. Thank you all.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Executive Susan Delaria Kosia-Kudu, for thanking us. At this juncture, I will call here the Tema Metro Chief Imam, Alhaji Adam, to give us a Muslim closing prayer, Shortly after the closing prayer, we shall observe the national anthem by the police band, and then the president will be escorted to unveil the plaque, and then there will be the ceremonial rite. Nayapong. Let's welcome Chief Imam Alhaji Adam for a Muslim closing prayer.
His Excellency, Assalamu alaikum. His Excellency, we thank Almighty Allah sustaining our lives to witness the ceremony today. We continue to pray to His Excellency to give him more zeal, to commission more projects for us in the country. We thank Allah for that. May Allah bless everybody for coming. May Allah send everybody home peacefully. I close it with saying, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, alladhi kafa'ani wa'ani. Alhamdulillah, alladhi ata'amana wa sakana. Alhamdulillah, alladhi mana alayya as'aluka an tujirani minan nari. Hamdan kasiran ta'iban mubarakallahu fihi. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghairil maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin.
Thank you very much, Ghana Police Band.
So the president just finished inaugurating the Tema in Pakadan Rail line, and this also includes two. The president spoke about his achievement in the rail. The rail sector, that is travel time on the corridor, that is the Tema in Pakadan area. Right now, the president is expected to enter one of the trains to inspect what is inside the train. Mind you, these trains, that is two of the trains, are 200-seat train. It has air conditioning in there, Bluetooth, that is USB ports for charging and other features. We would enter inside shortly and you would have a better view of what is within this train. But what he said here on the grounds at Railhead, where he commissioned the two trains and also the Tema in Pakadan standard gauge rail line trains, he stated that the government in the year 2017 has made it a point to intensify efforts to revive the rail sector in this country, and that is the agenda that the Akufo-Addo government has put ahead and has achieved this agenda. So he touched on ensuring that this project is maintained well and kept well so that generations unborn will benefit from this project, this magnificent project, which is the Tema Impakadan Standard Gauge Railway Line. So very soon, the President will be joining us here and enter into one of better feel or better feel of this particular rail line. So some form of security check at the entrance. The President would have
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each
here on Channel 1 TV. Now, just gone by was the official inauguration of the Tema Impakadan standard gauge rail line and the diesel multiple unit trains that were acquired by the government of Ghana. Now, during the ceremony, President Akufo-Addo admonished the citizens and persons who will be using this particular trains to make good use of it so that generations that are yet to be born may also benefit from this particular project. Now, the Railway Minister, John Peter Amewo, also admonished citizens to take care of this particular project. He has said that his ministry is going to work to ensure that the trains are used to its maximum capabilities. Very soon we'll be joined by our correspondent on the ground, Philip Nilate, who has been there all through the morning. Now, earlier, I also heard from the Eastern Regional Minister, Seth Echampong, thanking the president for being able to bring on board this particular project. Now, this rail line is going to serve people who is part of the Eastern region and part of the Volta region. These are the people who are going to benefit from this particular rail line. Now, Philip will be joining us shortly, and they are just trying to get on board the new train to see its facilities inside of the newly trains that have been acquired by the government of Ghana. We try and get Philip to bring us up to speed on the inaugural ceremony that was held today at the Tema Railhead, where the president has officially commissioned the Tema Impakadan standard gauge rail line. Now, if you missed that particular inaugural ceremony, there is Newsfeed at 4:30 later today, and then there's CNR at 8 p.m. You can join us on those platforms to get up to speed on what happened today. Thank you so much for staying with us here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Regular programming continues here on Channel 1 TV.
Live from the heart of the equator, get ready to be mesmerized at a night of stunning fashion and electrifying music as 1957 event proudly presents Rhythms on the Runway, the Kente edition. From Accra, Ghana to the world, this is a spectacular fusion of fashion and music to ignite your spirit. Enjoy live performances featuring the legendary Asabia Kropper, Edem, Amanziba, Nasi, Episode, Kamido, Kwabna, along with comedy from DKB. Join us at the Grand Arena on Saturday, November 30th. Red carpet starts at 7 p.m. Showtime 8 p.m. Visit www.rhythmsontherunway.com to purchase your tickets or call the hotline on 053-553-4756. 200 cities for standard, 400 cities for premium. This event is brought to you in partnership with Beyond the Return and sponsored by Johnny Walker, Caveman Watches, Ghana Tourism Authority, Gold Crest Refinery. Step out in style with a hint of Kente and dress to kill. Rhythms on the Runway, the Kente edition is a 1957 event. Media partner, City FM and Channel 1 TV.
Revenge has become her worst nightmare, and she's left in a dilemma. Should she confess the truth to her husband or keep the secret and move on with her ex? Join Chris Carter and the sisters this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV as they navigate the twists and turns of this emotional journey.
I'm in a situation I never imagined I'd be in. A few months ago, I discovered that my husband has been emotionally and possibly physically cheating with his ex. But in my hurt, I reconnected with my ex-boyfriend. I don't know what to do next. Should I tell my husband the truth? Do I keep this secret and move forward with my ex? Please, any advice would mean the world right now.
So your story doesn't even sound like too nice now, because once a pregnancy comes in, the story changes. That's what I'm saying. You should have had a conversation with him. This is how I'm feeling. I'm feeling insecure.
Have a conversation with your husband. Sit him down and tell him that this is exactly what happened. You are pregnant, you are with child for another man, and what does he want to do?
Sister is proudly sponsored by Cindy Rice. Cindy Rice, sweet aroma, great taste, and Kivu pepper.
The Situation All White Christmas Party is back! This Christmas Eve, forget the usual and step into a celebration like none other. The Situation All White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue The Underbridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All-White Christmas Party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party! It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All-White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM.
Casual Friday. There is no such thing as a casual Friday. Honestly, casual Friday is a myth, like the Loch Ness Monster, or a free lunch, or the city of Bielefeld. Look it up. It just doesn't exist. Why would you lower your sartorial standards on a Friday? Why not on a Wednesday? Let's do Weirdo Wednesdays, eh? It's a conspiracy against good taste. Casual is for the home. If you're a man over 35 and you're watching this video, you probably understood a long time ago. You look your very best in a well-cut suit and a tie. Why serious, successful companies force this nonsense on their employees is beyond me. No question appears more often under my videos than this. What am I gonna wear on a casual Friday? One guy wrote to me from Mexico and said in his company he's not even allowed to wear a suit on a Friday. What has the world come to? But I hear you. So if you must go casual, here's what you don't do. Do not ever wear anything you'd wear at the beach or to the gym. No trainers or sneakers either, ever. Jeans, if permitted by your stupid company. Only dark denim will do. No pre-stressed faded denim, no holes, no patches. Otherwise, chinos, off-white or beige.
In the summer or in hotter climates, seersucker in blue.
In colder climates, grey flannel is the classiest option. Speaking of classy, a turtleneck jumper is always a good casual look. It goes perfectly with your trusted navy blazer, or try a grey one. But keep it simple, and if you're feeling really casual, maybe a button-down collar. And do wear a tie, a knitted, slim one, loosely tied. The other members of the dress code brotherhood will appreciate it as a sign of your civil disobedience against the tyranny of bad taste that is Casual Friday. Funny thing, time. It heals all wounds, they say. It can fly. And Einstein believed it can even be bent. Physics doesn't provide a clear answer for what time actually is. But today, on Dress Code, we will answer probably the most difficult question connected with times. What kind of watch goes with a suit? Don't laugh. People get it so spectacularly wrong all the time. Don't know what I mean? Have a look at this. I'm a big fan of classic timepieces. Nothing speaks of your sophistication more clearly than a vintage Rolex, Omega, or indeed Hoya. But that kind of statement comes with a hefty price tag. And that's why today I've brought you to a place that stands for contemporary watchmaking like no other. We're in the town of Glashütte, the home of fine watches in Germany. For nearly 2 centuries, the finest traditions of German engineering have been married to classic yet modern design in places like this. And here at Nomos, they really nail it. Make sure it's a mechanical watch, because in this day and age where everything is digital, a mechanical timepiece is a beautiful anachronistic statement. Just listen. It's like a heartbeat. It lives.
The design philosophy of Nomos is based on the ideas of the German Bauhaus. Our aim, our goal is to transform this design idea now to the 21st century.
All of these, for example, are good options for the gentleman in the 21st century. Just look at those clean lines. Delicate detail. The adequate watch for the modern gentleman should be a demure affair. Don't let it scream. It can't be vulgar. So what time is it? Well, it's time you treat yourself to a decent watch. We need to talk about beards. It's become a bit of a trend recently. Some say we've even reached peak beard. Thank you, hipsters.
It's much more than a trend, actually. Facial hair is one of the oldest and boldest statements of masculinity that you can make. It's also quite practical. You can hide a scar with it or facial features that you don't like a receding chin. But is it acceptable in the world of business? Well, short answer, of course it is. Ow! But there are only two acceptable styles. One is this one, the classic full beard in a variety of length and shapes. And the goatee in its many iterations. Everything else, Jesus, no. Don't do it. Are you kidding me? Maybe if you're planning a career in the circus. Keep it neat and tidy. Have it trimmed by a pro once in a while. Someone like Mark over there. All right, Mark, what are the biggest mistakes?
Well, you have to keep your throat clean, shaven, and your lips need to be free of beard. So you don't want to look like a walrus.
I don't want to look like a bloody walrus. And this is not a beard. That's just badly shaved. What about a moustache?
No.
No. Much better.
Get ready.
Every objection against you is hereby dismissed.
For Impact 2024 with the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Reverend Dr. Eastwood Anaba, Apostle Joshua Selman, Apostle Isi Igeneba, Bishop Dr. Bernard Ojiri Asari, and Reverend Dr. David Entry, November 24th to December 1st, 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. daily at Action Chapel International, Prayer Cathedral, Dominion Arena. For inquiries or pass information, call 059-230-0069.
Hello, you're welcome to another edition of What the Papers Are Saying. My name is Vivian Kailoko. Thank you for joining us for another exciting edition of the show. When we come back, we'll take you to the stories that made headlines, and then we'll look at all the angles that the various media outlets took on these particular stories. To stay with us, we'll be right back. So welcome back to What the Papers Are Saying. My name is Vivian Kailoko. So let's dig into the stories for the week. We'll start with politics. Of course, the two major political parties have been accusing each other back and forth over the upcoming elections. What have they been saying? Let's start with the Ghanaian Times. They say NDC accuses NPP of plan to rig December 7 polls. The Anchor says NDC and NPP accuse each other of plotting mayhem exactly 16 days to December 7 polls. Daybreak, NDC plot to use vigilante group on election day exposed. Daily Analyst, NDC makes rigging claims against top soldier. The Chronicle, NDC calls on GAF to probe Brigadier General Opoku. Channel1news.com, election 2024, NDC's allegations against Brigadier General Opoku baseless, Nana B. And finally, on that, citynewsroom.com, election 2024, we will petition Asantehene over alleged rigging plot. This is the NDC speaking. We'll still stay with elections and we'll look at security. The police has been making some interesting statements around security for this year's elections. What have they been saying? Let's start with the Daily Guide. They say election 2024, police assures Ghanaians of robust security. The Ghanaian Times, no cause for alarm, IGP allays fears ahead of elections. Daybreak, 2024 elections, police assure media safety. Daily Analyst, IGP outlines blueprint for election security after 2 years of meticulous preparation. The Chronicle, election security will be robust, IGP insists. Channel1news.com, election 2024, manage your expectations, IGP tells political parties. And finally, with elections, newsroom.com, election 2024, we will deal ruthlessly with troublemakers, Dampari warns. We'll move away from elections. Let's take you to road infrastructure, because this week the president inaugurated the Flower Port interchange, and it's come with a lot of developments, especially with some hawkers taking over the place, leading to the Greater Accra Regional Minister himself clearing them. So what are the stories around the inauguration, as well as the return of some hawkers and subsequent clearing of them? Let's start with a daily graphic. Flower Port flyover opens. Daily Guide, Nana opens Flower Port interchange. The Ghanaian publisher, Ekufuado, commissions Flower Port interchange. Channel1news.com, Flower Port interchange, government institutes 24-hour security to ward off hawkers. And finally, on citynewsroom.com, Titus Glover dismantles structures of vendors at Flower Port interchange. So those are the stories around the Flower Port interchange. Let's move to education. The issue to do with some rice that has been alleged to be expired. Let's see how that story has panned out in the media. Daily Guide, rice fed to SHS students not rotten, Education Ministry. Channel1news.com, expired rice, use appropriate channel to address concerns, EduWatch tells minority. citynewsroom.com, free SHS charge silence on expired rice surprising. This is Ablakwa. We'll wrap up with sports and very troubling development of the Black Stars, where they failed to get into the AFCON for the next season. It's led to calls for the coach of the Black Stars to resign, as well as to get the GFA boss and others also out. What's the latest around that story? Channel1news.com, Black Stars Management Committee dissolved, and then citynewsroom.com, Otoado to continue as Black Stars head coach. So those are the stories for the week, the big ones. When we come back, I'll introduce my guest and I will look at the various stories. Stay with us.
Another morning, another day filled with possibilities. My old car reflects my journey, and today could be the day I take a big step forward. Anything is possible. Just think about it.
My shelves are ready to be filled, and soon the flat rate will open up exciting new opportunities. I can already envision a vibrant shop bustling with customers, all eager to discover what I have to offer.
I feel optimistic about import costs. Why? Because with DMB flat duty rates, my expenses will be more manageable. I can see my business thriving.
Every moment spent with my son brings back wonderful memories.
I tell you, my son, with my digital skills, the one can create games in a website.
A show of boot number one on the ballot.
So yeah, welcome back to What the Papers Are Saying. Today's edition, I have with me Selam Adonu. He's here with us at Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3 FM. Selam, welcome.
Thank you, Vivian.
And then I also have Samiri Afi also here with us at Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3 FM. Samiri,
hello,
welcome.
Vivian.
All right, gentlemen, I think we should start with politics and then delve into other matters, including road infrastructure and some sports. But this week, of course, is the election season. It's getting close to election. I believe today is 15 days to election. And so you see the back and forth bantering, accusations intensifying as expected. Both parties are accusing each other of plans to rig and use the military, among others. We've seen the NDC do that. We've seen the NPP do that. The NDC has gone ahead to say it will be petitioning some key people to deal with the matter as well. Let me start with you, Selam. How, as a nation, we can deal with these back and forth, especially when the military comes into the discussions. Today, we saw a video of a military guy saying that he would beat people if, you know, he has to get law and order in place and all that. So there are issues even around using the military to be part of the election proper in terms of being at the site and all that.
Well, thanks, Vivian. I think it speaks to the high stakes we have in this election. And the political parties feel they've done a lot. And so now, victory, they feel they've done enough for victory. And then what can deny them of victory will be other factors that they may not directly have control over. So, for example, the EC, maybe security and other things. So now what I see them do is to be calling out each other. I'm not sure about the allegations, but hopefully there is something in there that can be investigated and dealt with. Or maybe nothing should be in there that could be investigated. Nothing should be in there so that if it's investigated, nothing comes out. But I think these are very serious allegations both parties have made. The NDC started mentioning Brigadier General Michael Opoku, who is the General Officer commanding for the Central Command. They said very chilling things about him. And of course, we know Brigadier General Michael Opoku, then Colonel Opoku during the Ayawaso West Wagon situation. And that really, and his appearance before the commission, did not cast him in really good light. And the report from the commission asking that he be reprimanded because of how he led a command, or he led the team, and the fact that he failed to delineate duties, etc., about how the mission should be carried out, and all of that. So the whole Ayawaso West Wagon didn't let him look good. He was to be reprimanded, but government really, I'm not sure did that. They didn't do that. And now, fast forward 2024, we have an election, and now the NDC, which suffered from that mayhem at Ayawaso West Wagon, has now come out to say that the same guy who led the thing in Ayawaso West Wagon is actually being rewarded now as a general officer commanding of the Central Command, and these are the things he's doing. Said quite a number of things. I think these allegations should make somebody want to look at it. I don't know who, whether the military itself, whether the NDC will be happy if the military itself decided to look at this, or I'm not sure which body should look at it. I don't know which body will have the competence and the expertise to look at the allegations they have made. On the other side, the NPP also is raised quite a number of allegations, saying that COP Kofi Boakye and some other person were leading the NDC's plot to cause mayhem in Ashanti. And it's quite chilling, some of the things they have said. In both cases, the two gentlemen who are distinguished persons have not said anything. I mean, they've not come out to say anything, perhaps because they think there's no point in responding, or I don't know. And we've not even seen a statement from the military. I've not seen a statement from the military, you know, speaking or trying to address some of the issues they have raised, either distancing their officer from it or saying something. At least a statement from them would have helped calm matters. But I've not seen that statement. Perhaps it may come, but it hasn't come yet. And the interesting thing there is that both people they are mentioning are military, security persons. Number two, that they both relate to the Ashanti region, which tells you how crucial the Ashanti region has become in our electoral politics. A lot of people, and so if you're able to move a bit, the numbers are huge, and so there's a lot of things they can do. I think a lot of these things too are happening because largely the trust in our institutions is reducing. The trust is reducing, police, even the military. I mean, a recent report says people trusted the military. I mean, amongst all the institutions, the military was the most trusted. But in recent times, we've heard about recruitment and a lot of things in the military. It's always been there, but it's gained quite prominence recently. I'm not sure whether it's because it's happening so much or it is because we are now speaking about it or people are now raising it, you know. And these are things which should concern everybody. And so if your key security institutions have allegations being levied against persons in them like this, the institutions must be a bit careful. And I think a lot of these things were happening because of the ghost of 2020. What happened in Teshiman South, till date, we've not seen any resolution to that. Yeah. And it's surprising that 8 people were killed by military people. And till date, as far as I know, nobody has been called, nobody has been questioned. The persons who were deployed, you know, on that day for that mission, whatever the mission was, to ensure there was law and order there, and maybe it escalated to deaths, etc. At least we need to have a resolution to that. We've not seen those people questioned. We've not seen the people called out. Nothing has been done. And everybody's been quiet. But 8 good people died. What did they do? They just were at the polling center or the collation center, wherever, to observe the counting and the collation. Things might have degenerated. But 8 people have been killed. Even if the people were bad people who were killed, I think we need some word from official, though. I mean, we heard somebody say there was no need because they were criminals. These are children of people. These are parents of people. 8 of them killed in one day at one place. And we feel everything is normal. That is not good. And the fact that we've not resolved that, you know, raises a lot of questions and credibility of the institutions we are going into the election with. Recently, former Shrag boss, Emil Short, said that the fact that the 8 deaths have not been resolved was not a good thing. And until we resolve that, we cannot, you know, assume that all is well. All is not well. All is not well. I think we need to take a lot of these things seriously. When matters happen, let's resolve them. Let's punish those who have to be punished. Let's reprimand those who have to be reprimanded. And I think doing that will improve trust in our institutions. And we need clear confirmation or clear word from the government or from the system that military people will not be deployed. They are not really supposed to be part of election security. I mean, if they are in part, the team is led by the police. We need firm confirmation on these things so that we cannot be put, you know, our fears can be allayed.
Sami?
Well, it's interesting how these 2 political parties are up again when it comes to elections. We've seen their acts over and over again, and we should not be surprised at this particular accusation from the 2 political parties. And it tells you how the Ashanti region has become an important political region in the country's politics or the country's history as far as politics and election is concerned, because the 2 political parties have made their minds up to get quite a number of votes from that region to add up to their votes from other regions so they can win the election. You know, the NPP is targeting 85%, and they want to do anything and everything to protect that number. NDC is also targeting 35%. They wish to do anything and everything to ensure that they get, you know, these particular numbers to help them win the election of December. But my worry is when we bring in key actors or top security people who are supposed to be neutral one way or the other, or ensure that there is peace in the country. Because Vivian, when there is any chaos, our last resort is the military. If the police can't handle the situation, our last resort is the military.
So what is your response to people who say, let the police do it? If you have to trigger for the military to come. Then you call them in. Instead of having a mix of them.
And I've heard the IGP say that they only call the military for reinforcement when they feel that they can't handle the situation. That's when they will bring the military in.
All the time they call them, because we usually see them all the time.
Well, per what he's saying, and per the election security structure, which I've heard the chairperson of the Electoral Commission mentioned quite a number of times, the Ghana Police Service, led by the IGP, is leading. And then they are backouts from the other security agencies. So the military will come, and then the other security agencies will come. But the military is the last resort when things, de-escalate and police can't handle the situation. But for the NDC to accuse a commander of a whole infantry or brigade is a worry, and it must be investigated, because if you listen to Sami Jemfi in his press conference, he says that election materials and arms are being stored in Brigadier General Opoku's home in Kumasi. Now you ask yourself, have they petitioned the military high command, because Brigadier Opoku works under the CDS. So have they petitioned the CDS about this matter? Have they informed the Asante Hene about this? Have they informed the Ghana Police Service about this? When I listened to the press conference yesterday or Tuesday, he didn't make any firm conclusion whether they've made this petition or reported this matter to this institution or individuals I've mentioned. They say that they are just bringing this to the public, and then they will follow up with these petitions. I don't know that when they met...
But it matters like this, so I'll let you continue, but let me ask our lawyer. In matters of this, an accusation made against a military person of allegedly having election material and arms. The police is supposed to immediately step in, or till it's petitioned or the matter is taken to them?
No, usually what should happen is, if the police are interested, the police's job is to ensure there is law and order. And you don't have to say you want to wait for the person to come and tell me before. You could invite the person just so you get more information. What is the basis for your saying so? If you find that the basis is quite credible, then you move to the next stage. You invite the other side. This is what they've said against you, blah, blah. You are proactive. It doesn't mean you don't have to sit and wait that they come to you. It may be too late. And so if it's too late and the unfortunate happens, you say because they didn't come. That's not your job. As part of your job is to maintain law and order. If it means being proactive, you do. There are some instances you'll have to wait for a complaint to be made. But when you pick up signals, that's why there's intelligence. When you pick up intelligence, and intelligence could be picked up in many forms. When you pick up intelligence, you move. So these guys have come up with ability to say this. I think the reasonable thing to do, or the wise thing to do now, is to call them. Call one or two of them that this is the thing you have said. You said it on live radio, live TV. What is your basis? Share with us some of the information we have. We are the people with the know-how to deal with it. And if they look at the data or the details they have, and it's credible, why not? They should begin looking at it from the other side. They could invite the other side, or even decide to, I'm not sure about a swoop, given the police-military relationship and the person involved. But things should start. Things should start. Maybe they may fear that they may move the materials from there, but there's a lot they can do. They can mount surveillance in the area to see if things are moving from there. There's a lot they can do. But I'll be surprised if by now they haven't called the guys who have made the allegation. Of course, sometimes not every allegation you want to follow, because sometimes there's nothing in there. But they have to look at it and before they come to that conclusion.
But for me, I feel these are wild allegations, very wild allegations. Not just any officer, a top military officer
who has a history.
Who has a history, fair enough. Commanding, I don't know if it's an infantry or a brigade or how they are their terms. And because it's the military, the CDS should be the person who may want to instruct an investigation into it. So whether that has been done or not, I do not know. But today, the IGP met the political parties. The NDC was present at this meeting, because from the pictures we saw on TV, I saw Dr. Kpone-Dawhenya in there. Did Dr. Kpone-Dawhenya bring this to the attention of the IGP? That we do not know. And my colleagues there didn't, tell us about this particular, because the first instance of the meeting was just for the cameras, and after it was a closed door meeting. I don't know if the matter was raised, but I will encourage or urge the NDC, if they have these, evidence to these allegations, the best thing to do is inform the IGP or the CDS. If this individual works under the is with the military, the CDS is the highest authority when it comes to the military. Petition the CDS. Let the CDS take an interest in this matter, and then we can find a finality. On the flip side, the NPP is also accusing COP retired Kofi Boakye, a former Ashanti regional police commander, that he's also scheming with the NDC to cause mayhem and also rig the election in that particular region. It started with Chairman Wuntumi, the Ashanti regional chairman of the NPP, who had made some accusations against Wuntumi that against Kofi Boakye that he will personally ban or bar Kofi Boakye from the Ashanti region, because they've also picked up information or allegations that they want to cause mayhem, and have even started training some vigilante groups in the Ashanti region in a way to cause mayhem. I think the IGP again must come in, because today he told political parties and journalists present that they are going to be ruthless and they will go all out to protect the peace of this country. That is what we want. We've had elections in this country since Nkrumah's time, 1960 something. And there's always the war drum, we are beating the war drum, but then right after the election, we don't see the drums again. So I feel the IGP, there's an IGP a lot of people respect. There's an IGP people have a lot of confidence, because people have said that he's changing the face of policing in Ghana. And there's a big tax on him to ensure that we have the peace and we protect the peace of this country. And to the political parties, we have only one Ghana. We have to protect this country. I don't know why there's always this tension before an election, and after the election, the tension flies away. If you want to cause chaos in this country, who do you want to govern? Me, my family, my friends, or who? So, you should tone down some of these allegations, because the same people you want to govern are the same people you are telling us about these stories, so that you win the public sympathy, and then this will culminate to vote for you. I don't get them sometimes. Tell the Ghanaian people what you will do when you are given the opportunity to form the next government, not beat war drums and tell someone wants to rig the election or what. The election, if you go win, you go win. If you go lose, you go lose. That'll be all.
All right, this is what the papers are saying. My name is David Kyle. We're here with Saloma Donu as well as Sami Wiafe. When we come back, we'll wrap up on politics and go into road infrastructure and a bit of some sports. Stay with us.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
Piva, Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Live from the heart of the equator, get ready to be mesmerized at a night of stunning fashion and electrifying music as 1957 event proudly presents Rhythms on the Runway, the Kente edition. From Accra, Ghana to the world, this is a spectacular fusion of fashion and music to ignite your spirit. Enjoy live performances featuring the legendary Asabia Cropper, Edem, Amanziba, Nasi, Episode, Kamido, Kwabna, along with comedy from DKB. Join us at the Grand Arena on Saturday, November 30th. Red carpet starts at 7 p.m. Showtime 8 p.m. Visit www.rhythmsontherunway.com to purchase your tickets or call the hotline on 053-553-4756. 200 cities for standard, 400 cities for premium. This event is brought to you in partnership with Beyond the Return and sponsored by Johnny Walker, Caveman Watches, Ghana Tourism Authority, Gold Crest Refinery. Step out in style with a hint of Kente and dress to kill. Rhythms on the Runway, the Kente edition is a 1957 event. Media partner, City FM and Channel 1 TV.
Yeah, welcome back to what the papers are saying. We're looking at the big stories for the week, doing some politics. So, gentlemen, let's move into the IGP himself. He has also said he will go all out to ensure that we have a peaceful election. And I'll take some of the headlines we've seen. For example, the Ghanaian Times says, no cause for alarm, IGP allays fears ahead of elections. Daybreak 2024, police assure media safety. IGP outlines blueprint for election security daily analysts after 2 years of meticulous preparation. And then the Chronicle says election security will be robust, IGP insists. So we're seeing that, or we are being told that there's been preparation for 2 years to get to December 7. Also, we are being told this time that he'll go all out for the media in terms of preparation. And then, of course, a peaceful election, robust and everything. Good assurances, but anything else to look out for to ensure that these assurances are not just a talk shop, but reality? We're going to see some good stuff this time around.
Well, yeah, good assurances. That's what you expect from the IGP. You don't expect him to say they are worried about the election and that things may happen. Of course, so these are assurances, which are good. But of course, they also know that there will be difficulties. There are flashpoints which they must double up their efforts on. And so that's great. The assurance is good, but the real test to be on the day. Of course, Dampare has some track record. When you look at the by-elections he has, supervised, Kumau and especially Asin North, people gave him plaudits for how he conducted, or their men conducted themselves. And we understand in the case of Asin North, they moved into the area in good time, so they understood the area better. Now they say they've been planning this for 2 years. So we hope that they understand the system better and they're able to clamp down on any, troublemaker, where persons who prevent people from voting, persons who cause mayhem in communities, and people will not be willing to come out and vote. I think once they are assuring us, I'm expecting that they would have had all of these under control. They will have their men at the appropriate places. They will do what is right. They will ensure that nobody snatches a ballot paper, a ballot box. Allegations are flying all over the place that persons have stuffed ballot boxes and will come create some mayhem and exchange the ballot boxes. I hope they are listening. And if they say they've been prepared for this for 2 years, I hope that on the day we see the good work they've been doing in secret. I also like his caution to the political parties that they should manage their expectations, which I think is a great thing. Whether they heard him or not, or they are listening to that or not, is another matter. So yes, the duty of the police really is to ensure there is law and order, whether in election time or not in election time. Election time only poses a bigger challenge, but we believe that they have what it takes to deal with the situation, and we can only wish them well, and also let them know that if they fail, we'll come back and then talk about it and reprimand them.
It's pleasing to hear the IGP's assurance, and we wish him all the best, and we ensure that his men and himself will do everything to protect the country's peace. He's also assuring that they are going to protect journalists in this election. But my colleague journalists, their protection starts with you. The police is there to protect you, but it's better you protect yourself first before you seek help from the police. Because in election, there's tension, and in some instances where you are not supposed to be there at a particular time, I advise that you don't go there at a particular time. So the protection starts with you yourself before the police comes in. Okay.
But what do they mean by they'll go all out for journalists? I mean,
they'll go all out to protect journalists.
That's what I mean. Yeah. What do they mean by that? Are they saying that in the past or all along they've not gone all out to protect journalists? What special are they doing to make them say that they are going all out for journalists? That is quite vague for me. I need to understand that. What are they doing? All along I thought they were protecting everybody, including journalists. Yeah. So what is different about this time?
I'm sure maybe from the experiences and what we've seen over the years in terms of attacks on journalists.
But the attacks on journalists,
in election it may escalate.
Yeah, the attacks on journalists have not necessarily been in election years.
That's true.
What's the name? Swale was killed, and we don't have any information on what is happening. It's been years. He's a journalist, or he was a journalist. He wasn't killed in an election year. I'm not sure it was election related. We don't know. and a few other things have happened.
But we've seen people, journalists attacked not necessarily for the general elections, but for election-related. Look at our own.
Yes,
it was during an election.
Yes, we've seen that. But I'm saying that, you know, that should happen in the election year or close to electoral activities. We've seen all of that, and we are getting to the home stretch. Last 15 days, you know, I need to be convinced, or he needs to give us more information. What do you mean that you are going all out to protect journalists this time? Is it that you're going to give every journalist one policeman to go around with? I don't know. Let's understand that. And is there an admission that in the past they've not gone all out to protect journalists? I don't know. I think we need more details in respect of that. I don't know what they've been telling our mother body, the GJA. I don't know. But I think it is quite not detailed to tell me that you will go all out for journalists.
That's right. And I think over the years, during election day proper, the focus is protecting the ballot and the voters. Then it moves
so
to
maybe
the
this time they want to shift another set of attention
to the
how is that going to be done? I want to understand that. How is that going to be done? If, let's say, a political party is having a small event nearby and a journalist goes there to report and they attack the journalist, police is not there, what will police do? Police will quickly come and investigate and arrest people. Has that been the practice in the past? You know, so I need more information on that. Just saying you will do it sounds good, but it doesn't carry enough weight for me.
Okay, so we'll see how that pans out. We pray that this election will be peaceful. All journalists across the country wouldn't hear anything, you know, untoward as we cover the elections. Gentlemen, let's move to infrastructure. On, is it Tuesday? The inauguration hour, was it Monday? On Tuesday, we saw the president inaugurate the flower pot interchange. Our brothers and sisters who use that stretch say they've suffered for long in terms of sitting in traffic during the peak period in mornings and evenings, and so far we're told traffic flow is good and all that. But I think what has gotten into the discussion for the inauguration is the issue of vendors or hawkers around the place and how we manage these things when we build them. If you look at some of the interchanges of flyovers we've seen, authorities tried to get these vendors not to go there by putting the blocks with the pointed thing. It's not worked. We still have people who go and
circle,
boxes,
sleeping on
cardboards and everything and all that. You know, when I saw the flower pot, of course I love the paintings. You know, but I was thinking there should have been greens and all that. Yet again, I said to myself, if we do these greens, it won't be watered or wither out, or people will go and sit in there. Whatever you do, it will come with issues. But we saw the vendors coming back. We pushed the Greater Accra Minister himself when there are two authorities there, Lekma, and then Ayaso West Wogon. They are supposed to ensure that we don't see that somebody didn't do their job. It took the minister himself to go and destroy structures and get rid of the vendors. Can we ever get it right in terms of all that? And what do we do to deter people from going back to these places? The lady Fred spoke to said she was there when they started, and so she's come back, they finished, life goes on.
Claims to the land.
This idea too or something. And others said they had spoken to the municipality, Lekma for example, who had told them that they will be allowed to come back or use portions of it, and it wasn't about money, but they were free to do that. So it appears there's a lot of confusion going on here. Who's going to start?
The Ghanaian mentality has come to play, you know, in such a scenario, because just 24 hours after it was commissioned or inaugurated, you know, we saw pictures of this particular lady, you know, and even if you pay attention to all the flyovers or interchanges that have been constructed in recent times, you see these things happening. When Pokwasi,
fufu pounding one,
Pokwasi, just 2 days after the inauguration or commission of Pokwasi, we saw a mini choba there, mini choba at night. Somebody pounding fufu, brang. You know, go to Circle, it's worse. The one at the former Peace FM, the Mile 7.
Mile 7,
It's a market. It's a market. So and then you don't ask who is supposed to ensure that these people do not sell here, and we reserve this particular space for whatever they want to do it. I hear the regional minister has instructed the LECMA, or I think
the LECMA for to deal with
police
it.
There 24 hours. For how long? After a week, 2 weeks, we'll come back to ground zero. We'll still have these hawkers come there, and the argument is that they don't have anywhere to sell. You know, the human as we are in Ghana, the sympathetic as we are, will allow them to come and park there, do their things, and before we realize the place is deteriorating. Look at the Accra Mall. It's a typical example. There is a mall, Accra Mall and Kasa, but you see all these petty businesses around the Accra Mall. It started with one kiosk. We didn't say anything. The second person came. The third person is now a mini village.
Yeah.
So the 24 hours, you know, I wish it would work, but unfortunately we live in Ghana. It's not going to work. Let's give ourselves, you know, a week or two.
But what's with these assemblies who always watch on till the thing blows up? I don't get it. Yeah. It cuts across the whole country.
You know, that's the question we all ask. That
squatters start coming in 1, 2,
and they see it every day. Members of the assembly drive past these places every day. Or is it because, family home, that attitude, that's what we are saying, or we are waiting for the regional minister of the MC to come. And then it boils down to politics too. It boils down to politics. Henry Cortes started his make Accra great work again.
Well,
and he publicly said that how party people were sabotaging the agenda to make Accra work again. So the political factor, you can't run away from them. When Oko van der Poel was mayor of Accra, we had the then national organizer of the NDC, Yao Boatin-Jan, said that Kwano Peso was saying Juma. You know, to it, he's trying to destroy our works. So the political factor is also in there. And again, it's an election year.
Yeah.
You want votes. So you want to close your eyes on some of these things. And the minute you close your eyes, everything scatters.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we are going to really solve this matter, because I heard the engineer speak on the breakfast show and says that they have plans for that side. They're going to construct a basketball court, leisure areas, you know, to give it a human factor. And then again, you ask that when you were building the road, why were you also constructing these basketball courts alongside? Right. Because if these courts were there, I'm not sure the hawkers will come.
Oh, they'll be at the courts. What are you saying?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If they see a basketball court, I'm not sure they will come.
When they see people there coming there, they go to places they know people are, or people will patronize their wear. These same basketball people and all that who play, they finish, they're relaxing, don't buy. There's a reality of it. And the next thing, others start coming, banana stands, it's what coconut seller, basketball people don't buy the coconut water. It's what it is. So I'm saying that, I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's unfortunate, but it's a problem we have, right? It's a problem we have. All the interchanges we've had, of course, in Ghana, a lot of the places where the interchanges have been densely populated areas where there is traffic. So the interchanges and flyovers try to distribute the traffic. So originally, there are a lot of people there, and it's a people-centered area. And once it's a people-centered area, and in a typical economy like ours, where buying and selling or trading is a main thing, you see hawkers there because they have to sell to the people. People are there. If the flyovers and interchanges were in areas where the human traffic wasn't huge, who would they be there to sell to? So Circle, Obiche Bilamte, I mean all the areas where
Mile 7,
all the places where there's interchanges or flyovers, and there's human traffic. You see a lot of hawkers there. If you have a highway and cars don't stop there because traffic flows, you will not see hawkers there. You see the hawkers where there is gridlock, where there is traffic, because they see people there and they have to sell to them. So that is the problem. So it is not just a problem about people wanting to hawk. It's a problem first about survival. People don't have jobs. People need jobs. They want to sell. You can't tell me I shouldn't sell. You can't just suck me away that I shouldn't sell. That's why when the former regional minister tried clearing Circle, he had to run away because the guys attacked him because it was a livelihood matter. he had to be. He was almost attacked. He had to run away for his life. I'm not sure he ever returned until he was moved to Interior. He tried his best. You know, systems must work.
I remember that day.
Systems must work. Okay, if systems don't work, all these things we are doing will be cosmetic. What Titus Global went to do is great. It's symbolic, but he can't do that for
every day. Yeah.
He cannot do that. Let systems work so that in your absence the systems will work. Part of the system will be that all these people who are hawking, what do we get for them? If it's hawking or trading they want to do, let's get a receptacle, let's get a place they can sell. Kufuor tried that with a pedestrian market, but we were not good with enforcement. So you go to the pedestrian market, people are not in the market, they are on the streets. Okay, because there was no way there was no way to enforce
They have
that.
spaces in the market,
And
but
Yes,
they
nobody's
left
in the
the
market.
market
Yes,
and come onto the
because
streets.
the city authorities failed to enforce that.
them
So
there.
why will I go into the market when everybody is here? You understand? So you stop people from buying at the mouth of the market. Let everybody go inside. Enforce that. Do that for a long time. Let it be your work. And that's how it will be. So if you build a pedestrian market and you don't enforce it, people will not, next time, people will not even be encouraged to go and then renew their rent, etc. for the stalls, because it's waste. Nobody will go in there. Nobody. Create a situation where people passing will want to go in there to buy stuff. Discourage people from stopping there and buying things. Until you do that, nothing will work. Same thing happens for these places. So you're going to institute 24-hour security. I don't know how long they are going to do that. There should be a proper solution to that problem. I don't know what a proper solution will be, but that is why we elect governments. Governments should think about our problem. They have the resources of the state. They have the expertise of the state. They must fashion out a solution. A few years ago, around the Zongo Junction, I think that one of the MC there at the time was a lady. In the morning, she hold a cane and be standing there when they didn't want people jumping the rules and
fence
all of
around
that.
the flap.
And I asked myself, how long can you do that? Every morning, how long can you do that? After a few days, she stopped. And people jam the thing. People jam the thing because there is no real system. Okay, there's no real system to discourage people from doing so. The footbridges are not quite, they are not friendly. And the footbridges, I don't know how many they can do on the stretch, but the place is so densely populated that the footbridges don't seem enough. People don't really use them.
They actually don't use them,
because the way they are spaced, typically we've not been conditioned or socialized to walk a long distance and use it. We don't have that discipline. We must find a way of cultivating that discipline, and we must use it. They've used some gauze or some nets to block the place, but people cut them.
People cut them, and a larger part of it is even destroyed. When I drive past the Saturday, and you see it.
I can't understand it, because remember that
there was an agitation,
because there were a demonstration. Lot of school children who were being knocked down on that stretch. We even went there to do an extensive program for CNR, and the main thing they wanted was a footbridge. It got constructed and they didn't want to use it.
Yes, because people normally, it's difficult, it's painful to use the footbridges. You have to walk a distance and climb it. It takes time. And so
at
they
the
look at
of their lives.
They look at the time, forgetting that it is safer for them to use it. You're in a hurry to go, you're in a hurry to go and die.
In this case, what does the authority do?
So the authorities must ensure that people use it. Okay, if people are not using it, they are jumping over the median and all of that. You get them, you punish them. Okay, do that for a while. Whilst you are also educating people. Some people really don't know. Educate them that if you do this, these are the consequences. It is wrong to do this. You could die. But when you are caught, you will be dealt with. Do it for a long time, and always ensure that the people use it. Everybody wants easy things, okay? But we must learn how to endure the hard things too. That is why systems must be created or systems must be built. Nobody likes to do the difficult things.
The difficult way.
But it has to be. If doing the difficult things is what will build the country, we must do so. And I'm not sure anybody will fault any MCE or any assembly person for enforcing that.
We saw the Greater Prime Minister being hit at for trying to enforce the rule.
There are lawyers in this country
and I'm saying that. And I'm saying that.
Abuse and threatening to take actions against him.
And I'm saying that there are bigger problems. Okay, you deal with the bigger problems, or you try to do them hand in hand. The two issues are different. We are talking about pedestrians, crossing the Adina Road. We are not talking about hawkers. Okay, there are two different things. Why are they hawking? They are hawking because they have to eat. I'm not saying that it is right for them to do so, but as part of government policy, we must ensure that people have jobs or create the environment for people to get good jobs. I'm not sure that people hawking enjoy it. But if you want to take that away from them without giving them an alternative, they will not agree. So give them an alternative. Kufuor did a good thing with the pedestrian market, but they did not enforce it well. So it was ineffective. And also the political will to do the right thing at all times is important. So this thing Titus is doing is great. Sometimes you see the strongmanism doesn't really work. Like what the former Greater Accra regional minister was. I hear they are very good friends, himself and Titus Glover. Maybe they share approaches. But there are times those things work. But there are times those things do not work. You must deal with the underlying problems. If the underlying problems are not solved, you are wasting your time.
So with this,
and there will come a time the people will come at you, and you cannot fight it. Like what happened to the regional minister at Circle. You want to decongest Circle? We will love it. But the people that they've been there for years, that is where they have lived, and that's where their source of livelihood comes from. You can't come one day and come and take it away from them without suggesting or giving them an alternative. We've allowed that to fester for a long time. They've accrued some rights. You can't just come and walk them out. It can't happen.
So what is the solution for the flower pot one? Must we get them a place, and where?
I don't know the numbers there, but it will be useful. If we see that the hawkers, there are many, let's try and get them a place. Okay, let's suggest some alternative livelihood for them. For example, if they are hawkers, let's start, okay, there's this program, apprenticeship, or this. If you want to do it, come do it. Whilst you are doing it, maybe 2 years, or we'll give you allowances so that you don't go hungry. I mean, there should be some discussion. Not 100% of them will come. Maybe 50% or 60% of them will come. You'd have reduced the number. There will be another initiative that others will also be interested in. There should be things around. But if you don't do anything, okay, you and your universities and the free SHS keep churning out numbers. People are coming from the rural areas. When they come, what are they coming to do? They're coming to sell Nkusiani Meko. They're coming to sell plantain chips and those things. And that is how they live. So if you take that away from them, you cannot take it away from them. They will resist it. It's a livelihood matter.
All right, it's what the papers are saying. I'm here with Selim Adono as well as Sami Weafe. When we come back, we'll do some sports. Stay with us. This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide, this is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel 1 TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey. Channel 1 TV, your election bureau.
You're welcome back to what the papers are saying. My name is Vivian Kailuk. I'm here with Sami Weafe as well as Selim Adono. We're looking at the big stories for the week. We'll move to a bit of expired rice saga, and then we'll look at sports. We have just 7 minutes to go from here. Let's start with the expired rice saga. Daily Graphic: rights fed to SHS students not rotten. Education Ministry. Channel1news.com: expired rice, use appropriate channel to address concerns. EduWatch tells minority. And then citynewsroom.com: free SHS, chat silence on expired rice surprises. Just this evening, the FDA has released a statement. They say we extended best before date because it was still wholesome. So, where do we go from here? The person in charge says it was fine.
No, but the FDA itself, I understand they had an initial test, or they did some tests before, and their tests suggested that the things were not wholesome. And so what happened?
So why have they come out to say
so
otherwise?
the allegation is that, I mean, they have been spoken to, or they have been forced to do what they are doing. But the concern is grave, okay? And only God knows how many of these things have occurred in the past or are occurring that we are not seeing. This one, there was somebody who gave a tip of that they were changing the bags or rebagging the rice, okay? So why will you rebag the rice if you are doing the right thing? You know, from the eyes of the FDA. The FDA says they fined them because they were rebagging the rice without prior FDA approval. Why would you do that without prior FDA approval? They were rebagging the rice at an unauthorized or unlicensed facility. Why would you do that? And that, you know, they failed to do so without, they did so without FDA supervision. If what you're doing is right, get the body involved. And, you know, FDA says that tests were done, and so they rebagged them after the tests. At what point were these tests done? So some tests were done with the CSIR, some Indian companies, and all of that. You know, I think what we should be doing is when we are importing rice and those things into the country to be used, let's give ourselves some time. The product should have some more time around, because there are times we store these rice, I mean bags of rice, for a long time. And so this one, FDA says they extended it to April. And the guys were rebagging without writing the expiry dates on it or the best before dates on it. And they were now bagging it into a made in Ghana bag. Why will you do all of that? If you have nothing to hide, why will you be doing all of that? I don't think they are handling this thing well. I think the contradictions here and there are getting too much. I think that, in fact, we need a proper inquiry into this. We need a proper inquiry into this. Why so? And then we heard there were initial tests that showed that the fat acidity levels in the rice were not good. They were infested with insects and things. And all of a sudden, the rice is wholesome. We need to know whether indeed there was an initial test that said those things, and whether or not it was true that medical professionals or persons, you know, seized with the matter said that the rice or the bags of rice should be destroyed because they were unwholesome. All of a sudden, FDA telling us this, you know, and I told you earlier that people in Ghana do not trust our institutions. They do not trust the regulatory agencies as well. We're a weak regulatory state, okay? People don't trust them. This thing shouldn't even be happening, and a whistleblower shouldn't be the one to be saying it. FDA and co should be on the job and ensure that, and then, you know, and buffer stock and all of that. It is not correct. We need to find a way of dealing with this, and we don't know what will happen to them. They've eaten the rice, everything, and the people, the FDA people passing this and they say all over the place saying this was wholesome, etc. If we were giving these bags of rice, would they have fed their children with it? Would they have eaten it themselves? These are questions we need to ask ourselves. Anytime there are such decisions, we have to deal with.
Okay. So I mean,
Salam has dealt with the FDA, so let me deal with the football, GFA.
Okay.
Let me deal with the Black Stars, and because I love football, and I was nearly.
But you can't sack the guy.
Oh yeah, but I love football, Vivian, and I was nearly called to the Black Stars years ago, but because of circumstances, you know, I didn't go. I'm a skillful footballer. I know too much about that. Vivian, the best legacy President Akufo-Addo can do for us before he leaves on January 7th, dissolve GFA.
Can he do that
legally? He can. Then the FIFA consequence. It happened in Nigeria years ago. The entire FA was dissolved.
They suffered for it, didn't they?
Yes. And now Nigeria football is in a better place compared to us. Vivian, Ghanaians love football. Under 17, under 20, under 23, Black Stars.
That's why it's football.
I've traveled extensively. I was in Azerbaijan some years back. I was wearing the Black Star jersey. And someone approached me and said, oh, Ghana, Azerbaijan. Yeah. You know, the excitement was there. But now, can we say the same? We can.
No, people mention Kudus.
Kudus. I was under 17. Under 20. We can't even say anything about it. Meteors under 23, Black Stars, and even the local league. And that this GFA, the best thing the president can do for us before leaving, dissolve the Black Stars, and all Ghanaians will support this. The entire Ghanaian public who love football.
Sure,
I am telling you, Vivian. I am telling you, because see, the people who said we should bring back the love are killing the love. Those who said we should bring back the love,
they are setting up a meeting to look for the problem.
Love. And now see, even if Black Star is playing, people don't even care, and people are even wishing that we lose.
Yeah.
It's that bad. And football was something that united everyone. I remember Germany 2006. Oh man, and South Africa 2010. Oh, Vivian. Now where are we going?
Nothing to
and AFCON has been expanded to 24 teams, and the whole Africa. Ghana can't be a part of the best 24. Black Stars. Yehovah. So, Mr. President, I beg you, before you leave, dissolve this entire Black Star. Dissolve it. Forget about FIFA consequence. After 2 years or 3 years, we will come back. Nigeria did it. Look at where Nigeria football is. Just dissolve Black Stars.
Black Stars has become ash stars. Bent down.
Well, I don't think the problem is in dissolving the Black Stars.
And then we'll build the game again.
Wait, but we saw this after the Anas expose. There was
there was no
GFA.
Came out of it.
There was no GFA. We thought we were going to rebuild. The problem is the Ghanaian and the system.
Yeah.
The Ghanaian or the system thinks that we have to make quick money. There is no honesty in the system. Until we resolve that, it is a soft matter. Until we resolve the software issue. I mean, the Black Star people, the players playing are not the people to play. Everybody has an interest. The right persons are not taken to coach.
So when you dissolve it, it bore all of us.
No, you see that. But if they come back, it will be the same.
And not the same set of people. Not the same football people.
They are the same people.
Not the same football people.
My friend, they are the same
people. The same football people.
You will not go and do it. I am not a football person. I love football. But Vivian will not go. It's the same people who will change names and come back and do it. Change the software. Let's instill discipline, honesty. Patriotism, love for country, things like that in our people. It's difficult, but that is how to do. Not dissolving the Black Stars, dissolving anything. It won't work.
All right, we'll see what comes out of this issue. But thank you so much for joining us. It's been what the papers are saying. My name is Vivian Kailoko. I did this with Samiri Afi as well as Selam Adonu. We hope to see you again next time. Have a good one. Bye.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about Kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah! We'll also have fun experiments, whoa, and lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space show on Saturdays at 12 noon.
Hello and welcome. It's another moment for us to forget about that international break. Look, the international break caused a lot of upset, especially if you are a Ghanaian. I mean, you know, well, I can say we are sorry for the Black Stars, isn't it? The Ghana Football Association is saying they are sorry, but they present us with that opportunity to zoom in into the greatest league on planet Earth. Here on this show, there's a lot more to talk about. First off, I am Bernard Abekoachi. We talk about who is contending for that title, the most important in world football. We'll tell you more about who we'll be talking about. Of course, we'll be touching on Arsenal, a bit on Liverpool. There's Manchester City as well in the picture. But when I return from this break, I will tell you about who is on the show here. It is the Premier League preview show, and this is Channel 1 TV. I am Bernard Abekoachi. We'll be right back.
When we they are all the same.
Oh, me I fear about to ankasa my margin cement.
Men kasada. I don't to aba.
Omunyina ya trofo.
Utete parties ni na. Do this is papa. And also dinechi. Papa we.
Medindi Kofi Apa. I'm the leader and founder of the Liberal Party, LPG.
No, didn't say papa. I bet brought this generation, the next generation. Now let me tell you the vision of this man.
Na me adom number be president. Akola bi wo Ghana bia said the ma ewa bochire. Sa ne be yamom. Akola bi bitwa ne ka. Bosum bia 500 Ghana cedis.
See wakra and there. Couple 80 years bitwa ne ka 500 Ghana cedis. Hey,
this o maye nan ya. Bosum bia na je obi na 2000 Ghana cedis. Sa so na me be president. Omo nya adwuma. If you do watch echo nkokora ne mrewa so betwa omo ka 700 cedis.
We build up from 18 years I want you to man betwa ne ka 700 Ghana cedis. Hey, let me chum sum kra na say
university so be free.
We are not school free. Me, I vote for number 5.
Madam, I feel 2024 election week. Meto abane dia ma LPG. Mami posters ni bi. Na me moam nyenye campaign.
O hwe krata na de to abana be number 5. Me na me to so bi. Ma share so de no e ansoma. To abana mami na to mami ya me de ose e yoyo.
Kofi akalu wonu ana ako.
Famous day for the Tractor Boys at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as they recorded their first Premier League victory since April 2002.
I think for the supporters to, see their club win in the Premier League at a club like Tottenham is a massive day for them. To make that next step and to win a Premier League game is a really, really significant landmark in the journey.
Kieran McKenna continues to look to star striker Liam Delap to provide his side with a cutting edge. The Manchester City Academy graduate has been involved in over 58% of Ipswich's goals this season. and the 21-year-old's form will be crucial as the Suffolk side go in search of more wins. Portman Road welcomes Manchester United this weekend, who will be competing in their first match under new head coach Ruben Amorim. The Portuguese boss replaces interim manager Ruud van Nistelrooy, who further cemented his Old Trafford legacy with a 3-0 victory over Leicester City in his final game in charge. Another side who earned their first 3 points of the campaign before the international break were Wolves. Gary O'Neill's side overcame Southampton's possession-based style largely thanks to the talismanic forward Matheus Cunha. The Brazilian scored and assisted to bring his tally of goal involvements to 23 in his last 28 Premier League starts. Cunha's tactical and positional flexibility is a huge boost to Wolves and has continued to cause problems for Premier League defences even when the West Midlanders have been struggling for results. Fulham are this weekend's opponents and will be wary that if they are to stop Wolves collecting back-to-back victories, it's Cunha they'll need to keep quiet. 11 games into the season and sitting 5 points clear at the top of the table, Liverpool are still resisting the label of title favourites, but the odds are starting to stack in their favour. Their current points tally of 28 at this stage has only previously been betted once during the 2019-20 campaign, and we all know how that season ended. The shining form of hometown hero Curtis Jones continues to delight fans as the midfielder marked his England debut against Greece with an audacious backheel goal. Boss Arne Slot has nothing but praise for a player who he feels has really taken on responsibility this season.
Maybe it's not me who did it because he became a father and I had nothing to do with that.
A comfortable 2-0 victory over Aston Villa last time out further proved their title credentials, and fans will be filled with confidence ahead of facing the league's lowest placed side, Southampton, this weekend. Liverpool's serene progress will be causing concern for Arsenal as the Gunners' title hopes continue to wane. A 9-point gap to the leaders looks like a chasm at this point in the season, but with plenty of games still to play, could Mikel Arteta's side put together a run of results to put them back into contention? They'll have to break down one of the league's stingiest defences in match week 12 if they are to do so as Nottingham Forest visit the Emirates Stadium. Sat on the same number of points as Arsenal, Nuno Espirito Santo's side have conceded just 10 goals so far this season, with centre-back partnership Murillo and Nikola Milenkovic proving the envy of many Premier League sides. Also level on points with the Gunners are Chelsea, who had Pedro Neto to thank for earning them a point against their London rivals last time out.
You cannot give Pedro Neto space there!
Still in with an outside chance of troubling the main title contenders, the Blues continue to look a much more settled squad under the direction of Enzo Maresca, who believes there is more to come from his young side. Chelsea kick off this weekend's action as they travel to the King Power Stadium to face Maresca's former club Leicester City. Saturday's action features a South Coast battle between Brighton and Bournemouth, as well as Crystal Palace's trip to Aston Villa and Everton's clash with Brentford. Match week 12 is rounded off with a night under the lights at St James's Park as Newcastle welcome West Ham on Monday.
So there you have it, and welcome back to the Premier League preview show. I am Bernard Abeko. My guys are seated, and it grants us that opportunity to move into it. But of course, you saw that week 12 preview. Something intriguing about to happen over the weekend. So right on my immediate left is Emmanuel Nubo. Charlie, long time.
A day, how are you?
A day for you, solid. And of course, the guy himself, Susu Graham. Susu, everything's solid.
Oh, everything is great.
Today, tell me some news, Charlie. Nice, that would be in the locker for a while. But this is how we start our show.
Before we start our show, I want to say that we have to say a happy birthday to our usual host.
That'll be the next issue, at the counter. Yeah, so a happy birthday to the big guy himself, Nathan Carl, solid guy. Nice. So today's his birthday, Nathan, wherever you are.
Which is why God bless you. He's dropping life. So
yeah, I saw the post on X and
he's enjoying life. So
yeah. So that's it. So let's get into it, shall we? And of course, we have the opportunity to look into our fixtures for the week. We'll be rolling on the screens for us to see what we have for the week. Interestingly, it's Leicester City up against Chelsea. Early kickoff, 12:30 it is. And of course, there's Arsenal up against Nottingham Forest. Arsenal indeed would have to win the league this season. They are a club that have tipped to win the league. You surprised, Suzu?
Oh, I've tipped them to win the league.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide, this is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel 1 TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey. Channel 1 TV, your election bureau.
At 5 a.m. on Sunday, 3rd March 2024, this is the frontage of City TV offices at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane, Atesano in Accra, Ghana. It is the dawn before the most anticipated trip in Ghana, the Heritage Caravan 2024. Patrons are moving in with their luggage as we prepare to sort them, and you can do what you call going through departure formalities, where luggage is being hauled into relevant trucks and people are moving in, taking their tags and preparing to hit the road for an 8-day experience across the Republic of Ghana. My name is Umaru Sandamadu, and this is the Heritage Diaries. We're going to be with you throughout the week. My hat, the cowboy hat, is ready. My shirt is ready. My boots for the climbing and the descending and the excitement. You are welcome on board the Heritage Caravan 2024. Come with me.
Good morning once again. We are here and we are just about moving.
This is Bus 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I am sure that there are familiar faces that you have met, and some people know one another even before this trip. ASP Apia Kubi is the lead.
Present, sir.
Yes, they are from the FPU. You know the FPU. They don't joke.
They don't smile.
They don't joke. So they will be with us throughout. They also have a police vehicle that is accompanying us throughout. So,
break every gate of brass, cut every bar on iron in sunder, and bring us back safely to the glory of your Son Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Set up from the Greater Accra region, the festive for the Heritage Caravan 2024 is the Volta region. There was a brief stop in Ho, so participants could come off the bus and stretch their legs a bit, and then the caravan zoomed straight to Agotime Patoy. Now here it is 2 countries, 1 community. I say so because this community is split between Ghana and Togo, and so you have people from 1 community, but some being Togolese and some being Ghanaians. You have part of the people living in Ghana while the others live in Togo. They spend the Sefa on one end and the CD on the other. They speak mainly 3 languages in addition to the English language, and this is the Adan or the Gadangme, the Ewe, and the French.
We will first of all greet the chiefs, and then, like we say in the Ghanaian parlance, the Amanie, and then our mission, and then a brief history about the place. Then we set forth for the main mini deba. Yo mi okundo odo wole ofon wole miaola metapo miaole gbodora meta. Yo,
soyez les bienvenus. Je suis Nene Koda Ougladio 3 de Agotime Batoumé, plus précisément au Togo. Je parle au nom de notre grand chef Nene Ketekou 4, le chef traditionnel de tous les Agotime, Togo, Ghana. Et selon l'histoire, Agotime était un et indivisible. C'est l'arrivée des colons qui nous a divisés. Avant, c'était les Allemands qui étaient nos colons. Ils avaient colonisé le Togo. Ensuite à cela, c'est de là que les Français étaient venus chasser les Allemands au cours de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. C'est ça qui a fait que les Anglais étaient venus aider les Français pour pouvoir acquérir tous ces territoires. De là, ils avaient eu un partage. Normalement, d'ici jusqu'à Kpone-Dawhenya et autres, c'est un territoire togolais. C'est après la guerre qu'il y a eu une division et une partie est partie rester dans le Ghana. Et on appelle ça Transvolta Togoland, si ma mémoire est bonne. Et le peuple là, c'est un seul peuple. Ils sont issus de même père et de même mère. C'est les colons qui nous ont divisés et nous ont imposé leur langue vernaculaire. Sinon, chez nous, nous parlons lévé ou bien Adam. Notre descendance, c'est les Adans. Donc, c'est la conquête des territoires qui a fait que nos aïeux étaient arrivés ici. C'est de là qu'il y a eu la division. Et vous voyez, ici, c'est le Togo. À 2 pas, nous rentrons dans le Ghana. Et je profite de cette occasion pour remercier le chef de l'État du Togo, son Excellence Faure Sozina Nyasingbe et son Excellence Nana Akufo-Addo, d'avoir initié ce projet pour pouvoir identifier les limites. Et de là, nous saurons vraiment que nous sommes des frères de même famille. Avant, nos parents ne savaient pas qu'il y a Togo, il y a Ghana. C'est les Blancs qui nous ont mis ou bien qui nous ont séparés. On était dans le même panier. Donc c'est la colonisation qui a fait que nous nous sommes séparés et nous ont imposé leur langue. Et si vous voyez, Kente, c'est les pagnes traditionnelles des Agotime. Si vous voyez nos accoutrements ici, Magne Agondrovi 2, ce qu'elle a porté, c'est du Kente. Et Nene-Kpone-Dawhenya 3, lui aussi c'est ça. Arrivé à Agotime, c'est la capitale des Agotime, Togo, Ghana, qui constitue les 37 villages sur les territoires. Donc c'est séparé. Et notre chef traditionnel, c'est Nene Ketekou 4 aujourd'hui. C'est grâce à lui que nous sommes ici aujourd'hui. Donc, pour ne pas aller très loin, et je vous remercie et vous souhaite un bon séjour chez nous à Agotime. Nous sommes à Agotime. Merci. Soyez les bienvenus.
He said that the people of Agotime originally are Ga and Dangbes. That is why they call their chiefs Nene and Manye. So in the introduction, he mentioned Nene and then Manye. He went on to say that in 1884, 1885, the Germans, who were then the colonial masters, decided, together with the other European countries, to take their pens, their cartographic tools, and divide Africa into countries. In so doing, they did not know that they were dividing villages such as this one into 2 different countries. In as much as the division is there as a colonial relic and legacy, we are the same people, we have the same value, and we do things in common. He went on to say that Agotime has 37 states, but coincidentally, the majority are in Togo. Only 11 could be found in Ghana. And their capital is Kpone, where we move from from this place, which coincidentally is the capital town of the Agotime traditional area, both in Ghana and in Togo. He welcomed everybody and wish you a good stay. Thank you.
Midona agbe omoto la fia French bereka ple adangbe ple miava agba ye konya agbe midona la fia.
Merci beaucoup pour maimatu yo mochumka nene mochumka ka o hawo jama samrino ikpope ma isoma bisike lo yo kenye nyingaja miniji nyehunye kusum ka ha dom ke klonomadeke egmayem na yo. Do
you use CD or French? And also, how do you manage the issue of immigration, moving between your farm to your house or your school to your room, your school being in Togo, your room in Ghana, or your kitchen in Togo and your bedroom in Ghana? How do you deal with immigration? And since there's customs officers here, maybe if they can respond to us, I'll be happy. Thank you.
For currency, most of the time is the Ghanaian cedi. Even if you look around, the electric pylons you see are connected to the Ghanaian grid. But this is Togo. Yes. That shows you the integration and then the oneness that we want between Ghana and Togo. That's number one. Then the movement of the people. They are the same people. Just that imaginary lines. To a large extent, they don't respect it because they see themselves as one people. So if you are in Germany, as a result of partition of Africa, and you draw a line on the sand for them, they say that they will not respect it, irrespective of whatever. But they always do it in a nice way, not to antagonize anybody. No. So they are the same people, the same culture, the same values, the same beliefs, the same language, same.
It is just day one already, and the excitement behind me is exciting. That's the best adjective to use in describing this. We have arrived in Agotime, Kpone, where there's a grand debut of chiefs receiving us, and there's a Bobobo cultural troupe that has been leading us from the center of the town all the way into the center, where we are having this beautiful Bobobo going on, and the beautiful Alimewili, as it is called, the shaking of the waist, effortlessly and seamlessly, as is characteristics of the Bobobo.
Agolo, abo, weda bozito. Meya mauda jifo kwa nyumba wala abo hakero. Meya benyika kama sofra, desole ridi ajeriji. Meya kuta dafri, meya toje, meya tobe kete, meya tobaya, meya tobe kodo menejero. Meya bere gugu. Meya koso do meta boyon pasi de meto. Ero pa meta da siso me munke yoruba gini upotane. La hakena apokete kisa. Ya tonye dasi fafe, nende jezo kwa isi efene, Emenefa never me. If worry, na yigbelu inweri never come. Maka. Yeah. Yeah.
It is a privilege for me to give you a brief overview of Kente as we know it in Ghana. We are in a Heritage Month, and the iconic symbol that unites the whole of Ghana and beyond is the Kente. The weaving industry in Kempton in Egypt, 3200 BC, cloth was woven. In the Menro Empire, in 800 before our current era, Kente or cloth was woven. In the Telen caves, far away in Mali, weaving implements were discovered by archaeologists. So if we trace the weaving industry, it existed long before the various ethnic groups migrated to Ghana. Turning back home in Ghana, two schools of thought dominate the weaving industry. The spider anecdotal myth, where we were told two men saw the spider weaving and then the act of weaving was imitated. But in Agotime, we believe that it goes beyond that. We believe that the cotton cloth that is woven in the Ajrala loom, as you can see down there, was the loom from which Kente was introduced to Ghana. In as much as all of us may be interested in the theoretical purity of how Kente evolved and where it came from, we believe that we should leave that to those in academia to deal with. What we understand is that Kente unites all of us. And if we bask in the glory and we are in a Heritage Month, why don't we celebrate Kente? Because stylistically, if you take a whole Kente cloth, you will find out that the designs were stylistically woven with the border, which adds up to the whole totality of Kente. In as much as we are celebrating Kente, we believe that festivals around the world always go with food. Talk about Hogbe Chocho, where Jenkpele is the main food. talk about the Abuachiri festival, where rice water goes with the tradition. But when you turn to Agotimi, we celebrate the Kente festival with Toto Bakpa.
So I'm just going to see those who have eaten the Toto Pakpa and what their feedback would be. Hello, have you eaten? Can I interview you?
Yeah.
What was it like?
Oh, it's nothing different.
Is it?
Yeah.
How did it taste like though?
I've eaten some before. I know how to prepare it.
Okay,
so yeah.
Was it up to the standard?
Yes.
So it's a workplace and factory.
Yes.
Simply that was what
Simply
it is.
that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Charlie, I like how you chalk for here. Wait, oh you finished.
I finished that thing too. I won't go second round.
How you go like?
Oh, Charlie, correct one. I love him.
I like how you are eating with your hands, sitting down, Charlie. Make sure you don't drop your phone.
Charlie, the things that go my trousers, my shorts inside.
Let's put it here so you don't drop it. But you enjoyed it.
Excellent.
Have you eaten this before?
Okay, I've done a work play and about bitadi alone, but
this one
has a different oomph.
So it hits differently.
It hits differently. The notes in there. Charlie, I don't like how.
Charlie, enjoy. You can go for second even. So this is Agoti Mekwete, Volta Region Heritage Caravan, day 1 of the Heritage Diaries. Stay with us as we bring you more stories that are unfolding on the 8th day caravan across Ghana's 14 regions. I wish I could rap to the song in the background. I cannot, but I can dance. Hey, now, this is how day 1 of Heritage Caravan is ending at the Volta Serene Hotel in the Volta region. I'm losing my voice already. I've been trying to sing along. Then Chin Chin Band has been chin chimming our ears here with some melodious tunes from the past and the new. And you can see the caravanites in the background. It's all excitement. It's exciting. Day 1 is ending on a very, very high note. You can't wait for day 2, can you? This is the Heritage Diaries. My name is Umar Rusanda Amadou. Stay with us as we unpack the fun in all the 14 regions of Ghana over the next 8 days. Oh, she know that they see. Good walk. Say, oh, my love. If you leave me, I go die. Yo, so wahala. So thing I don't think. Thing for me. Oh, let me leave it. Good night, guys.
If you live in a baby wahala, anywhere you go, I'm gonna follow you. So Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Rotterdam, Bedfordam, Nigeria, Liberia, Somalia, Tanzania, Finland, Ireland, Iceland, Scotland, Switzerland, all the lands are cozy.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the City Heritage Caravan Diaries. What is happening here is bags of staff staff of City who are supporting this work, plus patrons are being moved out of their various hotel rooms here at the Volta Serene Hotel, moving out and being loaded onto hotel shuttles for onward distribution onto the respective buses, where we are going to begin the journey for day 2 on the Heritage Caravan. Today, the caravan is headed for the Eastern region, and we're going to make a whistle stop at the residency, the regional minister's residence, where we're going to have lunch. The patrons are going to enjoy a nice meal and also experiment and experience the local meals of the Eastern region before we end up at the Rock City Hotel, where the big action is going to be. There's going to be dinner as usual, but of course the bigger one, DJ Mingo, is going to rock us to a great celebration tonight. Now that one I can't wait for. I've decided to wear my dancing shoes, waiting for DJ Mingo, who is going to be on the turntables, and it's going to be fun and exciting. So follow us on day 2 of the Heritage Caravan Diaries as we move around Ghana. Well, so this is a residency of the regional minister for the Eastern region. The residency is the official residence of the regional minister. So if the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, were to be in this town, this would be the place that he's hosted. We have come on the invitation of the Eastern regional minister, who is chairman of the Security Council here, the Honorable Seth Kwame Champon. He's a person who is very interested in the activities of City FM, City TV, and the Heritage Caravan. When he knew and heard that we're coming to the Eastern region, he said he wanted to host us to lunch. So all the caravanites and the 3 buses, STC buses, conveying the caravanites, have just arrived here at the residency in Koforidua at the Eastern Regional Capital.
Akwaba. Not just a baby tree. I'm in Yajipa. On behalf of the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council, which I am privileged to be leading, and our respected chiefs of our region, and the people of the region, I welcome all of you. I start by acknowledging my colleagues in the enterprise of body politics. I have 33 municipal and district chief executives. And as Frima was advertising the various buses, we also christened ourselves as the fourth bus. Fourth bus members, let's hear from you. Ahoy! So we use this to welcome all of you. My brother, the Chief Executive Officer of City FMs and City TV and management of City TV. My coordinating director, Mr. Donko, that's the Chief Director of the Coordinating Council. Members, heads of department and units are all seated on our right. City declared this month the Heritage Month. We in the Eastern region are privileged that His Excellency the President of our Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, decided that this year's National Independence Day commemoration will happen here in Eastern region, and in particular this very town called Koforidua, the city of flowers. You can see how greenery the place we are seated is. And so in our calendar and on our itinerary, today happens to be Wear Ghana Day. So I'm in my smock, and I'm happy it is coinciding with the Heritage Month, because Heritage is trying to remind us where we are coming from and who we are and where we are. I want to tell a little story of Eastern region so you get to know Eastern region very well. Where we are is Koforidua, and it is called New Dwabin. New Dwabin meaning prior to our independence, there was some civil unrest in Ashanti region, and some members in Ashanti region rebelled, and they migrated from Ashanti region, and the then colonial masters settled them here. Where you came from this morning in the Volta region, you crossed 3 paramountcies. In fact, you crossed 6, depending on which route you used. If you came to Esikuma Junction, from Esikuma Junction, you go to one of our traditional areas. And by way of knowledge, we have 11 paramount chiefs in this region. And these are different paramount chiefs and ethnic groups. So at Esikuma Junction, you will branch off to one of our paramounts called Enum Traditional Area. And then you proceed from Enum Traditional Area to go to Boso Traditional Area. And as you come closer to see the Volta River and you are crossing the Adome Bridge, that is Akwamufie, and that is the state of Akwamufie. Now, that whole area is under one district called the Esujaman district.
Be inspired by what you see around and give the man a round of applause. It's beautiful under the canopies. We like it. And a big round of applause to BAS 4 members. Yeah. Honorable has proven that he has the men. From City, we also know that we have the men. And that is why this man, he is not on the trip with us this year. But after the CBS, the famous City Breakfast Show, he made it a point to travel all the way to Koforidua to join us this day. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our General Manager, City TV and City FM, Bernard Koku-Able. Simply call him Alonski.
Yeah. Oh, BAS 4, the thing you did, can you do it again? So there isn't a lot to say. I'm very happy to hear. So some of you are on the Caravan by road. We are also joining in versions. Amen. So the Caravan is so exciting that even at City, we compete to be on it. And so it's surprising I see people on the Caravan just sitting down looking on their phones. The Caravan is supposed to be an immersive experience. It's not like you're not here to be entertained though. You are part of the entertainment. You know, so please move around, meet people. I always tell people when you go to a place, you want to enjoy the food, you want to enjoy the music. The most important thing in a caravan is the people. And some of them are sitting next to you. Right? So I want to encourage you, not just because of what Samen said in the bus, that people came and met their partners. That's not why we are here. But seriously speaking, for me, I met some really great people on the Caravan. I've been on Caravan twice. So don't just enjoy the food and the music and the place, but also enjoy the people. Tell your neighbor, enjoy the people. Enjoy the people. Not in the sense of what that guy will say, but enjoy the people. Yeah. So please make time to meet friends. We've brought, look, it's a very random mixture of 180 people from different parts of the world. The value of the Caravan is in the network. The value of the Caravan is what? You're not listening to me. It's in the what? So I want to encourage you to, look, I've met some great people on the Caravan. Talk to people, business connections, social connections. Very, very interesting indeed. There's been too many speeches. I don't want to speak very long. I just want to encourage you to make it an immersive experience. Be part of the Caravan. Take pictures, take videos, share with the world. Let people know what they're missing out on. And when you go back to wherever you come from, become an ambassador of Ghana. Tourism is one of the low-hanging fruits Ghana needs for development. It brings in foreign exchange. We got almost $5 billion in inward remittances. If we add tourism to that, the number of jobs created, it's a no-brainer.
We are here to celebrate Eastern Region within the next 2 hours and the cuisine of Eastern Region. You ask for clap, I will stop and ask you to clap. So you can now clap. So we are going to have a taste of Eastern Region. And this time, the indigenous foods of Eastern Region and then the foods of the settlers. You understand? Because there's Tuzafi in attendance. Hallelujah. Amen. And then we have Apreprensa. Please, it's a good place to put your hands together. Apreprensa. Who doesn't know Nsenfo? You don't know Nsenfo? Sobolo, Lamuji, Zomkom, and Burkina. We will drink everything. Do you have a petition? What percentage? Has the FDA approved? So we have to eat. You can go for your drinks here, and then we have fufu. Did I see fufu here? Fufu or fufu or abite or oh, Mobako heaven tem. And I no swaha. Eti, please. I have retired from my work for the next 2 hours because I'll be very busy. Yebedidi.
The regional minister, the Eastern regional minister is also here. Honorable Sir Kwame Champon, what are you having? What are you having
for lunch? I'm going to have TZ. You know, I was brought up in a Zango.
Okay.
So my proper delicacy is tuo.
I like how you said Zango. It means you speak Hausa.
Naji kadang kadang.
Ni Oyoga. How can you speak Ghana?
Oh, I speak a little bit of Ghana. But I manama we can feel
but Otolange
in Korea bote in Shochon.
No. This is enough. We are honored that you have hosted us here. You agreed. You said, listen, if the caravan is coming to Eastern Region, it must come here and the members must have lunch. All behind me, caravanites are being treated to various dishes from the Eastern Region. People are queuing for the food here. Some of the foods I know, some of the foods I do not know. But I can see plantain, I can see the typical eto. I see the regular meals that I know and the ones that I don't know, all on display here. And people are getting that. Important, one of the things people are getting. Some have already, our own DJ Mingo is holding an Asanka. Now, DJ Mingo is holding Asanka. Should we speak Ghana or English? Let's speak English.
English.
Me.
You said we should speak English.
Okay. What's English?
This is TZ.
Tuozavi?
Yeah.
That's what you are holding in your Asanka?
Yes.
What soup are you going to get with it?
Oh, I mean, you know the normal one.
So the green one?
The green one.
Ayoyo.
Then they go bust some small with the other one. No?
Oh my God. Yeah. Now I'm feeling. Now it's something small.
What are you waiting for, my brother?
So this is in preparation for what? Tell me, because I have a feeling it's preparing for something.
So you see, today is Monday. We're in the Eastern Region. From here, we're heading to one of the biggest hotels. Now, you know, because we're on the Caravan, we want to party on a Monday. It's not normal to party on a Monday.
I mean, like, who does that, right?
Caravanites do that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my brother.
Thank you very much.
Ed.
And you are going to be, I know when I say 10 tables, it makes me sound like an old man. But you are going to be on the 10 tables.
I'll be on decks.
Oh, okay. They don't call it 10 tables.
Oh, you can call it 10 table when it's actually a 10 table. But just to keep everything short, okay. I'll be on decks.
What should we expect tonight?
You see, with the Caravan, it has different ranges when it comes to the ages, you understand? So there will be some hip life, mostly more throwback songs, some of the trending songs, that kind of vibe. We're going to have a good time, I tell you.
Would you be able to get me to dance? I'm horrible at dancing.
I heard you on the CBS this morning say you are going to embarrass yourself. I will make sure you do that.
Please do that.
I'll make sure you do that.
I want to say that. Thank you, people. DJ Mingo of City FM and City TV. Ma'am, can I speak to you? I see you're enjoying something. What are you eating?
I'm eating fufu.
With what?
Palm soup.
Oh, wow. What's the protein in there? What meat do you have?
Oh, a lot. You know, we have carbohydrates, and the meat and the fish are protein. And then even the palm gives you oil. The oil is fat. It's good for our body. So combining this thing because of the nature of the week, it's Heritage Month. So we are eating natural. Awesome. So I love it.
Are you liking it though?
Papa.
Awesome.
Papa.
Awesome. Let me go and speak to a few more other people who are also eating here. I'm coming to you. I want to speak to you about you. What are you having?
I'm having tuozafi.
The way you are saying tuozafi, it sounds like you haven't eaten tuozafi in a long time because there's an accent on the zafi.
Actually, I only started eating tuozafi like 2 years ago. Okay. So yeah, my first time I had it was 2 years ago.
And you're eating it in an asanka?
Yes.
With ayoyo?
That's right.
How is it going?
Fantastic, amazing. I love this food because I have digestive issues, and it is one of the foods that I eat that I don't have any problem.
You love it?
Yes.
And has it been done to your expectations?
Over and above.
Would you go for a second round though?
I can't take much, but yes, this is enough.
Thank you so much.
Satisfying.
Thank you so much. Hello, can I also speak to you? What are you having?
What's the name of this one?
I think it's made of beans.
Opam.
Okay.
This is opam, apapransa, oto,
and an egg. And it's going well. And you're eating it on a leaf.
Yes, I want to savor everything.
Oh my God.
So when I finish this one, the ones that are there that I haven't tasted.
Don't eat it with an idea. Don't eat with a fork. Eat with your fingers so that you feel whole.
I will.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the caravan.
I do.
Awesome. Let me go to a few more people around who are. Why are you eating kokonte with a spoon? This is a crime. You should be arrested. The police people on board should arrest you. Yes.
Omaru, Charlie, allow.
No, I cannot allow you. Why are you eating kokonte? Okay, tell me what are you eating.
It's called kokonte. It has so many names. Gigi.
Where are you from?
Okay, I'm an Akan.
So how do you call it?
Kokonte.
Okay. So face the wall, Gigi. No, you can swallow that. I see that you want to swallow that first. All right, he's done that. Can you talk now that you have swallowed it? Can you talk? Why are you eating it? Why are you eating it with a spoon? Is that for me? Please,
I want easy way out.
Okay, so you're using the spoon.
Yeah.
And is it going well?
Chale, superb.
Awesome.
It's the region do all.
They serve you everything.
Chale.
Thank you so much. What are you carrying? You're looking like a waitress, but I know you're not.
Please, I'm not.
What are you bringing?
So this is a bunapunu with mushrms and tolo beef and dry fish. Okay. And this is cheeses.
Okay. You're coming to have cheese.
Oh yeah, I'm already having a torso. I'm eating everything. So see the sweat. I'm not joking.
You are eating to sweat.
I am not joking.
You are doing mixed farming and mixed cooking in your
I'm
stomach.
telling you, I'm eating Eastern region.
Please eat the whole of Eastern region for us.
I'm eating the whole of Eastern region. Thank you.
Eat Eastern region literally for me.
I am.
Thank you so much. These are the stories of caravanites on the 2024 Heritage Caravan, and all over around here you see people who are whining and dining and having a very, very, very great time. Enjoying the meals that the Eastern region has on offer. People are eating with their fingers, some are eating with cutlery. The drinks that have been served, people are enjoying that. People are eating in earthenware, also known as asanka. People are just enjoying everything that is on offer.
I tell the whole world to come to this trip, which is what? Heritage Caravan. I'm telling you guys, you better come along.
Yes, come along.
Come along with us. City TV is the best, the whole Ghana. whether you like it or not. Hey.
The roof is on fire. The roof is on fire. I mean, you can see. Oh, hey, You get this only on the Heritage Caravan. It's a nightclub session. DJ mingle in the DJ's box. MC Nana Tuvo Boatin, the master himself behind the microphones, and the crowd here is charged. The patrons are excited. It is the party time. Look, I have said that I was going to dance. I was going to embarrass myself, but I think I don't want to dance. Let me just try it. I don't know how that's going, but I think it's good. Let me just leave you. I'm going back to the dance floor to see if I can dance well. Yes.
Hey, hairdressers. So wahala, this them Jews had. Things you go see, things you go hear, you know if you think drama in abundance, from dawn to dusk. And the away, I say mountain, they circulate. The hairdressers, gone, sir. Make you no go find your trouble, you go give up.
My name is Gina, and this salon is where I work.
Go find your trouble, you go give up. Good name is better than riches, but to talk is a big wish. Be like fishing in the ocean. But to talk is a big wish.
That's B, assistant madam. She thinks she does everything.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide, this is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel 1 TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey. Channel 1 TV, your election bureau.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 Television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Always claiming boss.
Hey, hairdressers. So wahala,
you go see, things you go hear, you know fi think drama in abundance, from dawn to dusk. Adia wumi, asama unti, they circulate. The hairdressers, gong sa. Make you no go find your trouble, you go give up.
My name is Gina, and this salon is where I work.
Make you no go find your trouble, you go give up. Good name is better than riches, but to talk is a big wish. Be like fishing in the ocean. But to talk is a big wish.
That's B, assistant madam. She thinks she does everything, always claiming boss. That's Sophia. She's in the Guinness Book of World Records for giving the most excuses. I don't even know on what basis she was employed.
Are you now reporting to work?
No, madam, we had a little problem. Now that's our boss. The least said about this woman, the better. She is a hypocrite.
What time do you people come to work in my absence?
Same time, oh, madam. Madam, please, good morning.
So how come you're now cleaning up and pretending to be working?
Gifty!
Hey!
Where have you been? I've been calling you all weekend. You can't imagine what happened.
Hey, Madeline, let's go inside and talk. Why? Now this place here, as you can see, they have nothing better to do.
Alright. Last time the week cappy came to pick, you still haven't brought the money. Ask Gina, I paid her. Gina. Didn't you say she's still owing?
She's owing, oh. In fact, I have it all written in my book of life. Wake up, 200 Ghana cedis. Foundation, 70 Ghana cedis. No polish.
Hey, why don't you remind me anytime I come here? Both of you.
Oh, Madeline. Pay for things when you buy them. What is this?
Gifty pie. Is this something I can't pay for?
Don't do that. Stop it.
Hey, give me the moment.
078 3994 44.
Hey, Nafisa, how are you?
I'm fine, Good morning, everybody. Voice I didn't greet.
And it seems to me that his steps are ordered.
Hiding in his place at the Bank of Ghana, somebody puts in a word somewhere and he's lifted and becomes the vice president. Many people will tell you that it is he who won the election for the NPP.
We went to a Financial Times investment meeting. You know how the Financial Times journalists are. They were asking all kinds of difficult questions. And many members of the economic management team were present. And you could see that they were struggling. So at one point, Dr. Bawumia I didn't know him then. He was standing at the back and he kept raising his hand. So the president asked me, who's that? I said, I don't know. He said, give him the floor. When he had finished, the argument was over.
This youngster read the paper to the conference, plenary, full conference. The paper was so good. And as I say, I hadn't talked with him before. I didn't really know him. When he finished the paper, he received ovation, I would say. The applause was big. So he was going to sit. But it was so good, and I was so proud that he was a Ghanaian youngster. So I instructed that he should be called for me. He came, and in his own naturally humble way was bowing to. I said, hey, this paper you have read, So good. Keep on at it, and you'll go far.
Dr. Bawumia was a research assistant to the then governor of the Bank of Ghana. In less than 2 years, the work he did at the Financial Times meeting in London got him marked for something huge.
A year or two later, there was vacancy for deputy governorship. But the first choice was really not Bawumia. The governor came to see me, and I brought up a name that was not even part of the bank's staff. That person was, I think, that time, the deputy chief executive from Barclays. Very top, not professional banker. So I said, that for that position, give it to this guy from Barclays. The governor agreed. Before we could communicate to that person, and I'm telling you, that person hadn't lobbied me for anything. He didn't even know that he'd come to notice. Just within 2 days of my deciding the position should be given to that man, there was an announcement that the person had been appointed the CEO of another bank, top bank, international bank. So the governor rushed back to me and said, oh, the person you mentioned, he's now the CEO. So we thought about it a bit. How strange. Well, let him go. Then some names came up from within the bank. All professionals. Some even more senior than Bawumia then.
The president made a mistake of asking me, do you remember that young man who we noticed? Of course I remember that young man. The rest, as they say, is part of history.
Apparently President Kufuor ran it by Dr. Polakwa to see how he felt about giving him the deputy governorship, and he said, well, the guy does the work anyway, so I would be honored for him to be given that position.
You remember that youngster who read the paper in the Landmark Hotel? Oh yes, Bawumia. Say yes, give it to him, just like that. Just like that. It wasn't as if Bawumia had come to see me about some position or promotion. Never, nothing like that at all. Just give it to him. But I had come to believe the boy could do the job.
He had called to say there was something he needed to tell me when he gets home, and he got home to say, well, he's been offered to be deputy governor. And I was like, wait, what did your boss say about it? Because then now you're almost as close to your boss when you are his special assistant.
Could this be described as a coincidence, or that special grace called favor, which is a gift from God? This special assistant had overrun everyone to become the second most powerful man at the Bank of Ghana. Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia is a true man of destiny.
Introducing a new era of sophistication and power. The Haval Julian from Zondatech Ghana Limited. The Julian is packed with features that elevate your journey. Enjoy excellent interior build quality designed for comfort and style. Experience an impressively smooth and refined drivetrain powered by a 1.5-liter turbocharged engine with 147 horsepower and 220 Nm of torque. Visit us at your nearest dealership and drive away for brand new Haval Julian. Call us on 0501 772222 or 0501 773333.
Attention, my Ghana people. Election day is almost here. This December 7th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. sharp. Each of us has the power to shape the future of our nation.
Your vote in the presidential and parliamentary elections can make a real difference. Now, this is how to ensure that your vote counts. When you arrive at the polling station, verify your identity. Even if your voter ID card is missing, go to your polling station. You will be allowed to vote. Now, receive a ballot paper. Take a moment to check that it has a validating stamp at the back. This is very important, and make sure that it is clean and undamaged. Step up to the voting screen. Place your thumb on the ink pad and carefully place it in the box next to your chosen candidate's name, photo, and symbol. Be very careful to keep your thumbprint within the box. Remember to wipe your thumb with the tissue provided in the voting screen before you touch the ballot paper again. Then fold the ballot lengthwise and place it in the ballot box. Be very, very mindful. Your vote will be rejected if you thumbprint for more than one candidate, leave it blank, or if it's missing a validating stamp at the back. So take note. After voting, officials would conduct a transparent count. Ballots will be verified, sorted, and counted, with party agents carefully observing every step of the process. And yes, remember, this election is your opportunity to choose leaders who represent you. So step out on December 7th to vote and let your voice be heard. Your vote is your future. Remember, we vote with our thumbs, not guns. Weapons have no place at the polling station.
The Situation All White Christmas Party is back! This Christmas Eve, forget the usual and step into a celebration like none other. The Situation All White Christmas Party is taking over the city with music, magic, and memories waiting to be made. Think cozy vibes, electric beats, and the perfect blend of festive cheer and wild energy all in one space. Date 24th December 2024. Venue The Underbridge, East Legon. Time 8 p.m. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Come and dance like nobody's watching. Sip, mingle, make merry, and unwrap the ultimate Christmas Eve experience. Dress to impress, bring your holiday spirit, and let's make the Situation All White Christmas Party unforgettable. Call 0205-973-973 for table reservations and get ready to party. It's going to be lit at the Underbridge. The Situation All White Christmas Party 2024 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by Orica Ghana, sole distributors of Carlsberg and King's Beer.
In the heart of our communities, change is not just a dream, it's a promise.
I don't have to worry about rising costs and taxes. Dr. Bawumia's flat rate tax system is a breath of fresh air. It means I can keep more of what I earn and invest back into my business.
I've seen so many changes in my lifetime, but what matters most is to feel secured. Dr. Bawumia's initiative for the elderly is to make sure we are not forgotten. He's giving us the exact care that we deserve.
With digital skills training, I am no longer worried about the future. Dr. Bawumia empowers us to thrive in a digital world, making us ready for tomorrow's jobs.
Job opportunities are crucial for my generation. Dr. Bawumia is committed to creating job opportunities and entrepreneurship. With his vision, we can build our dreams.
Together, we can transform our nation. Dr. Bawumia's plan arranges policies. They are pathway for prosperity for every Ghanaian.
It's time for leadership that listens and acts. A vision for all of us, where every voice matters and every dream is possible. Vote Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Esoroho. Vote number 1 on the ballot.
This election season, Channel 1 TV is bringing you closer to every vote, every constituency, and every result. Our team will provide in-depth data-driven analysis to show you what each vote means for our nation.
From the campaign trail to voting day and the final declaration of results, Channel 1 television is covering it all. We'll be on the ground in all 276 constituencies, so every voice is heard and every community represented.
Our comprehensive election coverage brings you every key moment and every voice.
With updates from all stakeholders nationwide. This is election news you can trust, powered by the latest data and expert analysis.
Join us on Channel 1 TV for election coverage that keeps you informed and engaged.
We're here for every step of the journey.
Channel 1 TV, your election bureau.
Well, Ukraine's also facing difficult questions off the battlefield as Donald Trump's return to the White House reignites the debate over a potential negotiated peace. Ukraine's future security is a key sticking point. Moscow says it's open to ceasefire discussions, but also says Kyiv must abandon plans to join NATO. But Ukraine has rejected ending the conflict on terms that would leave it vulnerable to a future Russian invasion.
Ukraine is under growing pressure militarily and politically to discuss a possible end to the war with Russia. Donald Trump's election has put future US support for Kyiv in question. Germany's chancellor's talking to Vladimir Putin again, and Russian forces are making slow but steady battlefield gains. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says any peace deal will have to consider Ukraine's long-term security.
The goal is obvious: to protect against Russian aggression now and to do everything not to lose the post-war peace, to preserve and strengthen our nation, both the state and the people. This is mandatory.
When Zelensky pitched his victory plan to end the war to his closest partners in October, he urged them to issue an immediate invitation to join NATO. A formal invitation has long been on Zelensky's wish list. But in the transatlantic alliance, it has been greeted with resistance from many members. And that means Ukraine needs other options to assure its security if it reaches a peace deal with Russia.
Ukraine will not be going into NATO. There has to be, however, some form of guarantee so that Ukrainians understand that the Russians simply won't start this over next year, and that the certain elements of the West, particularly the US, UK, France, will be ready to stand in should that take place. That means bilateral security guarantees. And I think those are much, much, much more likely than any kind of NATO arrangement.
Ukraine has already entered into bilateral security agreements with 27 of its allies. They pledge long-term support for Ukrainian self-defence by providing assistance to boost Ukraine's military capabilities and shore up Ukraine's economy and governance. But they do not contain any commitments to come to Ukraine's defence with the deployment of armed forces in response to future Russian aggression.
Well, let's bring in Ukraine expert Lesia Ogryzko. She's a visiting fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations and joins us from Kyiv. Welcome to DW. So regardless of the warm words from NATO Chief Mark Rutte and Jens Stoltenberg before him, is there any world in which NATO's 32 member states would agree to allow Ukraine to join in the face of a messy peace deal and the suspicion that Vladimir Putin isn't done with Kyiv yet?
Well, first and foremost, I think
the short answer is there is really no other security guarantee for Ukraine other than joining NATO. And there is a reason that in the recently presented victory plan by Ukraine's President Zelensky, NATO membership was indeed amongst the priorities. It was listed, in fact, from all the 5 points as number 1. Trying to reinvent some sort of other security guarantee is basically self-deception. The only plausible and potential other guarantee would be a nuclear one. However, I have to remind everybody that Ukraine was unfortunately forced in 1994 to give up the world's third largest nuclear arsenal in exchange of nothing. In exchange of nothing, as we've seen back in 2014 and now in 2022 up until now. So what indeed needs to be done in the first place by Ukraine's Western allies is to grant an invitation. Now, as recent history shows us from the cases of Sweden and Finland, even an invitation does not mean an immediate accession to the alliance. And this leaves us with a sort of limbo in the interim, which can be filled
I'd just like to
other...
interrupt you there, because we've sort of got that from the Ukraine side. Let's deal with reality. Ukraine says it wants this invitation. NATO says you will be welcome in due course. There is no way that invitation is going to be issued. So let's talk about, while Russia is sort of sitting there breathing down Ukraine's neck. So where does that leave Kyiv?
Well, I would definitely not say that this is definitely not going to happen.
Okay.
I think
but in the case that it doesn't,
Trump administration, that is still possible. Now, in the meantime, while Ukraine is indeed waiting, as you clearly mentioned, there are other security, I would say, arrangements, not guarantees. One is, for example, the whole concept of protection by presence, and this means placement of military contingents of the so-called coalition of the willing.
Right.
Let's say at the administrative borderline. You could also place military instructors, conduct military exercises and trainings on the territory of Ukraine. All sorts of maritime vessel operations, something that the United Kingdom, by the way, was doing pre-invasion back in 2021.
Okay, so there are other options, like actually bilateral arrangements where NATO members might decide to put their troops, their assets in and around Ukraine. It's easy to see how Ukraine would benefit from NATO membership, but what's the Ukrainian pitch to NATO? How would this, we can call it a fire insurance club, benefit from admitting a member whose house looks like it might go up in flames at any moment?
Well, I would say Ukraine's invitation to NATO is precisely about ending this war as soon as possible and preventing from a new one from happening. Because if we're talking about this whole notion of, negotiations and putting Ukraine under pressure to sit at the negotiation table, we are definitely not looking into the perspective of a sustainable peace. The only real guarantee for both Ukraine and the transatlantic security space would be for Ukraine to join NATO. Because Ukraine's membership in NATO is sort of the fastest and the strongest signal to Russian elites and to the Russian society that Ukraine will never be part of the Russian Empire. NATO is by this way a territorial, a geopolitical marker that this territory will not be part of the empire and of all of the other alliances that Russia is trying to create on the territory of the post-Soviet countries.
Understood.
And so the continuation of any other special operation simply loses any meaning.
Thank you for taking us through that so clearly. Lesia Ogryzko from the European Council on Foreign Relations.
Thank you.
Well, for more on this, we can talk now to Fabrice Portier. He's a political consultant and former NATO strategic policy planner. Fabrice, Ukraine desperately wants to join NATO, and NATO did declare in 2008 that Ukraine will become a member. Is that even a remote possibility anymore?
I think it's clearly among most of the commentators, but also decision makers, has become the NATO membership the one and only solution to properly finish this war and give Ukraine the kind of guarantees it has always liked, and the kind of guarantees where they will know that Russia will not be able to invade the same way it has done already twice in 2014 and 2022. So I won't speculate on whether it's going to happen tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, but I think the strategic case for NATO membership has never been stronger.
But we're looking at a scenario right now where we may be having negotiations, trying to negotiate a peace in Ukraine. Is a NATO membership for Ukraine something that Russia would be willing to accept?
Well, I think we have to stop thinking what Russia will be willing, unwilling, will escalate, not escalate. We have to think about what is our interest and what is Ukraine's interest here. And Ukraine's interest and our interest is that you have a sovereign and independent Ukraine that can strive in the next decades and centuries and be a member of the European Union. And for that, you need to have guarantees, assurances that Ukraine will be able to defend itself, and that they will have also allies to help them defend themselves against a possible threat from the east. So I think this is where it really matters. And yes, obviously Vladimir Putin, for him, NATO membership is a thick red line, but we have also crossed many of his thick red line. And this is where what's happening now, the fact that it is very fluid, you can see many signaling happening from Washington, from Kiev, from Moscow. It's important we signal strengths and commitment. And key to that commitment is NATO membership.
So it can't be said when or even if Ukraine will get NATO membership, but what it wants in some form are long-term security guarantees. Those would be provided, I suppose, if it were to get them, from its current allies. How likely is it that we'll see those guarantees in some form, and what would they look like?
Well, we have contributed to put together this bilateral security guarantees in 27. I think in history it has never been done, and we are proud to have been working with President Zelensky and his team in putting together the Kiev Security Compact, which now has become the Ukraine Compact. But let me tell you one thing. I think what is clear is that the Ukrainians will have to make some hard compromises. They will have to accept some sacrifice. They have already accepted huge sacrifices. But to make these compromises possible politically and in terms of future of Ukraine, they need from us this ironclad guarantee that they won't be invaded again. And if they are invaded, they will have the means to push back. This is where this membership question of very robust security guarantees is key. And let me finish here. Security guarantees, ad hoc security guarantees of the kind of NATO will be extremely expensive compared to NATO security guarantees, because NATO already has a framework, already has means and contingency plans. So there's already an investment done. As if we do it outside NATO, I warn Berlin and Washington, it will come with a very big check.
Again, we come back to the question of some sort of negotiated end to this war. What kind of security guarantees for Ukraine could be accepted by Russia, realistically?
I think if we start like this, nothing will be accepted by Russia, because Putin's plan in Ukraine is not to have a sovereign Ukraine, not to have a Ukraine that has agency over its own future. So I think if you start from Putin's point of view, you end in a kind of the absence of Ukraine as an independent nation and state. So I won't start here. I think is what is realistic, what is possible. And if you look at West Germany, which joined actually NATO in 1955, even though it did not have yet political unity. And yes, there was no war happening between West and East Germany, but there was no political unity of Germany as a whole. And yet Adenauer made that decision that he will fix, to say so, political unity later, but he will focus first on security of West Germany. And this is why he joined NATO. And I think this is a kind of similar scenario we're facing in Ukraine.
Fabrice, thank you very much. That was Fabrice Potier, former NATO strategic policy planner. Thank you.
Bye.
Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reacted angrily to the International Criminal Court issuing a warrant for his arrest. He and former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant are accused of war crimes in Gaza and crimes against humanity, which Mr. Netanyahu has labelled absurd.
The truth is simple. No war is more just than the war that Israel has been waging in Gaza after Hamas attacked us unprovoked, launching the worst massacre against the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Well, as you can imagine, response to this news amongst international leaders has been mixed. Here's a flavour, starting with Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, whose country is a member of the court.
There is no other choice but to defy this decision. So today I will invite Israel's Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu, for a visit to Hungary. And in that invite, I will guarantee him that if he comes, the ICC's ruling will have no effect in Hungary and we will not follow its contents.
We comply with national, European and international laws, so now we're examining exactly what this means for us in terms of national implementation.
We fundamentally reject the court's decision to issue arrest warrants for senior Israel officials. We remain deeply concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and the troubling process errors that led to this decision. The United States has been clear that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over this matter. You've heard us say this before.
The Secretary General respects the work and the independence of the International Criminal Court. And I will leave it at that for now.
It means that the Palestinian people know today that their cries and their efforts to reach to justice and accountability to the crimes committed against them are being implemented and advanced. Yes, justice sometimes takes much longer than bullets and bombs, but at the end of the day, we have reached a point of no return.
The Palestinian people deserve justice. Legal institutions exist to hold people accountable and to meet the requirements of justice, and therefore this decision must be treated with respect.
And our correspondent Rosie Burchard, who's in The Hague, sent this update on international reaction.
The new arrest warrants issued by this court in The Hague are certainly sparking international controversy, especially those issued against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defence Chief Yoav Gallant. We've seen them swiftly condemned by the United States and by Israel, who says they make international justice into a laughingstock. Now, neither of those countries, the US or Israel, are state parties to the ICC, but 124 countries around the world are, and all of them legally are obliged to arrest anyone who's on the ICC's internationally wanted list who enters their territory. And that's why this is teeing up a whole load of diplomatic dilemmas lying ahead, especially for European Union countries, since the EU has in the past styled itself as one of the top supporters of the ICC. The EU's top diplomat, Josep Borrell, has been reminding member states that this is an independent court with legally binding decisions, while on the other hand, we've seen Austria saying that the move to issue arrest warrants against the Israeli Prime Minister damages the court's credibility, and Hungary has gone so far as to say it would defy the arrest warrant and invite the Israeli Prime Minister to visit Hungary. Now, important to note that the internationally wanted label hasn't always in the past turned people into global pariahs. Russian President Vladimir Putin, for example, is also officially a suspected war criminal, but we've seen some international leaders still happy to shake his hand, and Mongolia did not arrest Vladimir Putin when he came to visit the country earlier this year, despite the fact that it was legally obliged to do so on paper. And that really shows the key limit of international law. There is no international police force that can swoop in and arrest suspected war criminals. Though that's why there's such a difference between arrest warrants being issued and ever seeing anyone on the court's internationally wanted list here in the dock in The Hague.
That's Rosie Burchard. Well, given the Hungarian Prime Minister's response, I asked Janina Dill, from the Oxford Institute for Ethics, Law and Armed Conflict, if signatories to the International Court get to pick and choose which rulings they accept.
No, of course not. All members of the Rome Statute have a legal obligation to arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu, former Defence Minister Gallant, and theoretically Mohammed Deif, should they be on their territory. So these individuals cannot now travel to 124 member states of the Rome Statute without risking being arrested. The fact that not all member states are willing to comply with this ruling is quite troubling, because when a competent international court finds reasonable grounds to suspect a head of government of war crimes and crimes against humanity, we would expect the reaction to be to criticize and potentially sanction that suspect and not the court.
Right. And so the court has no enforcement powers itself over suspects, but this looks like an additional weakness in that it cannot sanction member states who don't follow its ruling. Am I right about that?
That's right. The court directly can't do that. There would be other ways to involve the Security Council, but the Security Council in this particular context, geopolitical context, is not likely to step up. So in some sense, it is not very likely that Netanyahu or Gallant will end up in front of The Hague very soon. The two closest precedents we have to someone of that elevated political importance as a head of government being sought by the ICC are President Putin and President Omar al-Bashir, against whom the ICC previously issued arrest warrants. And both of them have also so far evaded arrest.
So when African countries and critics from the global south complain that the International Criminal Court is only ever used to punish them or leaders who are not aligned with the West, do they have a point?
Well, it is certainly troubling that Western governments have, by and large, not been consistent in upholding their own commitments to international law in this particular geopolitical context. They are thereby weakening the court, they are weakening international law. And when they next want to draw on the court or these international institutions, they will find them weakened by their own actions.
Yeah, it's interesting, the United States' position on this, welcoming the issuing of a ruling against Vladimir Putin and then poo-pooing this one against the Israeli Prime Minister.
It's a troubling and glaring inconsistency, but I don't think we must despair, because these arrest warrants have other implications. They're not just symbolic, because in some sense, we now have an international court having told the world that an acting head of government who still very much directs how the war in Gaza unfolds is credibly accused of crimes against humanity and war crimes. That must, in fact, be an important data point for third states to re-evaluate whether they support Israel in this war. Because in some sense, the conduct at the heart of these arrest warrants, so the deprivation of the civilian population in Gaza and patterns of attacks suspected to be directed against civilians, this conduct very much persists. So any state that now continues to support Israel in its war in Gaza risks supporting crimes against humanity and war crimes. That must mean something in the long run politically.
OK, good talking to you. That's very interesting. Thank you so much for joining us and outlining that so clearly. Janina Dill from the Oxford Institute for Ethics, Law and Armed Conflict.
What an outrage. A Swedish guy was punished for eating bacon in the presence of Muslim women. That's the headline of an online article. Michael is sure that the report is true because a good friend shared it with him. Stop. This is exactly how fake news is spread on the web. A provocative headline grabs attention and external likes make it look as though the information is true. In a state of high emotion, people feel they need to repost immediately. But Jan doesn't think it's against the law in Sweden to eat pork in public places. So what really happened here? Open the article. Does the headline chime with the content? As it turns out, the Swedish guy had pursued the girls on a train. When they moved away from him, he followed them. Which website posted this report? Does it contain other questionable articles? Rumours are often circulated by creating fake versions of well-known websites. Sometimes all that's different is a few letters in the address bar or domains. It's easy to miss details like that. If it's only been published by one source that no one knows, then a report has little credibility. Sure, several different media ran the bacon story. Nevertheless, vigilance is advised. Where are the journalists getting their information? If sources are anonymous or there are no named sources at all, then things start looking suspicious. A Swedish website was the source of the bacon story. Neither Jan nor Michael can speak Swedish, but you can translate a foreign language article using an online tool. It may not be perfect, but you can get the gist of what it's about. Aha! The man didn't just follow the women, he waved the bacon in front of their faces and demanded that they eat some, all the while saying how much he hated Muslims. So the Swedish guy was punished for his aggressive and offensive behaviour, not for eating pork. Michael doesn't get it. Why would someone spread fake news like that? Because someone's earning money. Lots of views mean more clicks on commercials. But often fake news is deployed to force opinions on people, to make them think and ideally behave a certain way too. Disinformation is a favoured weapon in the propaganda war. Michael's worried about Jan. His friend hardly ever posts anything. Is nothing happening in his life? On the contrary, Jan's profile contains plenty of new photos and lengthy posts, but they're not displayed in Michael's newsfeed. Why not? Michael and Jan are best friends. That's down to social media algorithms. They evaluate what you like as well as what you share and comment on. Your newsfeed is put together on this basis. For example, Jan and Michael rarely communicate through Facebook. The social network notices this. Jan only posts texts and images. These don't usually get a like from Michael, as he prefers videos. That's why more often Facebook shows Michael videos. This keeps him on the site for longer, meaning he'll see more commercial content. Also, Jan doesn't have many friends and his posts only get a few likes. But the more popular and current the post, the more often it will be shown to other users. But despite all this, how can Michael get to see Jan's news? You can alter the news feeds and set them to display the most recent posts instead of the most popular ones. Then the posts appear chronologically. But the next time Facebook will again offer to show you the most popular posts. The social network analyses your online behaviour and shows you what it thinks will interest you. That's why Michael sees news about his favourite rappers and soccer teams, and Jan's newsfeed is just about politics. Using your likes, the algorithm can ascertain your political views, but also any bad habits you may have. It can even discover if your parents are divorced. In other words, it collects and analyses users' data. Some experts even say that after 300 likes, the algorithm knows you better than your other half. But why do social media need all this data? Firstly, for advertising tailored to you and your tastes. And that doesn't just mean adverts for mobile phones or parties. The messages can also be political and sometimes unethical. For example, in the run-up to the US presidential election, fake accounts spread paid-for, provocative publications. These were aimed at polarizing society over issues of migration, gun ownership and gay rights. The posts were displayed to users who had previously reacted to such topics. In other words, the algorithm spread these posts automatically. Therefore, be aware that if a post is marked as recommended, somebody's paid for it. Find the contents objectionable, then report the post. What? Michael is a trending topic on Twitter? How did he manage that? Michael always yearned for social media popularity, but his posts only ever got few likes. That's why, using cash from his grandma, Michael bought bots. Lots and lots of bots. With the help of bot networks, you can turn a topic into a trend, even if that topic is about Michael. Bot networks can take on humongous dimensions. One exposed network had 350,000 fake accounts. These bot armies react to posts with particular keywords on social media. They like or share tweets to order. They leave ready-made positive or negative comments. If social media algorithms detect high levels of activity, they rate the topic as a trend and display it to an increasing number of users. But the problem is that in many countries, topic manipulation is a weapon in the battle for political control. Only very recently, bots attempted to influence election results in 17 countries. Bot networks can spread fake news, suppress criticism, and propagate desired views. Trends are manipulated in a variety of ways. For example, the government of an authoritarian nation disapproves of a popular hashtag used by regime critics. An online counter-campaign is launched using bots. Before long, the original hashtag disappears from the top rankings. It's now attracting much less attention, and with luck, it will be completely forgotten. Another way is to use bots to discredit an unwanted hashtag. They spread tweets with irrelevant links and comments, but always with the same hashtag. In the end, all you'll find under this hashtag is nonsense. It disappears under this mountain of online garbage. There are many ways to manipulate on the internet. But it's not always apparent that there's an entire network of bots behind a specific trend. Few people have the time to compare thousands of tweets in a bid to weed out suspicious regularities. But at least it's important to realise that not all trends are genuine.
Hi, welcome to another episode of The Woman in You with Zoe, where we celebrate women who are breaking barriers and carving their own paths. Wondering why I'm holding this right? Now today we are delving into the world of esports and technology, and it's usually a space often dominated by men. But today we are shedding light on a young woman who is making her mark within that space. Monica Mensayawa is her name, and she's a competitive video game player from Ghana. And she is my guest today. Please join us as we explore Monica's experience in competitive gaming and what her vision is for the future, where women and girls can thrive in the digital world. But before we do so, we'll take a quick break. This is The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abube-Eduardo. Stay tuned.
This Christmas is giving.
It's giving!
Are you ready, kids?
Sis, is the jollof ready?
These your people.
The area must be for kudos!
The jollof is ready!
Sakura. Sanya got
I'll be right there. Sorry, the pepper from the jollof. Thompson, it's been an emergency. We need to step out for a bit. Oh.
5 more minutes.
Hey, Mrs. Afri, can we get some takeaway packs?
This Christmas, it's giving the best in entertainment on DSTV. Grab a DSTV decoder or reconnect to your existing subscription and be entertained.
Now this is giving. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us on The Woman in You with Zoe. So I've given you a fair idea of what we're discussing today, esports, and I have Monica here with me who will be telling us more about that. Welcome, Monica.
Thank you very much, Zoe.
How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I am great. You look shy. Are you calm?
I'm not.
Are you nervous?
No.
You good?
Yes.
Great. All right. So before we delve into your personal life, I want you to walk us through what esports basically is about, or electronic sports. Is it the normal traditional sports that we are doing electronically? Just shed more light on it.
So esports is basically competitive video gaming, and even for the traditional sports, as you mentioned, some of these video games contain like football, basketball, tennis, and all of that. And
we have tennis as well.
Yeah, so it's basically like you're playing traditional sports virtually.
Okay.
Yes, but in competitions.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we realize that it's more of the soccer or the football that people are interested in. Is there a reason why?
I think because a lot of men like football, especially here in Africa and Ghana. People play a lot of football games, and that's what's on the market these days. But in the European side or the Western side, it's more about shooter games or mobile games.
Okay.
Yeah. But mobile games are also dominating the space now.
Which one is the mobile games?
Even if you play Candy Crush, you're a gamer.
Oh my goodness.
So yes.
I know a lot of people, the least chance they get, it's Candy Crush.
Yes. Candy Crush, there's a popular one, Call of Duty Mobile.
Okay.
Yeah, that's also a shooter game.
Okay. But that one is more you playing on the phone. It is not competitive, is it?
No, there are competitive,
there are competitive ones.
There are competitions based on mobile games.
Okay.
Even Candy Crush, right? They have simulated games like Candy Crush where there's a 1v1 tournament. So there are stages to these tournaments, and at the end of the day, somebody is a winner.
Okay, so we have you compete
via mobile.
Is there any prize at stake with these mobile games?
Yes, all of these competitions have prizes at stake. It depends. Some might not be monetary, but in gift form. Yes.
Okay. Wow. I'm quite interested. It's interesting to note that you are into e-games, and how did this start? What piqued your interest into starting? Because this is something that males usually will play. I mean, growing up, hardly do you see women doing these?
Growing up, I was into sports. I played football.
Okay.
I was a striker.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I was a striker. I was a team captain for my football team.
Okay, which football team?
I went to Jack and Jill. That was my elementary.
Okay.
And I played soccer with girls and boys. But I was also, I think when I got to junior high, I got elected for a sports prefect. So I became the team captain for the football team. We went on tournaments like local school tournaments here and there. So the interest came from just the whole sports thing. If I wanted to play video games, right, I would look for sporty type of video games, and I would just steal my mom's phone and download some games and then enjoy myself while playing. But during like vacation times, like our day, right, the boys would bring their laptops where they have football video games on it, and we'd play. They wouldn't let me play, but I tried to get my way through and show them my skills.
Okay, so you're talking about bringing laptops and all that. I won't ask of your age, but it sounds like, okay, this is quite recent, not too recent, because growing up for me, these things were not really common. Yeah. So I was really going to ask if, okay, it's something that was so common within your space, but it sounds like it was common within your time.
It wasn't consistent at the time, but like I said, it was our day, so that's like period.
Okay, so the last day of school.
Yes, vacation time.
Okay.
So we just bring, some will bring, I think people are allowed to bring mobile phones at that time, and then, or we'd sneak in. I don't even know if it was legal, but we just sneak it in, and the teachers wouldn't say anything. So we had that chance to play video games on our day.
And were other ladies interested, or you were the one who seemed to be interested amongst the many? Yes, I always stood out because even for the guys, they wouldn't let you play, right? So why?
It wouldn't, how do I say this? It wouldn't encourage other women to want to play with them. They don't think we belong to that space. That's why today I've made a difference.
Wow. So it was really challenging for you.
Yeah.
Is it still challenging?
In some ways it is, in some particular areas. But along the journey, some people have come to realize that the world is changing, right? And women are doing things that are male-dominated spaces. And it's amazing. So they're trying to understand that. But it's very toxic. It's a very toxic space, I won't lie.
All right, so before we talk more about the e-games and what you've been able to achieve yourself, both locally and internationally, you spoke about Jack and Jill. That's where you started primary school?
Yes.
Okay, you started primary, so can you walk us through your schooling? And is this something that you've been doing since primary school to, I mean, wherever you got into in terms of education?
At that time, like from primary school, right? It wasn't really consistent, and I would go to my neighbors sometimes and then play video games. Even that, my parents weren't exactly happy with that because they believed I was a girl and what was I doing among boys playing video games. So it wasn't as consistent. Then I was able to get into senior high school.
Which senior high school?
Ola Girls Ho.
Which of the Ola Girls?
Ho.
Okay.
Yeah, in the Volta region. In Ola Girls, I did general arts, and I had an elective that was ICT, right? So we'd go to the lab most of the time because I love technology, right? I love technology a lot, so playing video games and technology, they kind of, it's like a combo. And whenever we go to the computer lab, sometimes I would sneak online and play some video games. Okay. Yeah. But then at the end of the day, like after school, I realized that there was a teacher in there who was also playing video games. And so sometimes I'd join him, he'd teach me some of the skills. So that's how I was learning. And that was FIFA at the time, FIFA 14. But it was in 2018 that I was playing FIFA 14. Because FIFA 14 was like the best game or the best football game at the time.
So for a lay person like me who doesn't understand what all these FIFA games when it comes to esports is, can you explain to us?
So FIFA 14 is a football game, a virtual football game or a video game. So just like how they play Barcelona and Real Madrid, they have characters like that in the video games that you can control by yourself.
Okay.
Or you can control a whole team. Yeah. That's how it works.
Okay. So that's the FIFA 14?
Yes,
okay.
that's FIFA.
Okay.
FIFA is basically a football game.
Yeah, okay. So you mentioned the 14, that's what I wanted to understand.
Okay, so FIFA...
does it progress?
Yes.
Okay.
So each year, FIFA produces a newer version of football game.
All right.
But it was just under the brand FIFA. It will come, every year that it comes, it will come by the year. So FIFA 20, FIFA 21, 22, 20.
Because I see the men are crazy about it when it's launched.
Yes, it's a craze every time. But through the journey, I realized that there was an online part of the game, and that was even more competitive than what I was playing locally or offline. So you'd meet people on the internet and they'd control one team and you're also controlling another team. That's how I even got better.
How does that work? So someone is sitting in another country?
Yeah.
You are here in
Ghana? Or even in a different location.
Okay.
As long as you have internet and you're connected to a server. A server is something I can't exactly explain, but there are these servers connected to video games where people are logged into to be able to play with other people on the internet.
So once they are in a different location and you are also playing, you can compete with each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Via internet.
Via internet. Okay. And for you, how did you transition from starting locally? Because I know you play internationally as well. How did you get there?
So after senior high school, waiting for my results, I was taking classes for, I think in Tema, or even, was it during vacations in senior high school? I was going for classes and I found this game center.
Okay.
Yes, so I started going to game centers in Tema Community 1.
Okay.
When I entered that place, the owner of the place, or the guy managing the place, was surprised and he asked me what I wanted to play, and I was like, FIFA. And he was even more amazed because that is not a game you'd easily find a woman playing, right? So he even gave me the chance to play for free every time I come there.
Okay.
And yes, that was where I was improving bit by bit.
Did your parents know you were going?
No, they would kill me. But yeah, it was fun. I mean, I had the free will to, because gaming is very expensive. To be able to gain a console or get a console at home would be a miracle at that time. So game centers were the most accessible gaming places to be. So I would play with guys, they would whoop my ass, I'd also whoop their asses. Some would not even venture to play because they don't want their ego to be
bruised.
Yes, and it was interesting, yeah.
Okay, so growing up here in Ghana, what were some of the challenges you faced? You've already mentioned that some of the men didn't want their egos to be bruised and all that, but did you encounter other challenges?
Yeah, I'd say when I started playing online, that online space is more toxic because you have online accounts.
Do you use your real names or pseudonyms?
I use Gamer Girl Nika because I want you to know that when I beat you, a girl beats you.
Okay.
So I make it like very clear. So I use Gamer Girl Nika, and my real name is also there.
Are there still stereotypes as we speak currently when it comes to the esports and the gaming, as you mentioned?
Yeah, generally people think we are not serious. We are kubolos. It's just a whole lot, you know. And it's just sad because the world is evolving and esports is like a multi-billion organization. If you combine the music and the movie industry, the amount of money they're making is more than that. So people are getting careers from esports. It could be a player, it could be a game developer, it could be a medical personnel, and so many things.
All right, so I'll let you talk to me about what more is there to esports and with you, you spoke about Ola Girls.
Yeah.
Did you further your education? Are you furthering your education? You speak to us about that briefly, and what the future holds for you, and what encouragement you can also give to other women who also want to venture into this, and maybe parents, because you know that, well, once you say that I want to do something like this, most parents do not subscribe to this. It's like growing up, say, okay, I want to be a footballer. No, you can't play football, but now parents are pushing their children to play soccer and football. All right, so this is still The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abube-Duado. We are speaking to Monica Mensah, and she is a gamer girl. She likes to call herself gamer girl Nika. Nika because she's Monica. She's been telling us about, briefly about her life and what piqued her interest into, doing esports. Stay with us, stay tuned. We'll be delving more into this and probably compete. No, let me rephrase. I can't compete with her because she's a professional, but we'll be trying our hands on 1 or 2 games and see what I can do. Maybe, who knows, I can compete her sometime in the near future. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection, 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier, tested to the limit, even during the most intense workouts.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
Thank you for staying with us on The Woman in You. My name is Zoe Abube-Duado. We're having a conversation with Monica Mensah. She is into esports, and we're having some education and fun time with her, basically to know more about what she does. So thank you for staying with us, Monica. So before we took the break, I was talking about what your passion was and where you see yourself. Usually the perception is that this is just all fun. It's just a game. What really is there more about e-gaming? But it's a whole business for people. Yeah. So where do you see yourself? What is there more to this for you?
Yeah. For me, it's not just about wanting to play games professionally. I'm aspiring to be a gaming influencer.
Okay.
So where I become an ambassador for these technology brands and just educate people about gaming and host tournaments and give women the platform to showcase their gaming skills.
Okay, so we know that, I don't know if it's a big thing in Ghana, but do you have clubs, do you have groups you belong to?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So you see my shirt here. This is Play Province.
Play Province, okay.
Play Province is one of the best esports teams. So just like...
It's not because you are a part of it.
Oh, come, I'm being serious, actually. Play Province is the best thing that has happened to me.
Is it the first group you joined?
No.
Okay.
This is my second team.
Okay.
Because I'm a hot cake. Once I was let off the
I love that.
Once I was let off the first team, I was with Team Falcon in 2021 to 2022.
Okay.
So after senior high school, I decided I was going to take gaming more seriously. So I started venturing into. So I actually found out that there was a group of females who also play or who share the same passion as I do in gaming. And this was introduced to me by a friend, and the leader of that group was Kwesi Hayford. And Kwesi Hayford is the president of the Esports Association of Ghana.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yes. they're able to host tournaments and a whole lot of things about gaming in Ghana. But I feel like the awareness for gaming isn't enough.
Yeah.
So we are yet to, make people aware of gaming. But yeah, so once I joined this group of females, they were called Queens Africa.
Okay.
And I was really thrilled because growing up gaming, I was always looking for women. I actually thought there was time because I even Googled and I didn't see any professional female player. So I got worried.
In Ghana or
in the world? I think, yes, at that time. So I had no role model in this whole gaming thing. I'm my own role model today. Right now, we'll consider ourselves pioneers. And once investors start coming in, we're definitely the ones they're going to be looking at. Because when you come to esports, when you mention esports, I'm one of the people you find in that space, or you would want to talk to in that space, So it's been a great journey. And so my first team was Team Falcons, but Team Falcons got disbanded. And then I joined Play Province. They had a good deal for me. And Play Province has been so far, so like, it has been amazing. My boss, Boss Herbert, we call him Boss Herbert. He's a really great guy, and he's also very passionate about esports, creating a community where he can help the youth find something for themselves.
I have a lot of questions to ask, but let me just ask them one at a time. So you mentioned they had a good deal for you. Just like football, there's scouting, and then players are eventually picked.
Yes.
What goes into your space, the e-space? How are you poached? And if you are poached, are you paid? Just walk us through.
Yes, for being in a team at this time, it's unfortunate that we don't have funding, so players are not exactly being paid.
Okay.
But
so how do you support yourselves?
My boss here and there does some things for us. So he provided me with a console.
Okay.
He helps me with data to stream because I'm also a streamer. I stream on platforms called Twitch and also TikTok.
Okay.
TikTok is very popular, but Twitch is mostly for gamers who are trying to like make a living out of. So sometimes streaming also brings you some form of revenue because people watching you feel entertained and they feel like you're doing a good job. They want to support you, send you a little money, this and that. Yeah.
So in terms of practice, how many hours do you spend practicing? Is it a daily thing, or is it something that is innate? It comes to you naturally, so really you don't need to spend time practicing?
No, I try to do as much practice as I can. Take it as a 9 to 5 for me.
Whoa.
I could spend about 8 to 9 hours behind a console. I mean, taking breaks, but basically it's like I have a vision, so I want to reach some goals. Some of these games have goals and objectives you have to complete to be able to be in the competitive space. Yeah.
But as a member of Play Province, you mentioned we have women-only sports, and then we have the mixed one. Looking at these two, do they offer a level playing field for you?
So it's only in like the competitions, right, that they have divisions. They could have like women-only tournaments. That's for the tournament, for tournaments only. But when it comes to a team, we are one people.
Okay.
So just like they have football teams like Barcelona, Liverpool, yeah, we do have the women's division, but right now it's just generally we're a collective esports team, right? And we compete and represent our team in these tournaments. So if I'm going to a tournament, I wear this to show that I wear t-shirts or jerseys to show that I'm from Play Province.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And competing, are you competing locally, internationally, and what does it entail?
Yeah. So as for the local tournaments, which are like we call LAN tournaments, it's mostly offline tournaments. You don't necessarily need internet, only for probably those who are going to be streaming the games. And some of these games are streamed on YouTube, Twitch and all of that. For international tournaments, I represent Ghana. I'm a national asset.
Okay.
So I represent Ghana and my team.
Okay.
For these international tournaments, I could be in Ghana and play online. But then last year, I had the opportunity to represent Ghana with 5 other females in a game called Valorant. And Valorant is a first-person shooter game.
Okay.
So it's a strategic shooting game where you're a team of 5 shooting another team of 5, and it has different rounds. So we represented Ghana in Saudi Arabia last year, and this tournament was an all-paid expense trip. All we had to do was get our passports, get our clothes, show at the airport. We had everything being catered for, from hotel to food to transportation. It was like a mini vacation for gamers.
Okay.
Yeah. And even before that, I was given the opportunity to compete in Nigeria for a huge tournament called Gamer X, and this is like one of the biggest tournaments in Africa. And I was the only female in the football video game called FIFA. That was FIFA 23 at the time. Yeah. And
how did it go?
I didn't win, but just being there representing Ghana and being the only female, it gave me some sort of satisfaction. And as much as I didn't perform well, it didn't really bother me because I knew how much these players have been playing. Like, some of these guys are so competitive, and some of us cannot actually reach out there. But each and every time I try to prove myself that I can be as good as they are, and I do put up some skills.
That's quite interesting. So what's your favorite game?
For now, I would say Valorant, but FIFA is what puts me in the spotlight. FIFA is very competitive, but it can be very stressful. But I think Valorant is more relaxing. So Valorant is the first-person shooter game. Like
you spoke about.
And FIFA is this one.
This one,
yes.
Okay. Has the stereotype or the perception people have about women in esports or in technology changed? I mean, since you entered that space, do you feel that we are doing better in appreciating women and embracing them in their entirety?
It's
mixed.
Yeah, I think you would find about 30% of people who are appreciative of women in esports, or should I even say 40%, because they are actually improving and they are trying to make they're trying to present a platter for women to actually be great in gaming. And some of these international tournaments because the one that we went to in Saudi Arabia was an only women's tournament.
Okay.
But the guys were also there because...
But it's quite interesting, Saudi Arabia, and you know, some of the things they have with women and women playing in Saudi Arabia, I find that quite interesting.
We played with women who were Saudi Arabians there, so I don't know the stereotypes in Saudi Arabia, but we played with some of them there, so I don't think they are being restricted.
Were they really
to gaming.
competitive? I mean, not competitive. Were they, I mean, up there, top notch?
They were the top. They were the best of the top, because these countries, they're developed. They're taking esports
to a higher level.
Yes, and it's admirable because funny enough, for that tournament, it took us a month to learn Valorant.
Whoa.
To be able to play qualifiers with other African teams, qualify, and then represent Ghana. So the most successful part of it all was just qualifying, because after you qualify, you know that you're going through to Saudi. And the fact that we were able to learn the game just within a month. But those people have been playing the game for 3-4 years. So we didn't stand a chance at all.
Okay. Now, based on that, when you compare Ghana to the other countries? Is Ghana making progress?
Ghana is making progress, but then again, I was saying that the awareness isn't how it should be, because over there, I think it's about 60% of women who are gamers.
Whoa.
Yes. But in Africa here, I'd say 20%.
Or less.
Yes, or even less. Because it's just a handful of us. That is why my team, Play Province, we have a project coming up for a women's tour, a women's gaming tour. Go to senior high schools, teach them about esports, give them a platform to experience esports and educate them.
Okay, so technology and esports, how are these two merged, and where do you see yourself in terms of technology? I think you spoke about you developing some games.
I'm actually a game tester for a gaming department or a gaming development called Letty Arts.
Okay.
They produce African games.
Okay.
And these games are actually very addictive. They are mobile games, and they try to mix African culture with these games, and it's very interesting. So we as game testers, they bring these games to us to test before they put it out there to the public.
Okay.
And so I would want to be a game developer. So I'd want to further my studies in game development or esports, because there's even esports degrees that are coming to the universities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing here?
I'm streaming.
Okay.
I'm playing and streaming. So I basically entertain people who want to just watch me play the game or learn how to be better at the game.
Okay, so how do people follow you or see what you're playing? Okay.
I stream on TikTok.
TikTok, okay.
And a platform called Twitch. So people will just randomly see me on their For You page and then might be interested. And yeah. Basically, I interact with them as well. They have the tendency to chat me on the app.
Whilst you're playing?
Yes. So I interact with them.
Don't you lose concentration?
I mean, that's what it's about, interaction. It's about socializing with these people.
Okay. Oh, all right. So I'll play a short video and tell me quickly what that's about as well.
All right.
All right. So is this a game center?
Yeah, this is a gaming arena.
Okay.
It's called Arena 233 and it's at Airport Residential.
I've seen a lot of these now. I mean, when you move around town now, you see a lot of these arenas or centers all over.
They are ultra-modern gaming arenas with the best equipment for the best gaming experiences, with also great internet. In as much as internet is involved, sometimes the internet is like one of the biggest problems we have in the gaming space, because we play with high pings, and once you're on a high ping, someone who's on a low ping in maybe the western side or in Europe,
you have to explain that for us to understand.
So the ping is how fast your game is.
Okay. Do you have siblings?
Yes.
How do they feel about, I mean, your path that you've chosen? Because, as I indicated earlier, I mean, this is not something a lot of people are receptive, especially parents.
Let me ask you, if you had a sibling or a sister who was venturing into esports, how would you feel about that?
Then again, it depends on the education that I get and how I'm made to understand the prospects and what the future holds for esports. But generally, growing up, I've seen, I mean, we see esports or people who delve into such space as people who really, in quotes, are not bookworms or do not, I mean, that's a perception that people have, they are just not serious people.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
But I think you guys are wrong.
Yeah.
Most of the time because...
And in fact, I agree that we are wrong. I mean, just...
Because the amount of thinking it takes a gamer to win a game is actually insane.
Yeah. You really must be smart, intelligent.
I tell you.
I agree. I mean, just revising or learning about it within the short period, I realized that there's so much more than we actually think.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was just like, oh wow, just wowed by it. So
for me, I wish my parents knew about esports
earlier,
or even gaming earlier. I would be even bigger than this. Yes, and better.
But it's not too late, is it?
It's not. But I wish, because there's a thick 18-year-old boy in Germany. He's made over $600,000 in gaming. Yes.
$600,000
at 18 years.
Wow.
And his mom is by his side.
Wow.
And that's the most amazing part. His mom is, I don't know, his manager or something. And they go from countries to countries competing. And it's amazing. So aside his education, he's also doing gaming. It's crazy thinking.
You combine education with the esports. How does it gel?
For me, I took a break from schooling after senior high. I just did a few diploma course, but I'm seeing that as a blessing in disguise, because I've come to realize that there's an esports degree that is opening in universities, but not in Ghana here.
Okay.
So I want to be able to experience that. I want to do that degree, that esports degree, or that game development degree. That is what I'm trying to achieve.
All right, so we're speaking to Monica Mensah, and she is a phenomenal woman. She is within the e-space, and she has done incredibly well for herself. She touts herself as the best when it comes to Ghana. Well, and I will be competing with her right after this break to see if I can overthrow her within this short space or period where we'll be competing. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Uncle!
Aww. This Christmas is giving.
It's giving!
Are you ready, kids?
Sis, is the jollof ready?
These your people.
The area must be for kudos!
The jollof is ready!
Sakura.
I'll be right there. Sorry, the pepper from the jollof. Famsi, it's been an emergency. We need to step out for a bit. Oh.
5 more minutes.
Mrs. Afri, can we get some takeaway packs?
This Christmas, it's giving the best in entertainment on DSTV. Grab a DSTV decoder or reconnect to your existing subscription and be entertained.
Now this is giving. Thank you!
Introducing Rexona Non-Stop Protection 72-hour antiperspirant with breakthrough microtechnology that forms a stronger sweat barrier. Tested to the limit, even during the most intense workout.
Still clean, dry, and fresh for longer.
Try the new Rexona 72-hour non-stop protection for clean, dry, and fresh underarms every day.
You're welcome back to The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abubeidu Ado. It's game time, and as I promised you, I'm going to have a good time with Monica on the console and see who wins this one. I hope you're praying for me whilst we delve into that aspect. But before so, we'll just let Monica take us through the basics, game selection, and all that. We have in front of us a big screen where we'll be playing our game. So, Monica, what are we going to do now?
So Zoe, this is the settings, right?
Yes.
And you choose what you would like your settings to be.
Okay.
So you can decide to put your sprint on top,
okay,
at the bottom, your
okay,
shoot anywhere on these buttons,
okay,
depending on how you play. But they have normal versions where.
Okay, please let's go with the normal one. Okay. You know, I'm a beginner, so let's just do the normal ones.
Right. So for you, your sprint is at the bottom.
Okay.
Your shoot is the box.
Okay.
Your passing is X, crossing is O, and triangle is true pass.
I remember. Okay, so I don't know if
and then this
you
is
can see, but we'll try and. Okay, so the triangle is for
true pass.
Okay, and the X
is for passing.
For passing, okay,
the
and
box is for shooting.
Okay.
O is for crossing.
Okay.
But this stick is for moving the player.
Okay.
So while you move the player, you press your sprint button for them to run.
Run. Okay.
Right. And this is a skill stick. Use it to do anything. Skill move.
All right.
That's if you know one.
We get to choose our teams now, right?
We've chosen our teams already.
Okay, Barcelona. I'm a Barca fan.
I'm a Liverpool fan.
Oh, this girl.
You never walk alone.
Why? Oh, why are you? Because you're not on my side. Okay, when it comes to the Premier League, the English Premier League, you are Liverpool and Manchester United.
Really? Ah, that's a red flag. Yeah. I mean, we're all red, but yours is even redder.
We are not in the best of shapes, and we'll get better. And FC Barcelona, do you support Barcelona as well?
No, for when it comes to La Liga, I'm a Real Madrid fan.
Why?
Real Madrid is just ultimately better.
How?
Even in the game, they have higher ratings.
I'm talking about traditional sports. Let's see what we have here.
Yeah.
Barcelona, Liverpool. I'm hoping that Barca will be able to pull some magic.
Nah.
Okay, so
me.
Okay, so we started.
Yeah, so I am passing. So I'm able to control a player at a time, right?
Okay.
Like I mentioned earlier.
So I'm running with the stick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see your cursor?
Yes,
the one
the
with
blue
the blue one.
The blue cursor.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can change the player you want to direct by pressing L1.
Okay, L1.
Yeah, when
L1.
you're in defense.
Okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it keeps switching. Okay.
So you can run with one player to
I have
try.
2 cursors now.
I think that's second cursor, but I can turn it off for you if it's confusing you.
Okay, that's fine.
So right now, the deep blue is your active player.
Okay.
So you try to run at me and press for the ball.
Okay.
And to be able to get the ball, you have to press box, which is tackle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then again, this is the advanced form of defending. Because that's what I use. But for beginners, you just press X to charge towards me and try to take the ball.
Okay.
And that's what we call legacy defending. I think right now you are on tactical.
Okay. But whilst we play, there's this debate about console and PC.
Yes.
I think I just whispered that to me. What's all that about?
So there are platforms for gaming, right?
Woo! Okay.
So PC is a platform for gaming, but there are different specs of PCs. I own a gaming laptop with the specs, I think, GTE 2060, and it's one of the best gaming laptops in gaming, yes. But for console, I mean, there's PS5, which is the highest console right now, and I think is one of the best consoles in gaming. Personally, I don't like Xbox. I just don't like Xbox because the controls are just too bad for me. The controller itself is not fun. It's very hard to play with, so I don't like Xbox, but I think the ultimate console is PlayStation, and PlayStation 5 is the highest version, or the new generation version. But for console, for PC, I would say is the ultimate gaming setup, because they have high specs, and you could play a game at a higher rate, like faster rate, yes.
Wow. Wow.
One day I'll take you to a tour to a gaming arena.
I think I should.
Yes.
So that I can understand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is why we are trying to do this tour to help people understand what they will get themselves into.
What participation would you require from Ghanaians? What should be done? What kind of support do you need?
I think for starters, these streamers who are trying to, there are streamers on TikTok and Twitch. I think if we're able to watch more of Ghanaian streamers and just patronize them, it will be really great because it gives them that exposure, it gives them the numbers, and it does a lot to the gaming community. Because if we are looking at investors now, I think it's the numbers they are going to look at. They are going to look at. And when you look at the number of gamers in Ghana, I wouldn't say it's encouraging for an investor. So I think once we are supporting our own players, then more people are coming into the gaming space, and then there's numbers, and then we get investors. So I think that's how it's gonna work out. So but I have hope. I really have hope. How's Nunes missing all these?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Oh, what just happened?
Yeah, so this is your.
Okay.
This is a goal kick. You have to pass to one of your players.
Okay.
Remember what we used to pass?
Yes.
X.
X. Oh, don't allow her. Good.
I'm taking it easy on you.
I know, I can tell.
This is just tutorials. In a serious game, you would have been down 10 goals by now.
Okay, so what console will you recommend for me? I mean, I'm a starter. Salah, yeah. No.
Definitely a PS5 because it's new generation. But then there's a lower version that is the PS4. But I know. Like I remember, I said gaming stuff are really expensive, right? So, but if you want to really invest, you need to get like the newer versions. So for a console, I'd say buy a PS5.
Okay, it's expensive.
Are
you willing to put a price to it?
You could get one for like from 5,000 CDs going.
Wow,
yeah,
that's
to
expensive.
8,000 CDs.
That's expensive.
They have different versions with storage, different storage, so the price differs, storage based. So the higher the storage, the higher the price of the console.
Okay, I see. Quite interesting. So nobody has me. I know you're taking it easy on me. Oh no.
You really want me to score?
No, please don't. Please. We are not in a good place now.
Yeah.
Okay. Pass. X. Yeah.
You need to be cautious of my players. So once you see that I'm charging towards you, you need to
move.
Divert, yes.
Okay, so...
And try to pass to a different player.
Okay. Luis Diaz has the ball
I think
now.
That's, yeah. Luis Diaz is doing so well in Liverpool. He even has a name. He has a song attached to his name.
Oh,
he's amazing.
He has called me.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a replay of the goal.
Yeah, so like I said, this is basically virtual football.
Yeah.
And you get to control players. And you get to control your favorite team.
Quite interesting.
So in a tournament setting, we have smaller monitors with consoles, 2 players to 1.
Okay.
One set, and then they could have about 5, 6, and then they play against each other. There are actually tournaments where there's 1 elimination. So once you lose a game, you're out of the tournament. Do you understand?
Okay, so what does Esports offer that other games do not give you?
So I think the luxury of sitting at home and controlling everything by yourself and not being able to move physically. And also some of these tournaments, they have prizes, huge prizes attached to them. Because last year, there was a tournament hosted by Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And
the one you spoke about?
Even
Or
that
this
one,
different?
yeah, even that one was a sub tournament under that tournament. There was a $60 million,
Whoa.
yes, prize pool. So there were different games and they had different prizes attached to them. Ultimately, could be $1 million an individual takes away or a team takes away. So,
is this addictive?
Yes, it can be addictive, but some people they know how to control themselves. But for children, if you want your children to venture into esports, you need to regulate how they play and how much time they spend behind their gaming platforms. It would be a great idea for gaming to be incorporated in schools, elementary schools. I mean, these children already play video games, so it also helps in thinking critically. Yes, gaming helps a lot in thinking.
All right. Adventure games, combat games, and the other.
I think there's RPG, there's first-person shooter games. So adventure games, how do I explain it? Do I even have an adventure game on here?
You don't?
I'm not sure. GTA is an adventure game. But there might be children watching at home, so we wouldn't play GTA.
That's good. And then what else? Walk us through some of the games you have here.
This is also another football game.
Oh, Lionel Messi.
This is Valorant for
so this is a competition you were part of in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, but it was not on console, it was on PC.
PC, okay.
It was an ultimate PC game until it recently came up to console.
Okay.
But it's not the same, it doesn't feel the same. And this requires internet. So some of these games require internet, some don't. You can play them offline. Valorant requires internet because you play with other people online.
So aside from you moving from school, you said school to school?
We haven't started that yet,
but aside from that, is there another way you were hoping to impact young women who want to venture into esports and to maybe encourage their parents as well? Because as we speak now, it's not something that is really out there. It's not open to a number of people.
Yeah, so I think one thing you guys forgot about, I forgot to mention, is that I am a Women in Games ambassador for Ghana. So Women in Games is an organization where we are able to create spaces for women to accommodate women in gaming. So I think it's basically my responsibility to look out for these girls who want to also be in the gaming space. So that's why I'm also doing this project. And aside that, the whole streaming thing is for me to locate other female gamers. Because once I'm streaming, people are watching me, other women are watching me, and then they come to my chat and they're like, oh my God, you're a gamer girl, I also play video games, but I've been shy to come out. So along these years, or along my journey, I have been an inspiration to other women, and I've been told several times, and it gives me the hope that there are more women out there to encourage. So for starters, I think the ultimate plan for the project is a good initiative, because then we give exposure to gaming, we give women the opportunity to also game.
So where do you see yourself? Are you seeing yourself setting up your own team, your own group in the near future, or you still want to stick with your queens?
Yeah, the queens group is basically a group any woman can join who is just interested in learning video games or just being part of the esports scene or the gaming scene. It's open to any woman at all. Yeah.
And so where do you see yourself in the next few years?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that I wanted to be a gaming influencer or an ambassador in gaming. So I'll be hosting tournaments, I'll be going on tours worldwide, not just in Ghana and other countries, and going for tournaments in other countries as well. And aside that, I'd really want to get into game development, so definitely the IT part. That's where the technology part comes in. Trying to do some courses in IT. Yes.
So next we're in 2024, so 2028?
28 or 26.
26, 28, 26. Okay, so with the next Olympics we are seeing, God willing?
Hopefully.
Yeah, we are seeing Monica. It's been fun speaking to you. I've learned a lot from you today. You scored me, it was 1-0, but
we didn't finish.
We'll definitely have a rematch, and by that time I would have gotten better at my games. All right, so that has been our episode of The Woman in You with me, Zoe Abubedu-Ado, speaking with Monica Mensah, who is in the e-games space, and she's been walking us through what it's all about and what the future holds for young women who want to venture into this space. I do hope that you had a great time as much as I did. I have been educated, and it's my hope and prayer that we see them on the bigger space or a bigger stage in the near future. As you mentioned, hopefully represent Ghana during the next Olympic Games. My name is Zoe Abubedu-Ado, and it's been great hosting you for this episode of The Woman in You with me. Do take care and do enjoy the rest of our programs.